Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. Yeah, all right, yeah, shout out to the sponsor. And all right, guys, let's get right into it. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you guys. All right, man, let's get right into it, because, man, these LA riots, it was a protest, then it turned to a riot, and next stage is what? Well, who knows? But right now, it's looking like an insurrection-y type of ordeal. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
I to tell you, just moments ago, there were dozens of anti-ICE protesters all along this major freeway here southbound on the 101, just blocking out. Some of them are going back and forth. We heard some flashbangs there. Law enforcement trying to get this under control as much as they can. It has been very chaotic here, downtown LA near the federal building all afternoon. You've had tear gas dispersed, rubber bullets deployed, the flashbangs, all to try and protect the property and to protect the people here from some of these anti-ICE protesters who are just causing chaos. Take a look at this video. Tear gas was used to disperse a crowd as some protesters threw back those tear gas canisters.
You know what's so terrible about this? LA already has bad traffic. They already have terrible traffic. The fact that they're low-key like holding up a freeway is crazy.
This was yesterday in Paramount, a city in southeast LA County. Fox News correspondent Bill Maluzhin reports that DHS has an office in Paramount that they're using for a staging location, and protesters found it and gathered in that area.
Yo.
And in addition to all of the violence, some anti-ICE protesters were shouting on loudspeakers at...
Isn't this exactly what they kind of accused, January 6ers of doing, stopping the process, getting in front of federal buildings, all that wild stuff? Isn't that kind of what they got mad at us for?
Officers, this is what they've been dealing with. Take a listen.
I thought of Paramount. We see you for what you are, ICE, a terrorist organization.
Okay, but we didn't go that far by calling our government a terrorist organization, or even calling the Capitol Police one.
And again, a crowd of protesters, they gathered outside of the federal detention center where we're near right now. They gathered outside of that on Friday. Police and riot gear used tear gas then, again, to stop the violent protesters. ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons called the situation appalling.
It sure is. But I kind of want to know what Chrissy Nome has to say about this because she did appear on Face the Nation to address this. So let's get into that real quick, and then we'll go ahead and get right back to the protests. Or, well, riot. Well, about to turn insurrection, huh?
Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who joins us from her home state of South Dakota. Good morning to you, Madam Secretary.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me, Margaret.
Well, we are seeing from the president's proclamation that he can federalize, he says, 2,000 California National Guard forces for 60 days under Title X authorities. Which units are being deployed? Are they military police? And exactly what are their orders?
Yes, President Trump is putting the safety of the communities that are being impacted by these riots and by these protests that have turned violent. And he's putting the safety.
Yeah, because they're looting stores, they're burning property all over again. Like at first it was nature and now it's the citizens.
Safety of our law enforcement officers first. So these 2,000 National Guard soldiers that are being engaged today are ones that are specifically trained for this type of crowd situation where they'll be with the public and be able to provide safety around buildings and to those that are engaged in peaceful protests, and also to our law enforcement officers so they can continue their daily work.
So our CBS team is reporting that the California National Guard officers are at that Edward Roybal Center in LA. This is a plaza with a federal building. Courtrooms are there, a processing center, a detention center, a veterans clinic. Are the soldiers going to remain around the federal building? Or are you planning to have them go throughout the city of Los Angeles?
I won't speak specifically to all the locations where the National Guard soldiers will be deployed to, or where they will be conducting different operations as far as security concerns. They're there at the direction of the president in order to keep peace and allow people to be able to protest, but also to keep law and order. That is incredibly important to the president. He recognizes he was elected to make sure that every single person in this country was treated exactly the same and that we would enforce the laws. And that is what ICE is doing every day as they're out on our streets and working to go after bad criminals and people that have perpetuated violence on these communities. The gang members we have picked up in LA because of their hard work are horrible people. Assault, drug trafficking, human trafficking. They are now off of those streets and they are safer because these.
Yes, well, we're picking up the bad ones and the ones who are just, chilling here, working under the table. Yeah, we're picking up the ones who are just working and also ones who are a danger to the American people. So it is a bit crazy how these guys are trying to protect them. I mean, like I said, I don't even think they know what they're honestly standing for.
ICE operations are ongoing. Unfortunately, we've seen some violent protests happen, and that's why these National Guard soldiers are being utilized to help with some security in some areas.
Well, California's governor doesn't want the federalized system here. He says he's got it under control. There's no shortage of law enforcement. Gavin Newsom said he's called in California Highway Patrol. He says the Trump administration is seeking a spectacle here. He's saying,
wow, this man is crazy. This man is absolutely crazy. They're literally throwing rocks at ICE cars. There's not enough ICE people. Bro, the ICE people are just there to gather the illegals. They weren't expecting these guys to have a full-on riot about this. Like, yeah, of course, things got out of hand. And even the sheriff and the police are saying, yeah, no, we welcome the help because we don't have this under control. They barely got their own areas under control.
Saying to protesters, don't get violent, don't engage.
Well, if he was doing his job, then people wouldn't have gotten hurt the last couple of days. We wouldn't have officers with a shattered wrist from bricks being thrown through their vehicles being burned, flags being burned in the street, and Molotov cocktails being thrown. Governor Newsom has proven that he makes bad decisions. The president knows that he makes bad decisions, and that's why the president chose the safety of this community over waiting for Governor Newsom to get some sanity. And that's one of the reasons why these National Guard soldiers are being federalized so they can use their special skill set to keep peace. We're not going to let a repeat of 2020 happen. And if you remember, it all happened in Tim.
Yeah, they start hitting these guys with paintball guns and tear gas.
Walz's state in Minneapolis, which is a neighboring state, and a governor at the time. And Governor Tim Walz made very bad decisions and then tried to get the as governors to send our National Guard in to bail him out when he let his city burn for days on end.
Well, he called in National Guard 2 days after the protest, but that was a point of contention, I know, in hindsight. President Trump, I'm sorry.
California.
Oh, yeah. And guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. Appreciate the support, by the way, or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner.
Happen again.
Okay. President Trump said masks will not be allowed to be worn at protests. Who's going to enforce that and how? And how can you justify it when law enforcement officials have their faces covered?
You know, what I would say is that the law is going to be enforced, and that what the laws are in this country is what we are doing, and our ICE officers and our law enforcement officers out there that are in these situations where people have questioned why they have their faces covered. It's for the safety of those individuals or the work that they're doing as far as protecting their identity so they can continue to do investigative works.
Because the problem is they discovered early on while ICE was doing their job without the mask on, they would get, people were taking pictures of them. And they would find them on social media, start harassing their family members, them personally. And we're just not dealing with that. They don't deserve that for doing their job. So that's why even I said during the hearing when Christiano was defending them, like, no, let them keep their mask on because these Dems do not know how to control themselves.
So,
but are you tasking the
well, not all of them, but you see the radical ones.
National Guard soldiers with removing masks from protesters? I mean, are you trying to use them in that way?
National Guard soldiers are there to provide security for operations and to make sure that we have peaceful protests. So that's what their work is. And I won't get more specific on that just because we never do when it comes to law enforcement operations. We're doing the same standard procedures we always do and have for years in this country with our National Guard and with our law enforcement folks that are on the ground working with these communities.
So the defense secretary also tweeted last night that he put active duty Marines at Camp Pendleton on high alert. We know, since you mentioned 2020, that President Trump during those Black Lives Matter protests at the time had wanted to use active duty U.S. troops on the streets of a major city. The 82nd Airborne at the time was called up. They were not sent into the streets. What exactly do you set as Homeland Security Secretary as your benchmark for when you would counsel the President of the United States to send active duty troops in to police a domestic disturbance?
Well, my hope is always that we work with local leaders that would do their jobs. And that is what has failed in LA, is that the mayor has refused to recognize the dangerous situation that she's perpetuating, as well as the government.
And shout out to our man, James Foley. Appreciate you starting us off, brother. He says, Brandon used and credit card data to find January 6ers. I mean, yeah, and well, hell of street surveillance. There was that. There was that as well. Woo, that's loud.
Governor, when we ask for backup in a situation, LAPD has waited hours to respond, and they've waited until we have an officer in a dangerous situation until they come in and help us bring peace. Oftentimes in these cities, you have good leaders that help give backup to other law enforcement officers, but you have politicians who won't give that kind of resource when it's needed. Unfortunately, waiting several hours for LAPD to show up or telling them telling us that they're not going to back us up until they have an officer in a dangerous situation is something that just isn't workable when you have violent protests going on. So
the U.S.
work better with us, but that's one of the reasons that you've seen the National Guard come in and help us with those security operations.
Well, the U.S. attorney in L.A. Told CBS that LAPD did help. LAPD does not.
That's what is.
Yes, but LAPD can't contain all of them. That's the problem. And LAPD is not doing enough to stop these rioters from stopping what ICE is doing. Like I said, there's literally rioters out there attacking ICE with, helmets on, masked up, literally throwing rocks at them, causing fires, and now they're looting. Yes, now they're looting.
Margaret, is hours later. They waited until we had officers in dangerous situations, then they responded. Now, if that was my city and I was the mayor, I would be sending law enforcement in there to back up other law enforcement officers. That's what America is about, is that we have rules and we have laws. If you don't like the laws, go to Congress and change them. Someone should go to Congress. Say, change the laws. If we don't like what's happening in this country, do that instead of throwing rocks and throwing Molotov cocktails and instead of attacking law enforcement officers. We're just not going to. anymore. This president cares deeply about family members that want to live in their communities and be safe.
Back to the question, though, of active duty troops, different from the National Guard. What is your personal counsel here to the president? Because it's you, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Defense. We're going to have a lot of responsibility here in implementing some of this call to do this.
Well, let me be clear about something. ICE and Homeland Security are running these operations right now, and the advice and counsel of the Attorney General, the Department of Defense, are extremely important to the President of the United States, and we never discuss our personal conversations and advice to the President of the United States. He makes the decisions. He is the president that sits in that seat, and we are all very proud to work for him. So I'm grateful for the leadership.
It's funny because Trump seemed to learn the lesson from January 6th. He's like, yeah, you should have called in the National Guard to back up the Capitol Police, but you didn't. So Trump is pretty much learning from that lesson and go and send the National Guard, help back up ICE, help back up the local police because they can't do all this. Like apparently it's getting that out of hand. Like we're talking about probably, and I would say, and I'd take a random guess, but damn near probably 50% of the immigrant communities out there protesting, or their family members who are actually U.S. citizens are out there protesting for them. So it's a bit of a tricky situation because not like ICE can just round up everybody and then sort out who's a citizen, who's not. And they don't even have the manpower for that.
Leadership of Pete Hegseth and Pam Bondi, and I get the chance to work with them. Yeah. And as does their job today, we're thankful to have the partnership and the leadership of President Trump.
Well, some Republican senators, like Senator Lankford, have said active duty Marines are not going to be put into local law enforcement. So there are Republican lawmakers questioning this. To the question about where we are seeing the National Guard troops centered around this Roybal Center, CBS is reporting undocumented immigrants attending their ICE check-ins were being detained and held overnight in the basement of that building. And there were lawyers for some of those detainees claiming it was illegal because the migrants were held in makeshift facilities with limited access to food and water. That was one of the sources of the protest. Can you vouch for these facilities? And do you understand what some of these protesters are concerned about?
Really? So that's where it stemmed from? Okay, well, I could possibly take your word from that because that would be concerning. But then how did it get to stopping ICE agents from doing their job? Because there's been multiple reports like we've been looking at these protests from the street. These guys are pretty much saying, oh, no, they're over here trying to take people out of our community. These guys are hard workers, trying to stand up for the illegals. So you say it's that, but we go to the protesters in the street and they're saying something completely different.
Well, these protests started long before we ended up in the situations that we saw when we were trying to secure these individuals and the law enforcement officers involved. What I would say is getting individuals in and out of those facilities was extremely challenging when the violence broke out and when things were being thrown at vehicles and people were rocking vehicles and shaking them, trying to break into them. In fact, we had to send a swift response team in to get a female officer out of her vehicle safely in those situations. So we are following all the laws and procedures as we always do. But when you have violence like that, the safety of everybody involved is incredibly important, and we'll make sure that we get people through them without injury as best to our ability.
Secretary Noem, we're going to have to leave that there. Thank you for your time this morning, and we apologize.
And all right, we'll also get over to other people. But all right, let's go ahead and get over to, I think it was MSNBC's coverage on this. All right, let's go.
Images out of Los Angeles tonight. Hundreds of National Guard troops now on the ground, deployed by President Trump, even though state leaders say they didn't ask for them and don't want them there. You see members of the National Guard with weapons.
I know, but the problem with the state leaders is that they don't ask for help until, well, it's too late. That's the problem with the state leaders. So we're trying to nip it in the bud before these guys let it turn into an insurrection. Because like I said, it turned to a protest, into a riot. So let's just nip it in the bud now and let's just leave out the state officials because obviously they don't know how to take care of nothing until it's too late.
Weapons with body shields and tear gas canisters, all as protesters gather for day 3 of demonstrations against federal immigration raids.
And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He said this woman is asking things. Are those issues existing though? Where's the proof? That's what I'm saying. I did not hear anything about illegals being mistreated in ICE detention centers. I didn't hear anything about that. bro, I went from what the protesters was telling us on pretty much on the news, and they was going like, no, we are upset that they are taking the illegals out of here. These people are hardworking people. They're part of our community. They're members of our community. We want to protect them. And of course, it's it's a feel good position, but they are illegals. They need to get up out of here, or they need to self-deport and get in here the right way.
Late tonight, President Trump not ruling out going even further in the days to come. But California's governor pushing back hard, saying the president's hoping for chaos to justify more crackdowns, telling protesters not to give him what he wants. We've got team coverage tonight, starting with our Steve Patterson on the ground near those demonstrations.
Hallie, just moments ago, Governor Newsom asked the Trump administration to officially rescind the order to federalize the National Guard on the ground. Meanwhile, this rally continues to pop off, LAPD declaring it unlawful, and they're making arrests.
Tonight, protesters and law enforcement officials squaring off after days of raids, riots, and demonstrations. And a rare move by President Trump, mobilizing 2,000 California National Guard troops against the will of the state's governor. Overnight, another major flashpoint in front of the federal detention center where undocumented immigrants captured by ICE are being held.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So at a certain point, they are trying to free illegals, which is, well, illegal. So at a certain point, yeah, this is why he does need to bring in the National Guard, because this is starting to turn into an insurrection at a certain point. Just like I said with January 6th, but that was a spin. January 6th was a protest turned riots, and the media spun it into an insurrection. Well, this is a protest / riot. And you know what, Dems? I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to say, maybe you guys should stop here before the media spins it as an insurrection, or until you do something very insurrection-y, like run inside an ICE facility to free illegals. I mean, guys, where you think that's going to land you?
In nearby Compton, chaos. Protests there dissolving into lawlessness. Demonstrators upending roadblocks, setting.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to my man Castro. He said Elon retracted because Schiff agreed with him. I mean, trust me, all Trump's enemies was agreeing with Elon. Elon had to look around and be like, okay, I don't want to be a part of this group. Like, whoops.
Off fireworks, while a small group of looters broke into a gas station. Yep. These protests followed a day of skirmishes between authorities and protesters outside of a Home Depot. Law enforcement firing.
You know, so crazy. I'm pretty sure more damage has already been done than on January 6th in this moment right here already. Tear
gas and non-lethal rounds into several crowds.
I couldn't see who was shooting, but they were trying to aim like right at me, which is like it's very scary.
Sheriff Robert Luna saying his deputies only acted as peacekeepers and didn't assist with any federal action.
We will protect your right to peacefully protest, but we cannot and will not tolerate violence or destruction of property.
Today, Governor Gavin Newsom.
That's already happening, and that's the problem with, well, the state officials or the police in that area, is that you guys do not have enough personnel, and Gavin Newsom don't want to admit that they need the help, because I'm be real with you. I mean, bro, the state of California has already been nothing but a shit show for about what, 2 years or so, maybe longer. But for as long as I've been, listening to politics, it does sound like the things have gotten even worse during the past 2 years. And then, of course, the LA fires and now the LA riot, that was involving looting. Well, and once again, fires.
Newsom accused President Trump of attempting to manufacture a crisis by mobilizing the National Guard, adding he's hoping for chaos so he can justify more crackdowns, more fear, more control. Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, defended the move to NBC's Jacob Soboroff and says about 150 undocumented immigrants have been detained in the last few days.
Not just to protect the law enforcement, to protect the general public. If Democratic leaders want to turn their back on public safety, they can.
Tonight, tensions reaching a boiling point as more troops hit the ground.
Our Steve Patterson reporting in Los Angeles. And here in Washington and beyond, new concern from critics over the president's tactics with this federal deployment. Our Gabe Gutierrez reports.
With the National Guard troops now on the ground in L.A., tonight President Trump is defending their deployment.
What we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart.
The president calling Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass incompetent, while Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says that active duty Marines at Camp Pendleton are on high alert and could be mobilized if the violence continues.
One of our core principles is maintaining peace through strength. We do that on foreign affairs and domestic affairs as well. I don't think that's heavy-handed.
Late today, on his way to Camp David,
pretty much they're saying, look, guys, you guys can just F around and find out if you want to, but like when military force hits the ground, just know you guys will be getting round up, because that means it has escalated to that insurrection territory.
President saying he personally spoke with Governor Newsom days ago by phone and threatened to send in the troops once he saw demonstrators throwing objects and spitting on officers.
Yep, and what is it? They're holding up the highways, they're burning trash in the streets, they're burning things all over LA, they're rioting, they're looting. I mean, damn, like what is it? BLM part 2? Like, all right, so now it's for the black. Well, the first part was for the black people, but now we're gonna do it for the Mexicans. Like, bruh, this is crazy.
They spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military.
Democrats slamming the deployment, arguing troops are an unnecessary escalation.
For the president to do this when it wasn't requested, breaking with generations of tradition, is only going to incite the situation and make things worse.
This is the first time since 1965 in Alabama, the civil rights era, that a president has activated a state's National Guard force without a request from that state's governor.
We'll send whatever we need to make sure this law.
No, it wasn't the first time their governor was incompetent.
And order.
Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now. And Gabe, the president is not ruling out invoking something called the Insurrection Act. It's rarely used, which would take all of this a step further.
Yes, Hallie. The Insurrection Act is an 18th century wartime law that authorizes the president to deploy military forces inside the U.S. during times of rebellion. He has not invoked it yet. Instead, he's using another statute that allows the president to federalize the National Guard under certain circumstances. Still, there are many legal questions swirling around all of this, Hallie.
Man, all right, now let's get into Face the Nation. I believe, what's this man's name? Was it Republican Tony Gonez? All right, let's go.
Texas Republican representative. We are now joined by Texas Republican Representative Tony Gonzalez. Good morning and good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
You're always focused on immigration because of your district, but when you're watching what happens out there in LA and using federal authorities as they are being used here, are you comfortable with what the president is doing?
Yeah, first, happy birthday to my mama who's back in San Antonio. To your question, yes, I am comfortable with it. It's tragic to see what's happening in LA. I spent 20 years in the military. I fought in 2 wars. I fought to give people the freedom to protest whatever the hell they want to. But what we're seeing in LA are not advocates. We're seeing anarchists. And the president of the United States.
Yeah, they're choosing what laws they want to obey. And that is anarchy in a way. It's like, yo, there is an immigration law that we have in order. And just because you guys are upset about it doesn't mean you guys can straight up disobey it. Yeah, that is a bit like anarchy. And then look what the looters are doing. Just because this anarchy is going around, they're choosing that, you know what? You know, on a normal day, you're not supposed to steal. But today, guess what? We steal.
Should absolutely put down the mob as soon as possible. But this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Are you comfortable with active duty Marines being put on high alert for possible deployment to quell a civil disturbance?
If need be, but you know, you always want to escalate.
Against the will of the governor.
You always want to escalate to de-escalate, but it first starts where you have to have local law enforcement get engaged. But if local law enforcement is removed, and then you don't have the state.
Oh, shout out Big Wave Dave. My bad, man. He says Newsom is a piece of trash. Honestly, look at what they are showing. Is this like the BLM riots? Mostly peaceful? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? It's just like, bro, they're not doing no peaceful protest. This is not peaceful. They're attacking ICE agents. You Dems are supposed to be against this because you guys were, you know, very hot. You guys were very on what? You was on the January 6ers' ass when they was attacking Capitol Police. Well, where's the outrage for attacking ICE agents who are also police, like law enforcement? Where's the same outrage at?
state law enforcement, then who is going to take care of the people? I want to see safety. I want to see safety and security, all places to include LA. But once again, this is the tip of the iceberg. We're talking about 100,000 people that have been deployed or that have been deported. The numbers are about to go way up.
Well, we have reached out to the
because there was already something done saying there's about like, what was it? There's already like a study, I believe, or they already ran the numbers. It was on ABC News where they said there's like 10 million undocumented immigrants. Yes, 10 million undocumented immigrants, aka 10 million illegal immigrants.
The state, we have reached out to the mayor. The LAPD, as I was reading there, the top federal prosecutor in that city said LAPD did respond. The sheriff in Paramount said they aren't there to do federal law enforcement, but they did.
All right, let me go ahead and catch up on the super chats. Appreciate the support. Shout out Vlastine. What the fuck is the LA riots? Is that a new type of riot? I'm weak. Hey, man, apparently. Shout out to my man Vlad. And shout out to my man AJ. Said, I believe the Dems are responsible. No proof. I mean, bro, to be honest, all the rhetoric they've been having towards ICE, like they're even saying that ICE is a terrorist organization at a certain point. Like all the rhetoric they've been having towards protecting illegals or undocumented immigrants and them actually being able to, take advantage of the workforce. Yeah. Due to that type of rhetoric, I could say there is a proof of support, not proof of cause, but it definitely got proof of support. And shout out to my man Jet. Hey, man, it's appreciated. He says, Democrat logic. Let's mess up our city. That'll show them. I know, right? Like these people.
Respond when federal authorities were in peril and asked for help. But bringing it to your district, you have a major city, you have San Antonio. You also have rural areas. Is the administration targeting blue cities with blue governors they don't like, or are you seeing similar actions in Texas?
I think what they're targeting is they're trying to deport people as fast as they possibly can. What's going to happen is it's going to be across the country. And once again, this is the tip of the iceberg. Joe Biden took a hatchet. What do you mean by that? Joe Biden took a hatchet to an already broken immigration system. Right now, there's over 400,000 asylum seekers that under the last administration had their cases closed without adjudication. Right. They weren't given a yes. They weren't given a no. They just had their cases closed. So one could argue that these 400,000 people are in this country illegally and should be deported immediately. One could also argue that these 400,000 people did not get proper, an opportunity to state their case, and they didn't have that ability. What I'm worried about is this thing's going to escalate. It's not going to be just LA. It'll be cities all over the country as we continue to deport people.
You said back in November the administration would fail if it began going after non-violent migrants. You said if the message is we're here to deport your abuelita, this is not going to work well. You heard our reporting. People are getting arrested going to court appearances, trying to abide by the law. We have these cases of, for example, a 19-year-old high schooler on his way to volleyball team practice in Massachusetts, arrested because his student visa had expired.
Yeah.
An Afghan soldier in Houston who used to guard American soldiers at bases with 8 kids to his name, arrested even though he entered this country with legal status. Are these people the worst of the worst?
No.
They're not. But this is what's going to happen.
I'm sorry. What type of question is that? Like, sweetheart, you know who we're talking about. We're talking about the illegals. But let's be real, though. We also got to be honest that there are people out here who aren't violent offenders, but they overstayed their welcome or they did not get their paperwork in order. That's their fault. So, yeah, they are included, but they're not the worst of the worst. Actually, you're being disingenuous. Kilmar Garcia will what we call the worst of the worst, but it's crazy how they refuse to bring up his name again.
Is as these 400,000 asylum seekers that are in limbo, if you will, start to get deported. Maria, who's 23.
And sorry, guys, I had to fix the title real quick. Appreciate you, Vlad. Appreciate you. I was tripping. But shout out to my man, Big Wave Dave. He says, who's going to pick? Wow, Dave. Who's going to pick our food? Yeah, I know, right? Hey, it could always turn into, one of those summer jobs for the teenagers, preteens, people working like 13, 14. That's always a nice thing. And shout out Big Wave Dave. Who's going to clean our houses and do the jobs we don't want to do? Yeah, who's racist now? No, honestly, because these guys here.
Bruh. Years old that was from Honduras that was told to come to the United States for a better life and has gotten married and has had children. As she gets ripped from that life and gets sent back to Honduras, it's going to be very painful for us. What I'd like for us to do is focus on the convicted criminal illegal aliens. Last year, I asked you.
I mean, yeah, we understand that. We understand that, there's people who just kind of just disregarded the law and now they have to pay for that through being separated from their family. That's on them. And I understand it sucks. We feel bad, but the law is the law, guys. It is what it is.
Is that happening? Because right now, it looks like they're trying to run up the numbers, frankly.
Last year, I asked the administration what that number was. It was 606.
I mean, yeah, to be quite honest, though,
we do not care.
Hey, man, if you overstayed your welcome or if you weren't supposed to be here anyway, you got to get up out of here. I know you got a family, friends, you're in the community, but
we do not care.
62,000. Last month, I asked, as of July of last year, I asked Secretary Noem under oath, I asked her, has that number increased or has that number decreased? She responded that the number of convicted criminal illegal aliens has increased. So that means we have over 600,000. We should absolutely focus on that population, the worst of the worst, and make sure that those are the areas that get removed. Otherwise, it's going to take us down this route of constant civil conflict.
The vice president used what's happening as an opportunity to say that this massive bill the president wants Congress to pass should get passed quickly. It's got about $46 billion for the border wall, other money for Border Patrol. The Homeland Security chair in the Senate, Rand Paul, was on this program last Sunday. He said this is too much money. It inflates the cost of the wall eightfold. Should the Senate claw back some of the money that members of the House just passed?
Well, I don't know if Rand Paul has ever found a bill he's ever liked, and he's probably not wrong because every bill has flaws to it. But there's $168 billion in this bill for border security. That's important, but it's also important that we have oversight to these funds. You can't just write a blank check.
Yeah, I would ask Rand Paul. I'm like, dog, you want to make that argument to the border states that was low-key suffering the most under this open border policy? You want to try to make them arguments to those guys? Because Rand Paul is Kentucky, I believe. So, the border problem, trust me, dog, it was never really his problem. So I get where he's kind of like unsympathetic a little bit to the cause of the border states who kind of like, yo, yeah, please put more money into this border, please. But he's over here like, well, we're spending too much. Well, please, Rand Paul, why don't you be a border state and govern a border state and see how you feel then?
To the administration and expect them to go out and accomplish these. These are very complicated, difficult tasks. This is where Congress has to come alongside and make sure that those funds are going to the right places. That once again, that we're going after these convicted, over 600,000 convicted criminal illegal aliens, that everyone, agrees that, you take those people out of your community, everyone gets safe. That's the area we should focus on.
So you voted for this bill,
sure.
the last version of it that the Senate is now tweaking. You're also a fan of Elon Musk. You were on this program, I think it was back in March, and you said he's like the prime minister of the United States. Sorry, December, I think. Musk said about this bill, this massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. You know it was wrong. Are you going to reconsider your vote after the Senate finishes its review?
Well, one, Elon has done more for humanity and is going to continue to do more. That's why I'm a fan of his. Two is he speaks without a filter. He's not wrong. That bill had a lot of issues to it, but I don't get it. As a member, I get to say yes or no. I get to make it as best as possible. We got to see what the Senate does. What I'm really concerned is are they going to touch Medicaid? Right? The president has said don't touch Medicaid. We've come out very early on, a lot of members on the House, to make sure you don't gut programs that work. And how do you give money to the resources where you need it, like border?
But they still say we're cutting Medicaid, even though we're just pretty much cutting the recipients. We're pretty much cutting the people who are taking advantage of the system, but they frame it as, oh no, they're trying to take your grandma off the Medicaid. They're trying to unplug your grandmother. It's like, you guys are ridiculous, but hey, man, it is what it is.
Border security. So the Senate's going to do its part. I got to wait to see the final product before I'm a yes or no, but I think we have a lot of work to do.
Are you comfortable with what it does to Medicaid?
Right now, I mean, from where it was, yeah, I'm okay with people having to work in order to get benefits. I don't want to see what I don't want to see is I don't want to see seniors have, and the most vulnerable of our population have their health care ripped away from them. And I think a lot of that has been clawed back.
Well, we will watch the developing news on this front. Thank you, Congressman.
All right. Now let's get into what was it, News Nation and their coverage on the riot. Yep, right back to the riot.
Well, right now it's still daylight, so I'm thinking that it could potentially, I mean, what we're seeing now is a huge startup for when the sun goes down, when activity really kicks off. My FBI brethren, Bobby Chacon, said just a little while ago, he used a perfect term that the mayor poured fire on this, and that is exactly what we're seeing. And this fire right here, LA has to remember it almost burnt down just a few months ago. And when we start to see this type of...
So when that gust of wind comes through, then... And that's what's so crazy is like, do y'all not care about what just happened? Like, didn't you guys just go through something like, involving fire? Like, if I was living in LA, bro, I would be so like, bro, my heart would literally race every time I just see an open fire out somewhere. The fact that they're just doing this willy-nilly is crazy. But shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, funny how before Elon was hated, now they all quote him. Bunch of hypocrites. They are idiots. No, honestly, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy how we had somebody here who called in and they were trying to say, well, we should believe Elon now that he's going against Trump. But hold on, you guys wasn't believing Elon because he was with Trump. You guys were calling him a liar, the secret president, all that wild stuff until he started disagreeing with Trump. Now he's credible. Okay, guys. Okay.
Of actions, it is no longer a peaceful protest. It doesn't matter that some people stand around. The reality is this has gone from a protest to a riot, and it's actually been that way for about 3 days now. And this is the perfect example of where the National Guard could be used. Usually they're a buffer or a blocking force as an augment to law enforcement. But when we get to this point, this is exactly why President Trump pushed and activated the National Guard in that area. And even the mayor said that this is how incompetent she is. She said that she knew they were being activated, but she didn't think that they would actually be on the street. So I don't know what she thinks, but this is exactly why. That incompetence, these rioters, equal the National Guard being called up, and if the mayor wasn't going to do it, the governor wasn't going to do it, then the president did the right thing. Exactly. And this is why citizens should not have to deal with this kind of Well,
let's get to citizens on the street. I mean, shout out what was it, Fox 32
the
News?
National Guard, they're here to, ensure.
You
just stay with me. Our photographer Andy doing an incredible job. So we're walking together. I just want you to see.
Whoops, wrong one.
So it's
wrong one, guys. Let's get to the right one because they were talking to people on the street.
The White House is sending the National Guard to Los Angeles after another day of violent protests between protesters and immigration agents. This video in Compton shows security forces firing projectiles toward the demonstrators. Now, these clashes have been happening for the past couple of days after ICE conducted raids in other parts of L.A. Gina Silva has the latest.
It sounded like a war zone in downtown L.A., with federal agents hurling flashbangs into the air, trying to scatter protesters.
I know, right? Sounds crazy out there. But shout out to Michelle. Hey, sis, how you doing? Because of what Biden and the cronies did, Trump is trying to bring our country back from behind. That is not going to be cheap, but a must. Yeah, exactly. I know how the Dems complain about, but what about all the billions of dollars that's going to be spent to deport them? I mean, well, we wouldn't have to spend it if you guys didn't make the mess. And this is absolutely crazy what's going on in LA, because they're literally starting to stop the deportation of illegals. Like, that's what you guys are standing on right now.
protesters during an ICE raid.
They are saying they're doing this because they're going after criminals. They're not going after criminals, they're going after workers.
Multiple ICE raids were carried across Los Angeles. In the fashion district in downtown LA, several workers were detained at Ambience clothing store on Town Avenue. Rosa Ramirez says one of them was her friend.
Sad, because all of us, we have family, and it's really sad.
I bet it is sad, but here's the thing though, your friend didn't have the papers right, so he's getting deported. You're good, sis, but not your friend.
I don't have words. He was only my friend, and I feel bad for him.
When ICE agents arrived in white vans, protesters tried to block them from entering the parking lot. They were quickly pushed aside, and during the scuffle, several people were reported.
Hey, yo, it's kind of crazy how these people think they could push back a big-ass truck. It's like, if you don't move your ass out the way for your accident and hurt yourself.
Reportedly injured, including SEIU president David Huerta. Rosa says they were all forcibly removed.
They grabbed anyone that was there. So they grabbed me. First, they grabbed my daughter and pushed her on the fence. I tried to get her, and then they...
And shout out Big Wave Dave. He broke the law. It's like, bro, I don't really get it either. It's like, he broke the law. He wasn't supposed to be here. Like, what is so hard to understand that they are just doing their job. That's it. And you guys are upset about that. I just can't understand it.
The FBI got me from the throat.
A spokesperson for U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says the raids at Ambience locations were conducted to serve search warrants based on probable cause that the employer was using fictitious documents for some of its workers. The FBI, the ATF, and ICE agents conducted Friday's raids. The LAPD was present, but Chief Jim McDonnell issued a statement that says in part, while the LAPD will continue to have a visible presence in all our communities to ensure public safety, we will not assist or participate in any form of mass deportations.
I think it's horrible, honestly. I think there needs to be...
Wow. So like I said, that's why the National Guard had to get involved, because LAPD literally says that, yeah, we're not going to assist or participate in any form of mass deportation. So you're not helping out ICE, and that's the problem. That's why the National Guard has to be sent in, because most likely the sheriffs are standing on the same type of ordeal. So now, yeah, we have to get outside forces to come in and uphold the law since, well, I'll be real with you, not even the law enforcement over there trying to even uphold the law. The local law enforcement.
In any form of mass deportations.
I think it's horrible, honestly. I think there needs to be some change, because there's no way that this should be all right, that they could just come in and take them whenever they want.
As the one,
it's the law, sis. Read the law. Yes, we can come in there and take them whenever they can. They can do that. They can come in there and take them whenever they want, however they want, because they are here illegally. Do you not understand that? What's so hard to understand, guys? What's so hard? I just don't get you guys.
White ICE vans tried to leave the area. Protesters blocked their path. One person fell and appeared to be struck. The van kept on going.
People should not be kidnapped. Right now, we're seeing a lot of what used to be called fascism.
Kidnapped, bro. What? They're not being kidnapped. They were here illegally. They're being taken into ICE custody for deportation or expedited removal. That's it. There's no kidnapping here. It's like, what? They weren't even supposed to be here. If anything, we're sending them back where they were supposed to be.
And right now, they are kidnapping folks. There's no due process.
That was Gina Silva reporting. President Trump posted a statement on Truth Social early this morning saying in part,
it's like, now they're saying that being arrested is like out of due process. It's like, bro, yes, we got to arrest them and we got to see if they're eligible for expedited removal, which means that, yeah, we just pretty much get them up out of here. No court, no lawyer, no nothing. You're gone. And then, or if they're eligible for deportation, the regular deportation where they get a court hearing and a representative where they can go ahead and, appeal it if they want to. And then we'll go through that whole process with them. But there's only two ways it's going to be done. I'll tell you that right now. And both of those is due process. Hey, and shout out to my man, Jane Myers. Appreciate the support.
Quote, great job by the National Guard in Los Angeles after 2 days of violence, clashes, and unrest. He goes on to say These radical left protests by instigators and often paid troublemakers will not be tolerated.
I hope not. All right, now let's get over here to Sky News, who's pretty much saying that Gavin Newsom didn't really plan to do anything about this. Yes, Gavin Newsom was never going to call up the National Guard to LA. Crazy work there.
Looks like an arrest. We have live pictures coming to us from LA. This is now these protests in a third day. Looks like an arrest is being made by troops. The National Guard has been sent in.
And that's what they're stopping. So they say, and this is where the girl on News Nation kind of lied a little bit, or maybe she told us something that we just weren't aware of. So I would say this: either she's like kind of misrepresenting the argument for the protest, or with the reason for the protest, or we just didn't know that. Oh well, apparently they're protesting because of the mistreatment of illegals in ICE detention facilities. That's what she said. But as you see, though, they're just arresting an illegal, doing their job, and there's these protesters trying to stop them. Like I said, when we listen to the protesters, they're saying it's all about the ICE roundups. But the news want to tell you that it's some type of humanitarian concern going on in ICE facilities.
By Donald Trump in the last 5 minutes or so, this protest, which had tempered for the last couple of hours, seems to have flared up. So there's been a bit of activity. It looks like there's smoke and tear gas being sprayed in LA there. But, you know, there's a lot of National Guard. They're not quite at the number of the protests, but it is up there. You'd say from these pictures alone on this area, you have at least, you know, not half, but I would say, you know, it's kind of 2 to 1 on the authorities and National Guards to rioters or protesters.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says James Wood posted a pic of the bricks in Cali. I mean, bro, actually, I got some videos to show y'all myself, because trust me, man, Twitter or X was lighting up with all types of videos that the news was not trying to show you.
There, I want to bring in now former White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, now at Bondi Partners. Mick, great to see you. LA is prone, I might say, to a protest. They know how to do one, but this is certainly a flare-up. Gavin Newsom says it's overkill by Donald Trump.
Yeah, it is. Well, not overkill. This is not overkill. No. She don't know what overkill is, to be quite honest with you. Like, and I'm gonna tell you why she don't know what overkill is, because she hasn't seen what's really going on the ground. Let me show you guys something. This is crazy, right? And hey, man, follow me on X, guys. But this is crazy. This is overkill. This right here. Yeah, that is what I would consider overkill. Right? Are we all in agreement with that? Okay.
He's trying to make a political point. What do you think?
Let's talk about a couple of different things. By the way, it's good to see you. It is unusual, Laura, in this country for the president of the United States to call up the National Guard without the request of the governor. The National Guard under our system is a state-based system. They are not federal troops. The president of the United States does have the authority to federalize them, to call them into federal service, and that is what Trump has done here. But it is very, very rare. So that's what you're hearing Gavin Newsom complain about, amongst a bunch of other things, is that Donald Trump federalized his state National Guard without his approval.
Yeah, right. So I think I read in the LA Times that this hasn't happened without the behest of the California governor or any state governor since 1965. Now, I don't know what that event was, but this hasn't happened since then.
That would have been part of our civil rights movement back in the 1960s, and the president at the time decided that that the governor was not going to call up the federal troops, and the president wanted to restore order, and he did, which is exactly, I think, it's a nice parallel between what's happening now. I think Donald Trump was relatively confident. I think he's probably right. The Gavin Newsom was never going to call up the National Guard for this. It's very politically unpopular in very heavily progressively left-leaning California for the governor to call up the National Guard. That would be one of the last things that a progressive Democrat governor would want to do.
I mean, yeah, and I understand, bowing to his constituents, but I mean, apparently they don't know what's good for them. They're about to literally let themselves get looted But all right, now let's go to X and let's go into some of this footage that's just now coming out, like them holding up the bus.
To help with arrests, those agents, the Border Patrol, or it's to make arrests. Oh, looks like the bus is moving, even though protesters are trying to stop it from moving.
Wow.
So we don't know if this is reinforcements, if this is to help with arrests, or to get those agents out of there. But this situation continues to just unravel here in Paramount right now. We're bringing you live pictures. This is Josh Haskell with ABC 7 Eyewitness News of protesters literally trying to stop this bus with their own hands. And the bus is slowly creeping up. And it does not appear that this bus is full of, I don't know who is on this bus. I don't know if anyone is on this bus, but they are kind of trying to creep forward. And I don't see how this situation.
So you see how things are a bit weird out here. I mean, shoot, we got more videos to show you guys. I mean, once again, they're looting, starting fires. Crazy. And shout out Big Wave Dave. He said, hey, that's a mostly peaceful. I know, right? Right, guys. They said mostly peaceful. And the funny thing is, they'll tell the Dems that, and then they'll just believe it. Yeah, I know, right? It just gets crazier and crazier. Motorcycles in the street. Whoa. Oh, yeah, okay, they're burning something. Oh, yeah, burning a car. Yeah. Mostly peaceful though, right? I mean, god damn. You know what? Somebody said in the chat that this makes January 6th look like a picnic. And I was like, you know, you might be right there, because this is a bit wild. So yeah, that's a lot going on right there, guys. But hey, they said it was peaceful. Am I right? Oh, don't worry, I got more for you. It's always fun. Look at them throwing the bricks, the rocks, right at police officers. And then got masked up, running up out of there. These guys are hiding behind a dumpster. And they got umbrellas because, well, the police has only been authorized, I guess, to use pellets. So, I mean, thank God for that. Man, they throw right behind something that's burning? What is going on? Guys, what in God's name? This nigga. Yeah. So this is pretty much what's going on. Oh, yes, in this video right here, this is also a classic. Right at them. Innocent vehicles. Vehicles ain't got nothing to do with this. They're nice vehicles, of course. Don't care. These guys. Bricks. Hey, nah, they broke something. I heard it. I mean, this is sad. This is sad because some of these people, they don't deserve this. They don't deserve. Okay, well, I guess that's enough footage of that. And I guess I rubbed in the point. I guess good enough. Good enough. All right, now let's go to CNN and let's see what they got to say.
Trump is deploying 2,000 National Guard troops to California amid protests over his immigration raids. Just the latest huge development in a week that saw the president having a big falling out with the person who was his closest political ally, the richest man in the world. Here with me now is another Trump close ally, Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma. Senator, thank you so much for being here. Starting with what's happening in California,
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. The last time the National Guard was federalized was 1992 during the LA riots. Then it was done at the governor's request. In fact, the president hasn't unilaterally federalized the National Guard since LBJ.
I know I did. Hey, shout out Luke. He's like, "Dems are so tolerant and educated." I know, right? This the most tolerant people I'd ever seen in my life at this point.
Sent troops to Alabama in 1965 to protect civil rights marchers. That's according to the Brennan Center. So my question for you is, why does this situation justify the president bypassing California's governor entirely?
Well, you got two issues here. You have a very weak, lawless, bleeding governor and Governor Newsom, who's not enforcing the nation's laws. And then you had a Biden administration for the last 4 years that didn't enforce our immigration laws, which is why.
And I'm telling you, like, literally, the way the Dems are acting right now, you would think the ICE agents are literally like yelling this.
We need to pass this one big, beautiful bill so we can secure our border and focus on getting these illegals out of the country. Regardless of what they may be doing right now, they entered the country illegally, and therefore they are illegal and they are criminals.
Hey, and shout out to my man James. He says, living in the, well, not James Fuller, but James Sally. He says, living in the deserts of California, they won't try that up here. They protest, but the second riots start, guns come out. Man, yeah, the protest, but the second riots start, guns come out. We are red in the desert. Hey, man, shout out to you guys. They said, yeah, y'all not going to pull that up here, especially in this dry weather. I can pretty much understand that one right there. But all right, hey, man, appreciate that one. Hey, man, shout out to my people in California. I do hope you guys are safe and this isn't affecting you guys too much.
And they need to be deported. And I don't know why a governor would want to try to protect illegal activity inside a state. And
well, let's be honest. They kind of told us they were going to do this. Let's be real. When they said they were going to go into the sanctuary cities, bro, they got mayors, like political officials literally saying that, oh, yeah, well, we'll hide them. We'll try our best to protect them. So to be quite honest, they're kind of just telling us what they said they were going to do. I'm not even mad at it. Like, I'm upset, but I'm kind of like, all right, well, you kind of told us you were going to do this. So maybe we should have seen this coming, but we didn't really expect it to get like this. We thought you guys were going to protest, have the nice little jingles, and that was going to be that. We didn't think you were going to start throwing bricks at cars and burning cars in the street. Like, who'd have knew? Who'd have knew, right?
The president has made it very clear. If the governor or the mayor of the city isn't willing to protect the citizens of his state or the city, then the president will. The American people elected him to restore the law and order back to our streets, and that's why murders are down. That's why people are optimistic today about the future of our country, and that's why we need to continue this step by passing one big, beautiful bill.
Senator, the LA County Police.
Yeah, and all the Dems are doing is help selling this one big beautiful bills, because there's more enforcement, there's more money for ICE. They get 10,000 new ICE agents. So yeah, kind of really selling the big beautiful bill for Trump at a certain point with this whole LA riot going on.
Say that they have it under control. And Governor Newsom says
sending
National Guard.
Right?
Governor Newsom says that the National Guard, at least sending them.
Hey, shout out Jet, brother. Hey, man, shout out the supporters, man. I appreciate you guys. But Jay, he says, nothing stops global warming like burning stuff. I know, right? It is pretty stupid. I mean, I am looking at this whole situation just
stupid.
Like, why? I thought this was about global warming. Now y'all burning stuff in the street. Hold on. It really is crazy. Like, y'all just went through like a crazy wildfire and you're burning stuff in the street. You know what? I ain't gonna lie. LA residents are fearless. You guys are fearless. Never could I ever went through something like the LA wildfires and have the nerve to start any type of fire in the street. Like, my heart would literally be racing in the process. Like, I would literally have my finger in the air, like, man, you gotta watch out for that wind, man, because this little fire could turn into a forest fire or a city fire just if the wind goes in the right direction, right, guys? We have the right dry wind. Yet they're just so reckless just to do it in the middle of the street. Like I said, my heart would be racing.
Is purposely inflaming and will only escalate tensions there.
Well, words are cheap, especially when you got video. And so you asked me, did it look like it was under, or I'll ask you, did it look like it was under control? It doesn't. It is absolutely not in control. You saw rioters throwing rocks, throwing fireworks, being extremely aggressive towards not just.
And then if the city catches on fire, oh, it's Trump's fault. Like, bro, what? I can only imagine if there's a huge fire that starts out, the wind takes off, we have another, not just a riot, but a huge fire as well. I can just imagine it. It is all Trump's fault. If Trump would have never sent in that National Guard, if Trump would have never had these immigration policies, this would have never happened. Man, I could see the spin from here.
Federal agents, but even the county and the local PD that was there. So does it look like it's under control? Absolutely not. The difference between what you're seeing during the riots back in, what was it, 96? I forget what year 92. That was, to what we are today, 92, to where we are today, is that the governor was actually working with the president of the United States. Now you have a governor that isn't. And once again, California's became basically a sanctuary state, and the American people don't want that. And that's why President Trump is pushing really hard for us to pass this bill, because it will secure the border and we can start deporting these illegals. I mean, think about this. They were literally out there protesting, carrying a foreign flag. That is absolutely.
Bro, they're carrying a foreign flag while hanging the American flag upside down. I was overly offended. I'm just like, bro, just go to Mexico then. And then, like, here's the thing, though. Can you imagine just waving the flag of a country where if you was to do the same thing in that country, you'd be decapitated by the cartel because they basically own that country? I mean, can you imagine that? I mean, can you imagine going against a country that even allows you to wave your flag, have freedom of speech, allows you to protest? Bro, can you imagine that? And then disrespecting the flag, the country of the flag that allowed you all these freedoms and all this opportunity. I mean, like, bro, go there. This is why we always tell you guys, go there then if you love it so much. If you want to wave your country's flag, the country that these guys ran away from. So no offense, I respect the Hispanics, but it can't be that great in Mexico if you're running from there and coming over here. And then you want to have the bullshit excuse of, oh, well, this always been Mexico. You guys took it from us. Yeah, the term, we took it from you guys.
Insane. I mean, they're not just peaceful protesters. These are illegals. These are exactly why the president is trying to secure our border.
All right. Well, carrying a flag is not illegal, as you know. And I just want to be clear.
Flag, I just want to be flag while you're attacking law enforcement.
Well,
it's pretty.
It's pretty crazy. And shout out to Big Wave Dave. He says, unhappy to say I was born in LA County. So many idiots. I will never live in California, man. I get it, bro. I get it. Me, I just couldn't imagine living somewhere right here, like literally looking around at my neighbors and going like, guys, are we sure we're doing this? Like, yeah, man, we're about to go out there and protest ICE. I'm like, all right, bro, look, guys, hear me out. Could it be that they're actually trying to, just clean up the streets and all that? No, they're trying to take workers and all that good stuff. Yeah, but couldn't, we work those jobs? Like, isn't it kind of racist that we're just implying that all this low wage work needs to be done by these illegals? Isn't that like just seem a little racist to you? Like, I don't know, man. It seems a little like, I don't know, like slavery time stuff. Like, isn't this a bit funny? But we're Dems, guys. We're supposed to be the most inclusive, right? I don't know, man. This seems a bit off.
Bad.
That's a different question. But I just want to just state for the record that what did happen in 1992 was so different from what we're seeing now. I mean, that was a real riot that went all across the city of Los Angeles after a verdict in.
Yeah, so this is a real riot that's even getting into the highway system of LA. So I would ask her, I'm like, do you even know what's really going on here? Because they're getting into the highway, they're blocking the highway, they're all over the damn city. looting. So yeah, actually, you can make a fair assessment and say this basically like it. And man, shout out Luke, man. He says California is turning red, but will there be anything left when it does? I mean, no pun intended. Pun intended. Yeah, shout out. But honestly, yeah, it will. And that's the thing. Due to this type of leadership, this might turn California red. At a certain point, even the sensible libs are even going to look back at their, liberal friends and be like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We went too far, guys. We went too far. We're literally trying to stop law enforcement from doing their job. This is literally what we got mad at January 6th for, and we're doing it ourselves, and then we're trying to frame it as a peaceful protest. What the hell are we doing? If I was a Dem, this is literally that's how literally I'll be speaking right now. Like, what are we doing, guys?
The Rodney King case. This is its
like, hold on. We lost the election on our immigration policies. We lost the election. Like, Dems, you guys lost the election on immigration policies, yet you're trying to uphold your immigration policies in the state of California. Like, what's wrong with you guys? You lost on these policies. Obviously, most of Americans wanted to change. You guys got to sit this one to the side. Like, come on. Y'all lost on this
situation where the LA County Police,
Dana,
it's not good, but they're saying that they have it under control.
And shout out Michelle. Says California is mostly red. Yeah, except for them highly populated Democratic cities. I mean, I'm so happy that the highly populated cities don't have that sway in Ohio. Like, yeah, we got highly populated Democratic cities. Well, all the inner cities are, blue. But due to the fact that we have so much rural area, it kind of takes over the, highly populated Democratic cities.
Control, and the president is sending national.
California has too, so it's a bit strange.
Troops,
Dana,
federal
you and I
troops,
can
in a
look
way
at this. We can look at this and we can obviously see that it is not under control. It's not under control. You and I both can see that it's not under control. And a riot is a riot. They're throwing all types of objects at law enforcement, and the president is absolutely right. I can't say this enough. This is why the American people elected President Trump, because we are moving in the right direction, and we are laser focused on continuing to do that, and that is why we want to pass this big piece of legislation that is going to move the American people even farther down the track and getting us back on track and getting us away from the disastrous policies of the Biden administration.
So let's talk about that bill, sir. You're talking about the very important piece of the president's agenda, his big legislation that is before you in the Senate right now. There are several Senate Republicans, your GOP colleagues, who say that they're concerned that the Medicaid cuts in the bill will jeopardize funding for rural hospitals. Almost 1 in 4 people in your state of Oklahoma rely on Medicaid. The head of the Oklahoma Hospital Association says that these cuts could lead to some hospitals failing or forcing them to scale back services they provide. Does that concern you?
Let's talk about what we're actually doing, because Bernie Sanders and the Democrat Party, they're absolutely lying about us kicking people off.
These are Republicans, not Bernie
people
Sanders.
Off that deserve that. Hold on. We're not talking.
Hold on now. I have not heard no Republicans make that argument, Dana. Come on now. Don't lie. I have not heard. I've heard Republicans make the argument of there's not enough spending cuts, which you Dems are against. So it's actually pretty funny how she's misrepresenting the arguments that the Republicans have with the big, beautiful bill. No Republican says that, it's going to destroy Medicaid, it's going to cut Medicaid. No, they're saying that, we don't think that is going to cut enough to affect the deficit. That's the argument of the Republican Party. So what you saying? What you trying to say? And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave, man. He says, open it. And shout out, that's a baller alert. And the call-in line has now been open, guys. Appreciate the support. Shout out to my man Big Wave Dave and the rest of the supporters. Appreciate you guys.
Talking about people that deserve and qualify for Medicaid.
And he said good night. He said good night, everyone. So he did that on the exit note. So hey, man, shout out to my man Dave.
My man. Or Medicare. What we're doing is getting rid of the waste and fraud. There's over 6 million people on Medicaid right now that do not qualify underneath current policies. They didn't qualify underneath the Biden policies, but yet the Biden administration allowed them to come on, and they're robbing Medicaid blind, and therefore it's almost becoming unsustainable for those that actually deserve it. Anybody that qualifies for Medicaid, they're not going to see a reduction in benefits. They're not going to see a reduction in coverage. All we're doing is removing the people that are frauding the American taxpayers out of health care. That's it. And no one can say anything different. President Trump has made it very clear we're not reducing or cutting Medicaid benefits.
But Senator, a lot of
Republicans have said the same
Republicans,
thing. We're removing the waste and fraud.
Senator, I'm sorry, a lot of Republicans who you serve with, who are like-minded in many ways, they don't agree with you. They're reading the same bill and they
No. They agree with the man on Medicaid. They don't agree with the man on the spending cuts. Actually, I don't even think this guy agrees with how much the spending cuts are. They want more spending cuts on the bill, which means that they're not talking about Elon, where Elon's complaining that, oh no, where's all the Doge cuts? Because that has to be done during a different bill, reconciliation cycle. They're talking about the cuts that are already in place. They want more cuts. There's already $1.7 trillion cuts. I think Rand Paul said he wants somewhere around like $6 trillion. And maybe we could meet him in the middle with 3 or something. That would still be double the cuts that are already now in the big, beautiful bill. And the Dems are already losing their minds over $1.7 trillion.
They say, we believe that there are people in our state who will get hurt because of these cuts. They will get kicked off of Medicaid or at least their benefits will be diminished.
I have talked to Josh Hawley, who is very outspoken about this. I got a great relationship with Josh. Josh is doing exactly what he should be doing. He's protecting to make sure that those that need it are protected from it. There's nothing wrong with him questioning the bill. The fact is, you can't point to anyone that's losing coverage that deserves and qualifies for the care. But he's being very cautious, and I respect him for doing that. But we have made it very clear, and the president has made it clear, we're not kicking people off that qualify for Medicare and Medicaid coverage. We're just getting rid of the waste and fraud. You can read it yourself.
Well, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation and to push the video, or also those 3 dots up there to like and subscribe to the channel.
Dana, in fact, Dana, I bet you have read it, and you can't find where we're reducing coverage for anybody. We are simply kicking the waste and fraud out of the Medicaid and Medicare system that are literally robbing the taxpayers of the American people.
Okay. Yep. I mean, if this passes.
No. I ain't gonna lie. That'd have been a perfect time for Dana to pretty much say, okay, well, I got it right here. What you talking about? Because it's not in there. Because they know they're pretty much doubling down on the requirements there. Look. One, if you're an able-bodied, childless adult, you can work. You can go out there and volunteer for your community, or you can work for 80 hours a month. So we're not even asking that much to you guys. We're just asking the able-bodied to go out there and contribute into what they're taking out of.
The way it does, I would be interested in coming back to you and talking to you about what happens in the rural hospitals in your state that you've worked so hard to protect. I do want to ask you about the blow-up.
And shout out Big Wave Dave. He said, well, shout out Luke for shouting out Big Wave Dave. He says Big Wave Dave is a baller shot caller. Hey, man, we do appreciate that support. And appreciate you, my man, Luke.
I want to ask you about this blow up between President Trump and Elon Musk, the world's richest man, the president of the United States, trading insults online, kind of like teenagers. According to the Washington Post, there was an argument earlier this year.
Well, not really Trump. Let's be honest. Like they say it was Trump and Elon, but really it was just Elon going crazy on Trump. The man had like 50 memes for the big, beautiful bill. I was even sitting there like, bro, man, you got time.
Here between Musk and the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, literally came to blows. It had to be broken up. Are the men leading our country letting their emotions get in the way of governing?
Well, first of all, Dana, as a former professional fighter, I've learned a long time ago, don't get between two fighters. The fact is we're focused on passing this bill, and the American people elected President Trump and put the Republican people in place to move our country forward and get away from the disastrous policies of the Biden administration and move forward. That's what we're focused on.
So don't get in the way. You're not picking sides?
Run a rabbit trail. We're going to be focused on it. Sorry?
Don't get in the way. You're not picking sides?
Well, honestly, you know, so crazy. They do try to say we're like a cult and we're like a hive mind. We just go along with whatever. But isn't this kind of proof that, you know, the Republicans or MAGA kind of does have, you know, disagreements? Like we don't just go along with the status quo. We don't go along with whatever Trump says or whatever Trump proposes. I think that y'all should honestly appreciate that, but I get it. I get it. Anything to poke at the Trump's agenda. Well, it's a bit petty, but hey, it is what it is. But all right, no, let's get on to our man Bernie Sanders and see what this man had to say.
Response.
Because it's actually funny because he did interview this man Bernie Sanders, I think, in the same day. So let's get right into it.
I want to bring in Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Sir, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to start where I left off with the Congresswoman. What is your response to the fact that the president has ordered 2,000 National Guard troops to California?
Look, Dana, we have a president who is moving this country rapidly into authoritarianism. He is.
Oh, and yeah, shout out, sir. Oh, yeah, make sure to follow me on Rumble. Yeah, I know. I also stream on Rumble, guys.
Suing media who criticizes him. He is going after law firms who have clients who were against him. He's going after universities that teach courses that he doesn't like. He's threatening to impeach judges who rule against him, and he's usurping the powers of.
Whoa. The man didn't say he was going to impeach judges now. The man never said that. He pretty much just said they're trying to, honestly, get the judges to go through the process of, taking things to the federal court instead of trying to stop the president's, power or trying to stop executive powers. Like, that's the problem. It was a district court who tried to stop the president, not the Supreme Court, but a district court. That's wild.
Of the United States Congress. This guy wants all of the power. He does not believe in the Constitution. He does not believe in the rule of law. My understanding is that the governor of California, the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, did not request the National Guard, but he thinks he has a right to do anything he wants. And I would say that to a large degree, the future of this country rests with a small number of Republicans in the House and Senate who know better, who do know what the Constitution is about. And it's high time they stood up for our Constitution and the rule of law. You know, we just celebrated a few days ago, June 6th, the American landing at Normandy, which began the invasion of Europe to defeat fascism and Nazism. Those guys died. They gave up their lives to defend democracy, not to have an all-powerful ruler in the United States of America.
Senator, you mentioned on a very different topic whether Republicans would stand up to the president. There definitely is some clashing politically, internally, among Republicans on the president's legislative agenda, specifically the giant spending and tax bill before the United States Senate. In order to try to fix some of those internal GOP differences, Senate Republicans are eyeing changes to Medicare. We know there are also $700 billion worth of cuts in the existing bill to Medicaid. Is there anything that you and Democrats can do to stop it, since you just don't have the votes?
Well, let's be clear, Dana. What these guys want to do is, according to the CBO, throw 15 million Americans off the health care they now have, on top of the 85 million Americans who are currently uninsured or underinsured, and on top of the fact that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. As you may have seen, there was a report, a study done by Yale University.
Yeah, somebody should tell Bernie. I'm like, Bernie, you got to understand, the reason why these countries are able to do that is because we take care of some of their charges, like their military. Like, maybe we made them pay for their military, you would quickly see how universal health care would just damn near disappear overnight. Like, okay, yeah, we can't afford it no more, guys. We just got to pay for our defense. Or, oh my God, we can no longer afford it, guys. Just got to pay our NATO bill. Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is that, the only reason why they got it is because we pay for it. That's one of the main reasons why some of these guys can be out here with all these social services, because we pay for it.
University and the University of Pennsylvania. They said 50,000 people a year are going to die because of their lack of health care. This impacts not only individuals, it impacts nursing homes, hospitals, it'll impact community health centers. And you know why they are doing this? They are doing this so they can give $600 billion in tax breaks to the top 1%, $400 billion.
And here's the thing, it's like, they're never really able to explain that. All right, so you're telling me, all right, Bernie, tell me this. Tell me, because you say you're not for government, but where are they taking these tax cuts to? And where do you think these tax cuts go? The tax cuts pretty much go to everybody if you really think about it. And tax cuts for billionaires, the only tax cuts that the billionaires got are the ones continued through the 2017 bill. And well, there's honestly there's been actually a tax increase on high earners. So to be honest with you, back in the day, it was, what was it? It's right now it was 37%. Yes, 37% on their earnings. On these are, of high earners. Now it's up to 39.6% through the big beautiful bill. So when you say there's tax cuts for billionaires, I'm sorry, I don't really see anything but the continuation of the tax cuts of 2017.
In tax breaks to large profitable corporations. This bill is an outrage.
Like, no, just explain this. What tax cuts go straight to billionaires? Like, just explain that. Like, how is tax cuts for the middle class going to billionaires? Please tell me.
And the American people got to stand up and fight back. You're asking what we are doing. We are mobilizing people throughout this country, especially in marginal districts.
Bernie, we're not going to fight back against tax cuts that also help us too. I'm sorry, Bernie, you're kind of missing it here. And we're not going to go for what tax increases on the rich that don't really give the people money, but that gives the government money. So this is where you sound a bit communist, because you're trying to take power away from the people through high taxes and give it all to the government. And, what these billionaires and millionaires do with their money is, reinvest into their business, creating, offices, buildings, factories, and giving the middle class jobs and all that good stuff. Yeah. So as much as you guys don't like it, it is better that we let these guys keep not all of their profits, not all of their money, but a decent amount of it. It's not like we just got to gut them for all of their profits. That doesn't help. And this will make these guys, jump ship to other countries. But due to tariffs, that kind of takes that, luxury away from them.
That have Republican members of Congress and demand that people ask their members of Congress, do you support tax breaks for billionaires and throwing kids and elderly people off of the health care that they have?
And I do hear what some people are saying. They're like, but the government gives money to the people, though. Medicaid. All right, so you're telling me, how's that going to help you living, though? You're telling me you're just going to live off Medicaid and what, Social Security? If you're everybody can live off of it? Like, you understand what you're really saying here. So they're going to take all this money from the rich, and the government's going to use it on the poor. I mean, let's be quite honest. The government don't even do that now. They give more money to self-defense that ends up disappearing. So you guys are trusting the government that's been quite untrustworthy with giving you guys these social benefits. But you just want to give it to them more money to do what with? Like, we've already proven that they rather spend money on things overseas and actually help the American people. We've already proven that. So guys want to give more money to the same irresponsible government? And here's the thing. This is what I respect about Trump. He's damn near saying, look, don't even trust us with the money. Here, keep more of y'all money. Do what y'all want to do. When the government's damn near saying, no, let's tax them. Let's keep their money because we know what to do better than what they know what to do with it. It's like, it's a bit condescending. And it shows that you trust the government more than you guys trust yourselves or your fellow American people. Basically, you're saying that you trust this small group of people within the government to control the wealth to be dispersed among everybody. You think that this small group of people in the government knows better than the rest of the American population, including yourself.
So you were talking mostly about Medicaid, which is already in this bill, those cuts that you were describing. One of the issues is Medicare, whether or not there will be changes in order for the Republicans to get votes amongst themselves. Medicare is one of the biggest drivers of federal spending. Are you concerned about America's runaway national debt, and would changes to entitlements like Medicare be necessary to try to rein that in?
Donna, let's talk about healthcare for a moment. As I hope most people know, not only are we the only major country on earth not to guarantee healthcare to all people, we are spending.
Yeah, but then Bernie, you'd also get mad when we tell the countries to pay their bills. So, Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we can't do it, because of all this, humanitarian efforts we do outside of our country. Like I said, it's like y'all want us to go into debt because y'all don't want to cut anything so we can give something to the people. That's one of the main problem with the Dems. I would rock with the Dems if they say, you know what, we got to cut this, that, and the third so we can give more to the people. I would rock with that. But they're like, no, we got to cut here, and here. So what? We can give more to the government? Oh, no, we got to take from the people to give more to the government who wastes the money on these wild-ass humanitarian efforts or this dark budget that's out there that, where the trillions of dollars go missing in the defense spending, or where millions of dollars get used for LGBTQI agendas or just to overthrow governments. Like, come on now, guys. We got to start holding our government a little bit more accountable and stop trying to tell us and stop trying to let the government tell us what we should want the money to go to. Because the way you guys are framing it is that you guys trust the government with our money more than you trust the American people with their own money.
Spending over twice as much per capita on healthcare as the people of any other country. The function of the American healthcare system is to make huge profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies. And if the Republicans are serious about cutting healthcare costs, you don't throw people off of Medicaid or Medicare. You have the guts to take on the insurance companies who are ripping off the American people every single day. We're spending $14,500 per person on healthcare. Outrageous, unsustainable. By far the highest prices in the world. But the Republicans who run
he ain't lying when he said we do pay the most for healthcare, but we are the most unhealthiest. I could say that to personal lifestyle choices, but he's not lying. But that's honestly, so crazy. Bernie's actually complaining about that, but he doesn't mention the fact that Trump is lowering prescription prices by making these prescription companies paid most favored nation prices. So you're complaining about healthcare, but you're not talking about the prescription price win. Okay.
Throw people off of Medicare, children off of Medicaid, rather than take on the insurance companies or the power of the drug companies.
But he did. He did, though. The man literally went against Big Pharma, the same Big Pharma that donated $100 million to him. So I don't know what Bernie's saying, and Bernie has never passed no legislation that even went against the oligarchy in his damn life. So he's talking about fight all this oligarchy. He's been doing nothing but talking and making money his damn self, to be quite honest with you.
Senator, I want to ask you about a situation, a drama that really sort of engulfed everyone and everything here in Washington, which is the breakup between Donald Trump and Elon Musk this week. Some Democrats are trying to recruit Musk to their side, to your side. Semaphore reported that Congressman Ro Khanna spoke with one of Elon Musk's senior confidants about whether Musk might want to help Democrats in the midterms.
Wow.
Do you see Elon Musk as someone who Democrats should work with?
No, I think Musk has evolved over the years. My understanding is he actually voted for Obama, I think, in 2008. But over the years, he has developed into a right-wing extremist. The issue, and I think the drama, the story of what happened last week is you are living increasingly in an oligarchic society. And Musk said to Trump, hey, listen, I spent $270 million to get you elected. I bought you the presidency because we have a corrupt campaign finance system.
Yeah, but Bernie, hold on. You know what? I wonder if he says it.
And billionaires can do that. And Trump said, well, I gave you the right to run the government for 3 or 4 months, but I don't like the guy you want to run NASA.
Yeah, okay, you're just being dishonest then. Okay, he's going to be intellectually dishonest. So you're pretty much saying you're going to ignore the fact that Trump took $250 million from this man and didn't give him anything that he wanted? Like, we're all just going to ignore that fact that he took $250 million and then pretty much said, well, Elon, I'm going to be real with you, dog. I can't give you your EV tax credits. I'm not going to let your man run NASA. So, yeah, bro, you're going to have to just kick rocks. Like, and we just can't sit there and admit that, okay, maybe he can't be bought. Big Pharma tried to buy him with $100 million. He kind of does them dirty. He does them dirty with the prescription prices. Elon does him dirty with the EV tax credit, not letting his man run NASA. So it is a bit funny how we're still sitting here trying to say that Trump is what? Letting Elon run the country. He could be bought by millionaires or billionaires. The man just proved that if you give him too much money, he might low-key spike you in the end, or low-key step on your toes in the end. He's proven that. But once again, the Dems will cover this dishonestly, but they'll still sit there and say that, oh, he's controlled by the billionaires. All he does is for the billionaires, but he done stepped on billionaires' feet all through his presidency so far.
And we're going to get rid of him. And Musk got upset. This is a fight between.
Hold on. The man made, the man made what was it? The guy who owned Facebook, Zuckerberg. He made Zuckerberg go through a congressional hearing over his business. They might be breaking up Facebook because of what this man had to go through. And this man, Zuckerberg, supported Trump. Then he made that man go through a congressional hearing about the ill practices of Facebook and Meta altogether. Like, what? This man has been low-key, like, disrespecting almost any billionaire that gives him money. It's almost hilarious.
Oligarchs. It's a fight about power among the few, and it's really an embarrassment to those of us who believe in democracy and the rule of law.
Well, I was going to ask you if Musk is right when he said the only reason Donald Trump won in November is because he donated $270 million to his campaign. But I know the answer. Your answer is yes.
Nah, he would have won regardless. I don't know why them say that. Oh, he wouldn't have won without Trump. It's like, yeah, he would. Remember, Trump came at the end of Donald Trump's, whole campaign. And Donald Trump was up even then. Like, trust me, those disastrous performances from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's debate and Tim Walz, trust me, that there was nothing Elon can do to ruin the chances of Trump.
Well, you got to
if anything, like I said, he enhanced his chances, but literally without Elon, it'd have been a done deal. Still.
Corrupt campaign finance system, but by the way, it's not just Republicans. Democratic billionaires do that as well. And that's why we need to get rid of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, move to public funding of elections so that billionaires do not buy our democracy.
Senator Bernie Sanders, always good to see you. Thank you so much for coming on this morning, sir.
Thank you very much.
Oh, shout out Bernie. All right, now, man, let's get over to our man, Kevin Hassett. It is a bit funny how this man Bernie. But all right, though, actually, I do want to get into some quick footage real quick because, yep, they're out here looting still, guys. They're out here looting. Out to New York Post. LA riots still continue. But all right, now let's go ahead and get into our guy, Kilmar Garcia, because, that's still a hot topic. And let's see what the left got to say, because the left has a very crazy spin on this whole Kilmar Garcia thing. First they try to spin it as a win, saying that, oh, yeah, he's finally going to get his due process. And then they found out he was coming back on criminal charges. Oh, shit. Yeah, they kind of lost their ish after that one.
Partner at the law firm. Well, joining me now, we have Brian Murray, senior partner at the law firm and part of the team representing Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Thanks for being here, Brian. First of all, how much of a victory is this for your team? The fact that he is no longer in El Salvador and actually in Nashville, Tennessee.
Well, of course, we're very glad that he's home, and we're most of all really thrilled for Jennifer and the rest of Kilmar's family. But it's fitting that this case began with an abuse of power and is now that Kilmar's home, but only by an abuse of power.
God. All right, now what he means by that is he's like, this guy's upset because he thought that they were bringing Kilmar Garcia home to face deportation court, so they can appeal. But actually, no. He didn't even know for some reason that, his deportation case was closed due to the fact that he was being deported through the Aliens Enemies Act because he's an MS-13 gang member. That's been closed. What Kilmar Garcia got brought back for was an arrest warrant was sent to President Bukele of El Salvador, and President Bukele complied with the arrest warrant to send him back for, human smuggling, possible sexual assault charges, gang activity and all that good stuff. I mean, trust me, there was a long list of crazy crimes that this man Kilmar Garcia was committing. I believe I have the video of Pam Bondi. We'll get into it in a second.
Brian, I'm curious your reaction to the conspiracy to transport aliens and unlawful transportation of undocumented aliens charges that he is facing. What's your response to that?
So, yeah, but now before we get too deep into this, we do want to make sure we have, all the charges lined out that we know of. So let's go ahead and, let's hear Pam Bondi. I know some of us probably for the third time listen to her read out these crazy, insane charges that Kilmar Garcia has been indicted on through a grand jury, which is an unbiased group of people from the judge and the prosecution that looks at the evidence and says, okay, yeah, bring this guy in. And it's the feds. Remember, guys, 99% conviction rate, aka most likely he did it.
We're grateful to President Bukele for agreeing to return him to our country to face these very serious charges. This is what American justice looks like.
Oh, man. Appreciate you, Luke. Almost forgot. Let me go ahead and post it in right now.
Upon completion of his sentence, we anticipate he will be returned to his home country of El Salvador. The grand jury found that over the
so we're bringing him back to pretty much put him through criminal court, not deportation court, criminal court, and then we're gonna go ahead and jail him, sentence, go ahead and keep him here. I don't know, maybe like 5 to 15 years, and then send him back to El Salvador to be put in a high security maximum prison again.
The past 9 years, Abrego Garcia has played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring. They found this was his full-time job, not a contractor. He was a smuggler.
Well, I mean, he was a contractor for human smuggling. I mean, you can kind of say that.
Of humans and children and women.
Oh.
He made over 100 trips, the grand jury found, smuggling people throughout our country. MS-13 members, violent gang terrorist organization members throughout our country. Thousands of illegal aliens were smuggled. This is especially disturbing because Abrego Garcia is also alleged with transporting minor children. The defendant traded the innocence of minor children for profit. There are even more disturbing facts that the grand jury uncovered. It is alleged this defendant is part of the same smuggling ring responsible for the death of more than 50 migrants in 2021 after the tractor trailer overturned in Mexico. This is part of that same ring. The defendant abused undocumented alien females, according to co-conspirators who were under his control while transporting them throughout our country. This defendant trafficked firearms and narcotics throughout our country on multiple occasions.
Yeah, remember, this is all evidence gathered by the DOJ, gathered by the Prince George Police Department, gathered by the Immigration Police or ICE. So, yeah, there's a lot of police work that was put into this. Hours, days, weeks that was put into this police work to them to put before a grand jury to them to get this indictment on him, Kilmar Garcia. Like I said, if it's the feds, then, man, due to their conviction rate, most likely he did it.
Man. They were using vehicles, SUVs, with added seats in the back, floors that had been ripped out, guns, narcotics, children, women, MS-13 members. That is what the grand jury found. A co-conspirator alleged that the defendant solicited nude photographs and videos of a minor. A co-conspirator also alleges the defendant played a role in the murder of a rival gang member's mother.
Yo. All right, guys. And I went ahead and posted a call-in link in the post tab. So if you're a member or if you supported at least $1 to the show, you can go ahead and call in. appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. Now let's dial it back a little bit. And I asked for the callers to go ahead and wait for this video to get done, and then we'll go ahead and open up that call-in line, or you can go ahead and come in the background if you want.
Solicited nude photographs and videos of a minor. A co-conspirator also alleges the defendant played a role in the murder of a rival gang member's
co-conspirator, pretty much somebody that was right next to him committing the crime and snitching on him, saying that, yeah, he did that, and he's in a gang member, and he traffics people, and drugs, and arms. Like, bruh, he was worse than what I was saying he was. And I know you guys remember me covering this man. I said that he's just a gang member, a wife beater, and that was it. This right here is way worse than I could imagine. I'm like, whoa.
mother. These facts demonstrate Abrego Garcia is a danger to our community. We want to thank the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, our state and local partners, our acting U.S. Attorney Robert McGuire, and prosecutors from the Joint Task Force, Vulcan. Questions?
Attorney General, the traffic stop that we've seen video of from Tennessee, where Abrego Garcia was first identified by the local.
Yep, stopped and driving without a license. Actually, I think his license was driving without a license. I think he said it was suspended, but then it came confirmed that he doesn't have one. I mean, how could he have one? He's an illegal. But then he does have a car and all that good stuff. So yeah, the man was basically a smuggler, human smuggler, drug smuggler, gun smuggler, did not matter, and also selling child pornography.
Authorities at the time, the Homeland Security Department declined to take custody of him. What has happened in between that time and in between the time that the government has been arguing that he was not returnable from El Salvador? What has happened since in this investigation that brought you here?
Yes, the question was in 2021, there was the traffic stop. And what has changed since then? What has changed?
Pretty much, they want to make an example. I'll just speed it up. They wanted to make an example out of Kilmar Garcia being a human smuggler, and they want to show these illegals what we're going to do to you if you want to be like, we don't care. We don't care if we deported you already. We'll bring your ass right back to face justice for what you have done to American people and your own people too, and what you've done inside this country, heinous crimes. So yeah, we're petty like that. I'm sorry, guys. I guess we are. You know what? I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Donald Trump is now president of the United States, and our borders are again secure. And thanks to the bright...
I mean, bro, he beat women and hurt children. I had no sympathy for the man.
Light that has been shined on Abrego Garcia. This investigation continued with actually amazing police work. And we were able to track this case and stop this international smuggling ring from continuing.
These were recently found facts, right?
Yes, okay. Recently found facts.
At that point, can you just explain when this investigation was opened?
Recently found facts,
investigation in Tennessee. Can you say when that investigation was opened?
Well, the grand jury indicted on May 21st. This investigation has been ongoing.
This case has been hotly debated here in Washington. In your mind, does this resolve that issue in terms of his deportation? And should this be seen in any way as compliant?
I mean, we're pretty much about to prove in federal court that, yeah, he's a criminal. He's an MS-13 gang member. He's a human smuggler. All of that is about to be laid out in court. And this goes back to what I was saying about a couple months ago, where Dems, you should have backed off. You guys should have backed off of Kilmar Garcia. You should have just actually looked into it, looked at the proof, and stopped letting liberal media frame this as a Maryland man, because now you guys are about to look stupid once all this gets confirmed in the court. You're going to be looking real dumb. And I wonder what you guys are going to say then.
With the judge's order to return him to the U.S. and the Supreme Court ruling that the U.S. government should facilitate his return.
Well, there's a big difference between what the state of play was before the indictment and after the indictment. And so the reason why he is back and was returned was because there's an arrest warrant, which was presented to the government in El Salvador. So there's a big difference there. As far as whether it makes the ongoing litigation in Maryland moot, I would think so, but we don't know that. He just landed today.
Jake, CBS.
I just want to confirm what you said earlier, that you're intending to prosecute him and keep him in an American prison if he's found guilty, and then would remove him after his sentence is over.
Correct. Yes, he will be prosecuted in our country.
And if he's guilty doing all those things to women, children, and his own people, oh yeah, you know, our jail has a way of sorting out those type of individuals. The one time our jail system is actually a good thing.
Sentenced in our country if convicted, and then returned after completion of his sentence.
Last one, S.E.T, Wall Street Journal.
Okay. I have two. One's on topic, one's off topic. Maybe I misunderstood you, but you were mentioning, you know, that he had some involvement in a murder, you know, or was connected to groups that had, you know, involved with this other smuggling ring.
I mean, I said that earlier though, but I didn't know he was involved in a murder. I said he was involved. He was rounded up in a murder case along with other MS-13 gang members. I didn't know he was pretty much one of the co-conspirators in that.
But to be clear, the only charges he's facing right now are the, like, you know, human smuggling charges. Just that's the one offense. But the other things that you.
Yeah, but the problem with human smuggling is that the multiple crimes he violated or committed while doing human smuggling. It's almost, I don't know, when you're being a drug kingpin, you weren't just transporting drugs. I don't know, you had a couple people killed. I don't know, you got some money laundering going on. There's a lot other crimes that kind of lead in or that go on, you know, under the guidelines of being a drug pin or a kingpin. Just like a human smuggler. I mean, you had to violate some human rights. You might have had to off somebody. You might have had to, I don't know, essay a couple women. I don't know, had to, but you probably did. All under the guidelines of being a human smuggler. So, yeah, it's all the crimes that he committed while being a human smuggler.
Have talked about are not actually in the indictment?
No, co-conspirators allege that, and we were clear to say that. He is charged with, it's not only very serious charges of alien smuggling. And again, there were children involved in that. You know, human trafficking, not only in our country, but in our world, is very, very real. It's very dangerous. And as you saw recently in Virginia, the arrest we made of the MS-13 member, unrelated to this, we learned at that press conference, that's where they bring young children into our country and they start grooming them at middle school age to become MS-13 full-fledged members, commit violent crimes throughout our country. It is highly organized. It is very dangerous. And they are living throughout our country.
I mean, yeah, they are. And they're doing these rituals where they have these boys. I mean, they bring a mattress. This is about to get real, you know, crazy, guys. So good thing it's a late night show. And most likely your kids are not up. So what I'm about to say is very explicit. So what some of these gang members, MS-13 gang members, would do is, as a ritual for these kids, is they would get a mattress out in the middle of the forest, and they would abduct women and have these young kids essay these women multiple times. It was part of making them a man, right? And then it also would build this brutal mentality towards women to go further on in their gang career. And they were also doing this, I mean, not only in their own country, but they do this here in America as well. And it has been caught to where there have been beds found in the middle of the forest and where women have been reported to come out of those and saying that I've been essayed by or raped by multiple Hispanic men. So, yeah, this is something that actually does go down in their country and in ours, sadly.
But no more, because they are being arrested, they are being prosecuted, and being convicted and deported when appropriate. That's all for today. Thank you.
And all right, now let's get to my man's main arguments about this, because we heard what Pam Bondi said. Now I want to hear what this man is saying. I'm going to play it halfway through, and then we're going to go ahead and have one to guest up.
Of course, we're very glad that he's home, and we're most of all really thrilled for Jennifer and the rest of Kilmar's family. But it's fitting that this case began with an abuse of power and is now that Kilmar's home, but only by an abuse of power.
Brian, I'm curious your reaction to the conspiracy to transport aliens and unlawful transportation of undocumented aliens charges that he is facing. What's your response to that?
Well, I'm not a criminal attorney. We are not Kilmar's criminal counsel.
You
But
gotta love the language of the left. They don't ever want to call them illegal aliens. They just call them undocumented. I'm like, it's the same thing, but I guess undocumented sounds, it sounds way better than illegal.
but I read the indictment, and
Wording, huh?
honestly, it reads like a bad novel. And I think anyone who's looking at this case and has been watching this play out would agree that this is a political and vindictive prosecution.
Brian, has anyone on your team talked with Abrego Garcia? And if so, what's he said?
Well, we're working on that right now. We learned about Kilmar's return just like the rest of the country did, and we're working on the logistics to get down there and visit with him for the very first time.
So here's something from the New York Times, which writes, regardless of how the case turns out, the return of Abrego Garcia suggests that the administration was, at least in some ways, feeling the heat of the 3 court orders it was facing to facilitate his freedom.
Wrong. There was no heat of, look, they said facilitate. Remember, when they said facilitate, this was before they ruled in the favor of Trump's aliens or Trump enacting the Aliens Enemies Act to deport Kilmar Garcia. This was before. Now, the current standing is that, yes, it was okay for Kilmar to be deported through the Aliens Enemies Act because he's an MS-13 gang member. This is completely different from his deportation. This is about his criminal charges. The criminal acts that he was committing while in America is what he's being brought back on. This has nothing to do about the heat that was being placed on about his deportation. Nothing to do with it. But all right, man, let's go ahead and have my man Luke up here. Hey, Luke, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Man, I'm doing all right. So what you think about this crazy situation now? Shoot, where do you want to start?
Oh, man, I could talk about anything. But yeah, to stay on the topic, to me, it's just real black and white. I don't know where all the confusion is. You just need to hear the other side of it.
Yeah. And that's the problem. The Democratic Party never really hears the other side. Or I see the libs never heard the arguments against Kilmar Garcia. They just went so I guess balls to the wall on, oh, well, Trump is bad. He just hates all immigrants. So it must be illegal. It must be a problem when no, this is all valid.
I know. And it's all like just a stereotype, like they've really stereotyped the conservatives and the Trump supporters and the right. And it's what they do,
And they're running on it.
Yeah. And, we watch their side of it so we can formulate arguments. I mean, come on, they need to do the same.
Exactly, because now they got to defend this, and now it does seem like there's a whole bunch of spiraling going on, all types of mental gymnastics. Because look what the New York Times is doing.
Exactly.
Instead of just admitting that, hey, yo, we got it wrong, they're saying, oh, this is because there might have been heat placed on the administration. I'm like, no, they didn't care about that heat. This is all about the criminal charges.
Yeah, a bunch of deflecting and let me cut you off while you're making your point so I can change the topic. Exactly. Bunch of insecurities coming from the left.
Honestly, I don't even know how they still stick with the mainstream media the way they do. It's almost scary because, these guys have made you guys look stupid so many times on so many arguments. At a certain point, I'll just look at these guys and be like, look, I can't listen to you guys because every time we take your arguments and we come out here against the conservatives, you make us look stupid.
And I think a lot of people are leaving the Democrats, and they don't know where to go, like libertarian or somewhere else. But the problem is that they don't watch enough. That's the problem set. They have a couple shows that they watch, and they claim to be experts after they've, they get convinced, and then they just, they're like, oh, this is what it is. And then they just repeat that over and over again. And then we say something completely different. And they're like, they don't understand where it's coming from.
Yeah, it's like lies, or and here's the thing. What always irritates me about Dems, they never really have a real argument. They said you're lying, you're wrong, and that's it. That's all they say. They never really have all right, well, make the correction then, and they have no correction. They just say, no, I just know you're wrong.
Yeah, my kids talk to each other like that,
Exactly. Like, you're just wrong. Like, why am I wrong? Like that, you're just wrong.
Yeah, nuh-uh.
Exactly. It gets a bit childish. That's what we're just looking at them like, all right, do you not know we're trying to have an adult conversation with you, but you're not even trying to have one back? And you're right, though, when they say they listen to their favorite personalities on it be either mainstream media or their favorite political pundit on YouTube, etc. And they do no background. They don't even do no research. Or I would always say this, anytime I hear my favorite political pundit or YouTube guy going against somebody and what they say, I listen to that person, even though I know I may not agree with them, but I'll still listen to them to hear the clarification of their arguments.
Yeah, well, part of the problem is the conservatives have like just a handful of people, right? The liberals, they have, they might even have hundreds of people that that they can watch that, take their side of it. But yeah, so we're not privileged enough to have just tons of people backing us for, whatever we think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So so the problem is that we're kind of forced to kind of just tolerate these bad ideas.
Yeah. No, actually, I will give you this one. There's one thing that you said that was really crucial. It was the fact that, like, well, where's our ideas even being taught? Like, if you go to university, it's mainstream, it's liberal talking points that are being taught. So
yeah,
I do get what you're saying. Is like, well, where do people go to listen to our side when mainstream media, like, what do we have on mainstream media? Everybody admits it. Well, we just got Fox. Everybody else is for the left.
Right.
And when you go to school, mainly liberal.
Right. And, Fox just does not lie like CNN or MSNBC. That's why I wanted that poll the other night. But, it's an appeal to authority. The experts are brought in, they're quote unquote experts. So, only stupid people argue with experts.
Man, and experts would get everything wrong somehow.
Yeah, and then they just deflect when they have somebody intelligent on that's arguing the opposite side. I really like watching Marco Rubio just really hand the CNN hosts. He gives it back to him, and JD Vance is so good and skilled at being concise, getting the point across, answering the questions, not deflecting. It's but it's rare, and then
it is rare to have these, or I would say to have, because I ain't gonna lie, like JD Vance is almost like the conservatives Obama. The man just knows how to talk. He definitely does. He got the image and everything that, the I came from the bottom image and all that good stuff. The same one that Obama kind of had. So it's almost like the conservatives, I know it sounds wild to say, we kind of like we found ourselves in Obama, except without all the warmongering policies.
Yeah. And, how different would things be if Obama just would have tried to get the things that he talked about in his campaign done while he was in office? It was like he was a completely different person after he got elected,
Yeah, it was true. His ideas did switch up. They definitely did switch up. But
I think money talks,
Yeah, that is just definitely true.
Yeah.
Because I'm always did say like Nancy Pelosi in the 90s, way different to Nancy Pelosi
way
in
different.
Mid what was it, like mid 2000, like 2015 or so and forward, just way different. Inside trading and all but if you ask Nancy Pelosi in the 90s, she'd be like, oh, I'd never do that.
Exactly.
But all right, brother, we're gonna keep it going along with this one. Let's see if these guys can defend themselves. All right, Luke, man, appreciate you for coming up.
Yep, no problem.
All right, man, shout out to my man Luke. All right, guys, you also want to come in on the call, and like I said, just either be a member or donate $1 to the stream at least.
The decision could be read, in fact, as the Justice Department simultaneously caving to the orders while also flexing its muscles. As Todd Blanche, the deputy AG, pointed out, the charges could render moot the lawsuit filed by Abrego Garcia's family. If that happens, it might get the White House off the hook entirely for the way in which it skirted due process in deporting him. Brian, what do you...
There was no skirting due process. There was just the Aliens Enemies Act. And for some reason, you guys do not want to admit that, yes, that is due process.
Make of that? And is that why the White House went from saying, we can't bring him back, to suddenly bringing him back to the U.S.?
Well, there's no doubt the timing is quite suspicious. You know, they've admitted they began this investigation basically in the wake of the Supreme Court decision. And sadly, it looks like this is a grand operation to save face.
All right, let me get to the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, who is not saying when this investigation into Abrego Garcia was opened, but Abrego Garcia, we know, was deported in March. So I'm curious, Brian, what you make of the timeline. And given the way the government has handled Abrego Garcia's case, both in the courts and the way it's played out in the media, is that going to play into his defense, do you think?
I mean, I can't say for sure. As I mentioned, we do not represent him on the criminal side.
I can't play into his defense because it has nothing to do with why he's there. Like, you want to talk about deportation? We're talking about his criminal charges. Like, so if you try to talk anything about a deportation case, he'll just look at you and be like, "Yeah, sorry, but what was it? Objection."
And I can't speak to that. I'm not a criminal attorney, but the timing is certainly suspect. And you know, another issue of timing, obviously, is just yesterday, the same day that this indictment is announced, the chief of the criminal division in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Tennessee resigned. I think that's telling all on its own.
All right. Now, look, and I'm going to ask one more question. And granted, I know you're not a criminal attorney, but just your sense of the law here, because the Washington Post points out at yesterday's conference, Bondi also took the unusual step of publicly accusing Abrego Garcia of other uncharged crimes, including soliciting nude photos of a minor and playing a role in the murder of a rival gang member's mother. Asked why, if prosecutors had evidence to back up those claims, they had not pursued a case in court, Bondi sidestepped the question. So just big picture, what do you make of these accusations and their credibility?
Zero credibility. This administration has proven to have zero credibility across the board.
Oh my God, these guys are insane. This says zero credibility, even though it was indicted by a grand jury who was an unbiased group of people or citizens who don't have no beholdens to the prosecutor or the judge, and they made this decision. So it is a bit wild how I'm hearing this man says, yeah, there's no credibility. I mean, there's a group of people who looked over this evidence and said, yeah, there's substantial evidence to hit this man with federal charges on human smuggling. To say there's no credibility is intellectually dishonest, and he is a lawyer, knowing the court process, knowing the indictment process, saying this.
Board, the key word in what you just read was uncharged. They are throwing everything they can at Kilmar to win the political war, and that is shameful when this is a real legal matter and a real person's life.
Can you give me a sense of how the family is doing, though? The fact that he is back on U.S. soil, has that lifted their spirits?
Yes, I think so. I think that they are obviously excited to be able to see him and to visit with him. But of course, there's this new uncertainty clouding things.
For sure. Brian Murray, thank you for talking.
There's no uncertainty, guys. I'm sorry. The only certainty is that, well, honestly, the only uncertainty is that if he's going to make it through the sentencing or make it through his jail time. Because like I said, we don't treat guys like him too nice in American prisons.
And I want to put up his face right now. He has become the face of President Trump's illegal immigration enforcement and deportation program. Now, remember, on April the 10th, just of this year, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously 9-0 that the Trump administration's deportation of Abrego Garcia to El Salvador was illegal and that the administration must help return him back to the United States. But now, after a grand jury has handed down this indictment, The federal government is charging Abrego Garcia, facing very serious charges, saying that, you heard there from Pam Bondi, over a 9-year span, he played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring of humans, children, women, firearms, and narcotics. Pam Bondi saying,
And all right, now let's get to the professionals like our man Alan Dolchowicz on Kilmar Garcia's charges. And hey, hey, shout out to Chris Cuomo for bringing that man Alan Dershowitz. I mean, the man's really a legend when it comes to, being a lawyer. But yeah, he's a bit off, I would say, due to his relationship with Epstein and how when they asked him about it, him getting a massage from an alleged minor, he was like, well, it wasn't a problem. I kept my underwear on. I'm okay.
Let us discuss with two better minds of both law and politics variety. All right? Former New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu, friend and frequent host of this show, and author of The Preventive State. Very cool, provocative. Alan Dershowitz. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for being here. Congratulations on the new book, The Preventive State. Governor, good to have you as well. Let's talk law and politics. First, law. Help me understand this situation, Professor. I thought they were going to just challenge the basis for the fear of return. Instead, federal charges for trafficking.
Big mistake, big blunder by his lawyers. His lawyers never, ever should have tried to bring him back to the United States. They should have filed a motion having him transferred from El Salvador or Nicaragua, where maybe there was some fear, to another place, say,
Yeah, and that's the problem because everybody wants to say that there was an error in the port. There was no error in the porting. Well, actually, no, I'll be honest. And I'm always honest with you guys. But I do want to make sure I correct myself when I say this. Now, the only error in deporting Diego Garcia was the fact that instead of importing him to Guatemala, we deported him to El Salvador because there was, he had fear for his life of, being prosecuted in El Salvador. And I mean, he was an ex-MS-13 gang member. So it makes sense. It does make sense. That was the only error. But through the Aliens Enemies Act, it made the deportation legal. And that's what the Supreme Court voted on. So they ordered the facilitation of his return. They called Bukele. He said, no, I'm not going to facilitate that return. That's all we can do. We have no jurisdiction over El Salvador. Now, you're right. His lawyers could have actually made a case and been like, all right, well, why don't we try to get him from El Salvador to somewhere else, to the Guatemala, and then we'll just leave it at that. I mean, and, maybe Bukele would have been a little bit more light towards that, but most likely not because he told the world that, yeah, he wants to keep him. But it is a bit funny now that we sent an arrest warrant to Bukele. Now they're like, oh, now he's like, oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead, have him. He did all this. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Just make sure you send him back when you're done.
Argentina or Brazil, he might be a free man today if they had done that. Remember that he was ordered deported. The only flaw in the order was where he was sent.
Yep. As Alan Dershowitz said, the only flaw in the order is where he was sent. Pretty much saying that he was supposed to be deported. His deportation was valid. It's just where he was sent to be deported was not supposed to be the case. It's supposed to be Guatemala, but he's an El Salvadorian citizen, so we sent him to El Salvador. And he got sent as part of Aliens Enemies Act as an MS-13 gang member. So I see why that was a bit skirted and was like, well, bro, you're from El Salvador. You're going back to El Salvador.
Not whether he was sent. And so I think he may spend a long time in prison. If he's found guilty, he's presumed innocent. But if he's found guilty, he's going to spend a long time in prison complaining about his ideological, radical lawyers who made a hero out of him.
Yeah, that's true. So, yep, alleged allegations against Abrego Garcia smuggled thousands of undocumented people or illegal immigrants, member of MS-13, transported gang members and children, abused female migrants, transported guns and drugs. Well,
guilty, he's presumed innocent. But if he's found guilty, he's going to spend a long time in prison complaining about his ideological, radical lawyers who made a hero out of him and try to get him back to the United States when that was not in his own self-interest. So lawyers made the most fundamental mistake a lawyer can make, putting ideology before the best interest of the client.
Ooh.
One quick bounce question, and then I'm coming to the gov.
That is true, though. His lawyer did screw him because he's like, bro, instead of trying to paint this man as a hero, you should have dealt with him for what he was. And Loki tried to just either get him somewhere else or either try to fight for this, fight. Yeah, that's the best thing his lawyer could have done was fight for his safety in a prison in another country or in Guatemala, which who knows what they'd have done with him there. They might have just released his ass into the public for all we know. So yeah. Or he had family in Guatemala that could probably take him in and he'll just stay there. Like you kind of see where they could have helped him out a little better than trying to make him a hero and try to get him brought back here to a country he was honestly formerly deported from.
Professor, the idea of what America should have done with him. Why these charges from a traffic stop that didn't seem to amount to much when it happened, instead of challenging the stay of removal?
Well, they can do both. That's the problem with what the lawyers did. They're going to have a trial. If he's convicted, they're happy. But if he's acquitted, they can still bring the deportation charges because the standard of proof is very different in deportation charges. All they would have to do is deport him to a country where he could not make a plausible claim that he's in danger. So from the government's point of view, it's a win-win to do it this way.
Yep.
Except part of the argument, Governor, is
pretty much is like we're kind of being dickheads about this, to be quite honest. This is like an asshole move. Go like, okay, you want to go ahead and get that? You want to go ahead and get some place somewhere else? Fantastic. We'll put criminal charges on you. We'll bring you back here. You'll spend some time in our jail, and then we'll send you to Guatemala. Cool.
This takes too long and is too expensive, and we've got too many people like this guy to get rid of, right? That is the all deliberate speed argument of the Trump administration, and it's not a bad one as long as you respect due process. But now you're taking longer. You may lose because I don't know that the guy's a trafficker, and unless you're just doing this for political optics. Look how bad this guy is. I don't know that this is faster and cheaper.
This is a win all around for the administration, and this is the Democrats' worst nightmare. And the professor's exactly right. His lawyers did him a massive disservice by allowing.
Yeah, it's about to be the biggest "I told you so" moment for me and the rest of the conservatives who were telling you this man was a criminal. It's about to be the biggest "I told you so."
And the professor's exactly right. His lawyers did him a massive disservice by allowing this to them to bring back here. And the fact that they're filing these charges, it probably means they have the most evidence, the most clear-cut evidence. Probably took a couple months to make sure that they had it. It doesn't mean that the final charges to be driven, the ones that they just think that they can probably get the easiest. And again, this is going to be a political nightmare for the Democrat Party. The insiders in Washington hate the fact that this is still going on. They hate the fact that Senator Van Hollen has made such a spectacle of this, and it has become something that defines the Democrat Party. So was it done for political purposes? No, it was done because the court said you got to bring him back. So Trump said, okay, we will follow the court order. We're not going to defy that. But he's going to stand for those charges. And why are they charges from 2022? Because the FBI at the time wasn't pushing any of this stuff. Just because they didn't push it in 22 doesn't mean it didn't have merit. It meant that you had a lot of weak folks that didn't want to bring up these types of issues and challenge these types of cases, given the previous administration's open border stance.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and.
I mean, that was actually a pretty damn good point.
Protests erupted in downtown Los Angeles after immigration authorities raided 3 locations across the city on Friday. Hundreds took to the streets outside an ICE facility to protest the raids and demand the release of SEIU California President David Huerta, who was detained while documenting the arrests. This follows an update to another major immigration case. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland father who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador by the Trump administration earlier this year, has been returned to the United States. But the Justice Department isn't presenting it as a correction for what multiple courts, including the Supreme Court, have ruled was an illegal removal. Instead,
I mean, that's what I'm saying, because they don't understand that it wasn't an illegal removal. We just sent them to the wrong spot. So, and that's the problem that Bukele said, nah, this is my guy. I'll keep him. But it's funny how Bukele is like, you know what? I'll send him back to you about to criminally charge his ass, though. It's kind of funny. But all right, now let's go ahead and move topics because I believe we beat up the Kilmar Garcia situation enough. So let's go. I know. We're making Dems feel a little too bad now.
We turn now to Minnesota Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar, who joins us from Minneapolis. Good morning, Senator. You heard Secretary Noem say what's happening in LA and the decisions being made about it at the federal level have to do with what happened in 2020 in Minneapolis and what she called the missteps of your governor, Tim Walz, at the time. You lived through all that. What would you advise Governor Newsom to do out in California now?
Every governor is going to make their own decisions based on the situation. In this case, Governor Newsom has made clear that he wants local law enforcement protecting the citizens, and he has asked the president not to inflame the situation. In Governor Walz's case, as you pointed out in the earlier segment, he did bring in the National Guard. I would also point out that on January 6th, I was there as well. And what I saw there was the president didn't bring in the National Guard when over 100 police officers.
No, he told Nancy Pelosi, and Nancy Pelosi said no. I remember Nancy Pelosi on camera took full responsibility for the National Guard not showing up. He said, Trump said, yeah, Trump asked for the National Guard, and we told him no. We said we did not deploy it. So, no, you can't even blame Trump this time because last time Trump asked for them and y'all told the man no.
Were injured or hurt or worse. And so I think
yes, you can actually look it up. I think it was a video that her daughter took of Nancy Pelosi of her pretty much admitting to not letting the National Guard come.
It is quite, let's say, ironic, probably doesn't fit this situation when you have got administration officials talking about protecting police officers after what happened on January 6th. And when I look at what's going on in California or across the country, of course, as a congressman said, you want to get dangerous criminals out of our midst, out of our communities. But when you look at where the American people are, they want to make sure you follow the law and that there's due process, and you don't want to inflame things by threatening to bring in the Marines or deporting people based on a mistake.
Senator, we're going to take a quick break.
Do they not know that they're here illegally? ICE has all that is part of, I guess, the due process. That is part of the legal process. We have to bring them in and make them stand trial. It's not like, bro, what do you want us to do? Send them a letter in the mail being like, hey, yo, you're an illegal. Hey, do you think you'll come down to the courthouse and stand trial for deportation? Really? Do you think we can just send them a nice, thoughtful letter and they'll just come on down? Like, really, guys, we got to go get them.
And continue this conversation. You have such a key role in oversight of law enforcement on the judiciary. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Face the Nation. We return now to our conversation with Senator Klobuchar. Senator, it seems that the president's use of the National Guard as he's federalizing them is somewhat novel. It's the first time since 1965 a president has activated a state's National Guard without a request from the governor. That's according to the Brennan Center for Justice. What concerns do you have about going in this direction? It's about 60 days that have been authorized in the proclamation he signed last night.
My concern, of course, is that this inflames the situation and that he is hell-bent on inflaming the situations. Individual governors look at their states and make decisions. But in this case, the president...
No. In this case, y'all got to admit, Gavin Newsom's incompetent, especially after the L.A. fires. I mean, we should all admit that, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We can't even trust Gavin Newsom to run his own damn state. We can't trust him. He won't do it.
Time and time again has shown this willingness to one, violate the laws we've seen across the country in many different situations outside of the immigration context, and two, inflame situations. So what do I think he should be doing right now? Who do I think he should be bringing in? I think he should be bringing in economists to talk to him right now about what's happening with the debt and with his big, beautiful betrayal of the middle class, to be talking to him about what's going on with the tariffs and how they are hurting small businesses. I think he should be bringing in the people that I talk to every day, regular people, farmers whose markets are drying up, people who are working.
Now, it's so funny how they fearmongered on this. I'll be like, lady, here's the thing I'd ask her. You know, we just opened up the farmers market to the UK market. So what's going on with that there? And yes, it is open. And there's farmers taking advantage of it. So I really don't get the argument about the farmers because I haven't heard much complaint from farmers. The only ones are in California. I'd have to ask them, the only reason why you guys would be doing so bad is if you're having very unsanitary practices. So I don't know, man. I'd have to go look for myself.
Worried about their moms or their grandmas getting kicked out of their assisted living because of his Medicaid cuts. When Josh Hawley calls this morally...
As soon as I hear them talk about they're going to kick elderly off Medicaid, I'm like, okay, yeah. All right. It's all lies at this point. All right.
That it's immoral to make these Medicaid cuts. And when Elon Musk comes in and says that this is a disgusting abomination, this bill, and when it is now triggering, get this, Medicare cuts, something that hasn't been discussed yet, because it adds so much to the deficit that rural hospitals are going to get cut. I think that's who we should be listening to right now instead of...
Is Elon Musk, the guy that you guys were saying that was secretly running the government. He bought the government. He's insane, drug addict. He's crazy. He's trying to steal your Social Security and all this wild stuff. That very guy you said all that about. Now we should trust him. I swear to God, bro, these people, bro. Like, bro, I love my fellow Americans and I love the Dems too. But sometimes, bro, what? Now we've been trying to tell. Oh, okay, guys. Okay, this is crazy. That's why I was having that. That's why I had that argument with the guy last night. I'm like, you're really telling me that we should take Elon at his word, but like maybe less than 6 months ago, you guys were pretty much saying that he's like the evilest person to ever walk into the White House. He's trying to take over the White House. All he does is lie, and he's trying to steal our Social Security. Now we should trust him, bro. You guys are ridiculous.
His constant effort for shock and awe and trying to distract people what they care about most, which is the economy and their family situation.
We're going to talk about some of those very issues with Kevin Hassett, one of the president's top economic advisors, shortly, including that idea of Medicare being touched, which is being floated, but we haven't heard from the administration on in detail. But the president's putting immigration front and center here. We see in our polling that at least before what happened in LA, that this was broadly supported. 54% of Americans like his deportation policies.
And we still do. That's why we're looking at LA so crazy, because we're like, all righty, so maybe we should have took a poll for LA and see how much people would supported it, because it sounds like this might have been a 70-30 issue with them. Like 70% support what Joe Biden would do with immigration, 30% don't. So, because I mean, look at the riots, look what's going on, and look how the Dems are trying to defend this as a peaceful protest, or what Trump is just escalating the situation. He's blowing it out of proportion. The citizens are literally trying to get into ICE facilities to free illegals. They are literally starting to stop the ICE agents from doing their job and capturing these illegals off the street. Yeah, they're trying to stop the process of law enforcement through violence. What do you think is going to happen? And then you guys start setting stuff on fire and looting. So now it's a full-blown riot.
I'm worried. I'm wondering how much you worry that this puts Democrats on the back foot, that you are put in the position of defending someone like Abrego Garcia, who was just brought back to the United States from El Salvador and is now being charged by the Justice Department on these claims that he was involved somehow in human trafficking. This is that Maryland man who was, according to the Justice Department, wrongly sent to a prison in El Salvador on suspicion of being a member of a gang, which his family denied.
So Democrats believe in public safety. As a former prosecutor, it's been a lot of my life working with law enforcement. And that means you don't inflame things and make it worse. And that is that you make sure that violent criminals aren't in our midst. But even when you look at your own poll that just came out this morning, I a strong majority of people believe that people should at least follow the rule of law and have due process so people aren't mistakenly deported. When I look at the Abrego Garcia case, I see two things. The first is that you have to follow the law. The second is the charges will be dealt with in the justice system. That's how this works. And of course, they should have done that at the get-go and not wrongfully deported him and handled the charges in our country. But in the end, to me, this is about the rule of law and enforcing the laws. And again, when I look at your polling, 70% of the people said that while a number of them will support deporting violent criminals.
No, the one reason why they want us to bring not Diego, but Kilmore Garcia through deportation is one, because he's eligible for deportation court. We wouldn't be able to expedite his removal because one, he's been in the United States for longer than 2 years and it's documented through his immigration records. So he would have to be put through deportation court. You know, he can go ahead and make appeals and all that good stuff, and he can just drag it out. But through the Alien Enemies Act and the fact that he is an MS-13, or the alleged fact that he's an MS-13 gang member, we can get him out of here through the Aliens Enemies Act. So that's why these guys keep on trying to argue on that. And then once again, they don't understand the error of the deportation was where he was placed, not the fact that he was deported.
I support that, okay? Right. But 70% of them said that these policies either don't help with the economy or they weaken the economy. They are not there. They want this president. They voted for him, a bunch of them in the middle who in my state also voted for me. They want him to bring down costs. They don't want him to be kicking old people out of assisted living or cut the food assistance for veterans. They want him to be working on things that help them in their daily lives. That's what also comes out in your polling numbers.
Yep. As you know, Republicans say they're not cutting Medicaid, they're making it more efficient, but we will talk to Kevin Hassett about some of the specifics of what you just raised there. In our poll, though, it also shows among those polled that congressional Democrats are overwhelmingly seen as ineffective in challenging Trump. 71% of Democrats say their leaders are ineffective.
Because they want their leaders to go against the law and to go against what the people want. This is what we voted for. And it kind of seems like the Democrats are kind of kicking and screaming, going like, well, why can't we get nothing done too? Because we had an election, y'all policies were proposed and you lost. And now you guys are like literally trying to force your policies among the American people, or at least among the citizens of LA.
Are in Democratic leadership. Why are they wrong?
So when you look at what's happening here, Trump is doing some really bad things to people, right? Small businesses are closing down. The economy has retracted in the first quarter. And
wrong. Actually, the economy is up, inflation's down, and the jobs report has been 100K plus jobs that's been added for the past 5 to 6 months. So no. Oh, and the stock market's up. So no.
When I get out there talking to independents, Republicans, or Democrats, they're basically saying the same thing. They're really scared of what's happening right now to their families, and they want to see leadership. So we cannot be the party of the status quo. That is for certain. And I'm actually really excited about our new candidates that are going to be running in the midterms. The recruiting is going on. And when you look at the actual facts, the actual numbers, look over at my neighbors over in Wisconsin for the Supreme Court race, where 10 Trump counties were flipped.
No. There is definitely, the unemployment is at like what, 4.2? So I believe it's either stagnant or it went down by like 0.1%. So yeah, everything that marks the economy as going in the right direction. And here's the thing, you know what would be proof that the economy is going in the wrong direction is if the Fed would finally cut that goddamn rate, bro. Like son of no. Well, yeah, the Fed's finally cut the rate. Sometimes you got to look at the Feds for the state of the economy, because when the Feds cut the rate, that's usually because we're heading into some type of economic situation. Now, Trump wants the Feds to cut rates when there's no economic situation going on, like inflation is good, employment's good, the stock market looks fine. That's when the Feds usually keep rates the same, or sometimes damn near increase them. But during this, but when there's a failure, when there's like high unemployment, inflation's out of control, then yeah, the Fed's going to go ahead and drop the rate like they did last year under Biden. So, yeah, that's just the facts of the matter on that point. Let's go.
From red to blue, because people have had it with this. Or look at some of the legislative races around the country, Margaret. Our constituents are standing up and we are by their side, whether they're Democrats, moderate Republicans, or independents. They are showing up at rallies. They are voting. That's the number one most important thing. Democratic attorney generals are bringing cases in court that the public supports. They don't want to see veterinarians eliminated from the USDA, or they don't want to see funding frozen for cancer trials. And then you look at Congress. We are holding them accountable with votes. All we need is
And this is what kills me. This is what kills me, man. So she said that the economy is not doing so well, but if we go to the major indexes, just like I did last night, and I put this on the year because people will hate when I put it on the day and all that because, that's not long enough, Set. Well, hey, hopefully a year is. So from June 10 and Biden, the market is actually up from when we were under Biden. So let's go ahead. And this is the Dow Jones average. Now let's go to the S&P 500. This is also looking up after a year. Honestly, even during the Liberation Day tariffs is honestly up from there as well, even during the month span. So even from the year to the month, the S&P 500 is doing pretty well, actually. Shout out. I mean, hey, man, make sure you invest. But let's go to the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ during the year is also in the green. I mean, even when you put it at the 1 month, it's still seen that recovery. So, yeah, I'm wondering what guys are saying about the stock market's down. Maybe you guys should actually read it instead of listening to what liberal media is telling you. Because, man, you listen to her and then you go look at the stock market and you're scratching your head like, hold on, what's she talking about?
Republicans to stand up against what Josh Hawley calls immoral.
And shout out to my man, Maine Arbor, man. Hey, appreciate you, man. He says, Dems want to destabilize to get save the day. Yeah, I'm telling you. They want to destabilize the country and come to and be like, where we'll save the day. With what? With what? More immigrants? To more taxes?
Medicaid
like
cuts,
what?
just 4 of them. All we need is 4 Republicans to stand up against these food assistance that throws millions of people, veterans, seniors, kids. 40% of the people that get food assistance are kids. To stand up against shifting money over to the states so Pennsylvania would suddenly get a huge amount, millions of dollars shifted over to them, or over in North Carolina, where you've seen over 500 million shifted. People need to stand up. The Republicans need to stand up. To me, that's leadership. Not defending the status quo for our party, but moving forward with a forward-thinking agenda and new energy.
All right, understand. Senator Klobuchar, thank you for your time today. We'll be right back. She brought up was something. We're joined now by the director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett. He joins us from the White House. Good morning to you.
Hey, Margaret. Good morning.
So I do want to allow you to respond to some of the very specific criticisms that Senator Klobuchar made. One of the things she brought up was something that, frankly, the Senate Majority Leader seemed to acknowledge was under discussion, and that was touching Medicare, making some kind of adjustment. He said anything we can do that's waste, fraud, and abuse is open to discussion. Is the White House open to any discussion around Medicare?
Well, first of all, what's happening is that the senators, respecting the legislation.
Well, during the CR bill, I mean, we did add like $600 million to Medicare. So, I mean, that's safe.
The process are discussing what they think that they can put on the table. And the president has made it clear that ending waste, fraud, and abuse, and giving benefits to illegals, and giving benefits to people who are able-bodied workers, those are his high priorities. If the Senate comes up with other things they'd like us to look at, I guess we would have a look at them. But there have been a lot of false stories about Medicare being on the table, and it's totally not on the table. The way that was covered in the news a couple of weeks ago was that in the end, when the budget process ends, if they don't waive the budget caps, then there's going to be reductions across the board in spending, and that's what no one would intend, and no Democrat would vote for that. But that was covered as our intent to go after Medicare, and it was just a big fake news story last week.
Okay, so Leader Thune and Leader Johnson and Speaker Johnson have said anything with waste, fraud, and abuse. But you right
waste,
now
fraud, and
are
abuse.
taking
Waste, fraud, and abuse
but to be
is the same.
Understood. But you were taking Medicare off the table. The White House says don't do it.
No, but I've seen a massive amount of waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid, and I've not been briefed on Medicare waste, fraud, and abuse.
Okay.
But if they find something, then of course we would look at it.
You would look at it. Senator Hawley was also brought up by Senator Klobuchar. And Missouri Senator has made it clear he wants to see changes to the increased co-payment requirements for Medicaid. That was in the House version that was sent over to the Senate. Are you comfortable with this House bill as it is written? What do you want to see done to Medicaid?
Right. Again, what we want to see done now is we want the Senate to pass the bill, and then we want the House and the Senate to work out their differences while negotiating with us. And right now, the Senate has to get the votes they need to pass the bill, and we're supporting them in that process. But you also need to be mindful when you're thinking about this that one of the things that we put out a report for the Council of Economic Advisors that if the bill doesn't pass, then they estimate that this would cause a reduction of GDP by 4%. We'd be in a deep recession. We'd lose 6 or 7 million jobs, and those people, almost all those people, would lose their insurance. And so this idea that the only person who ever is going to get insurance is someone who's getting it from the government is just incorrect. And if we create the jobs that we have in the bill, then we're going to create a heck of a lot more insurance than what we're talking about in waste, fraud, and abuse.
I mean, that
so
is
you're
actually
open to what Senator
low-key.
Hawley is looking to change, though. That's
because let's be real. I mean, honestly, one of the reasons why we kind of want y'all to start working is, well, yeah, if you're working part-time, you could still get benefits. I mean, yeah, I know people who got benefits working part-time, so you wouldn't even really have to be on Medicaid. Man, I mean, it'd probably be a good supplement, but let's be real, you wouldn't have to be on it if you're working.
That's what I understand.
I'd have to go see what he has, and I'd want to look at the fine details before I say I'll open it. And I also would want to talk to the president about the specific matter, which I've not done.
Okay. So one of the other massive influences on the economy right now is the trade war, particularly with China. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow in London, the Treasury Secretary, the Trade Representative, and the Commerce Secretary are going to meet with Chinese officials. Treasury Secretary Bessent told us last Sunday that the recent tension was around exports of critical minerals. When will those exports resume, and what do you expect to come from tomorrow's meeting?
Right. Those exports of critical minerals have been getting released at a rate that is, higher than it was, but not as high as we believe we agreed to in Geneva. And President Trump, being a deal maker, talked with President Xi, and he said, let's take, our senior guys and the people who are the same level as you, let's have them meet somewhere, and let's get these things cleared up, and then we'll clear up what you don't like that we've agreed to release on our side, and we're going to shake hands about it. He literally said, I want to meet in London, and I want to shake hands on it so that we know we've got a deal. And then after that, I think there was a very affable exchange about President Trump visiting China and President Xi coming here. And so I'm very comfortable that this deal is about to be closed. And it's going to be closed not with a bunch of staffers and bureaucratic language, but with handshakes. So that's the way President Trump operates.
But same terms, nothing new.
Still wary, though. I'm still wary about China and their inability to keep any promise or follow any trade laws or trade policies that they enact or that they agree to. So, I don't know, man. It's about forcing China to be good actors. And hopefully us damn near gutting their economy was, a good enough warning. Pretty much letting them know, like, we could do this again. We could always do it again.
Well, I think that we can't talk about the terms that they're coming out with tomorrow because they're still working on it. But the point is we want the rare earths, the magnets that are crucial for cell phones and everything else to flow just as they did before the beginning of April. And we don't want any technical details slowing that down. And that's clear to them.
So pretty much we got them to drop the tariffs. Well, I mean, got them to drop their tariffs because they actually needed our products to make the products that they sell. So that was a waste of effort on G's part. So, pretty much they've capitulated completely. We still got our tariffs up at 30% on them, and they're go ahead and sending over their rare earth minerals and their magnets tariff free. I mean, man, and they were trying to say that we lost.
So our CBS News polling shows that most Americans don't like the tariffs, and most Americans don't think the Trump administration has a plan. We're also hearing from top economists, including the head of the Philadelphia Federal Reserve, who said the rules are really unclear and business leaders need certainty. When will they get that certainty from the administration?
Well, you can be certain that there's going to be some tariffs, and the stuff that folks have been saying that's going to happen to tariffs is it.
Yeah, the stuff like, oh, the inflation is gonna go up. Tariffs are inflationary and they raise prices. So, yeah, since the tariffs have actually happened, inflation has went down, and it has been proved that it has been proven, well, through well, honestly, prime example is India, that high tariffs or tariffs in general can cause deflation. Yes, there's a correlation between protecting your domestic economy with tariffs and deflation, keeping your currency from devaluing itself through inflation. So there's correlation to that. So yes, us having tariffs actually helped the inflation, and what we're experiencing is now a bit of deflation. Because we went from like damn near 3% inflation, high 2%, all the way down to 2% inflation. It's honestly one of the reasons why prices haven't raised either.
Consistent with what you and I have talked about before, Margaret. So what's going on, right, is that we've had a trade deficit with China forever and ever because they just want to sell stuff here so that they can create jobs in China and help, control their governments. If people are unemployed, then it's harder for a dictatorship to run. And so the point is just that if we put a tariff on them, then they're going to bear the tariff. And so what just happened? What just happened is that we had about $60 billion in tariff revenue in the U.S.
Yeah.
And inflation, every measure of inflation is the lowest that it's been for more than 4 years. And so all of our policies together are reducing inflation and helping reduce the deficit by getting revenue from other countries. And how much revenue? I think that you might have covered it. The Congressional Budget Office put out a 10-year estimate that says that the tariff revenue that's already in place right now is going to raise $2.8 trillion over the next 10 years. That's
right.
more than their own estimate, their own static estimate for the cost of this entire bill. So that.
Yeah, and the CBO is they didn't take in the tariff revenue. Because like I said, the goal is to have baseline tariffs at 10%, and some other countries will pay more, but the baseline will be 10, and the revenue coming in from that should be about over $2 trillion. But they never included that in the CBO.
That's deficit
or congressional budget scoring.
Reduction right there.
Well, I'm glad you brought up that stat because it made me wonder. You just said that one certainty is there will be tariffs. You are saying tariffs are staying put. That this is a constant source
reciprocal. You've seen deals.
Right,
seen
but
deals. And yes,
I
and
hear
exactly
you on
where they are, we're working it out, and we're opening up markets.
Yeah, but
so that
deals.
US,
this is where I'm stuck because deals is about negotiating down the tariffs. So that's a diminishing source of revenue.
Oh man, yeah! Shout out to Hella Sausage, hilarious. Shout out to Hella Sausage for the follow on Twitch, man. Appreciate you. And guys, make sure to follow me on Twitch as well. I know I'm also. Well, we're streaming on YouTube, Twitch, X, Rumble, and Kick.
Over time.
Right.
But are you saying that there will be blanket tariffs of
last year?
What percent?
Last year, before we got here, we were raising $80 billion a year in tariffs. Right now, the CBO projects that we're going to get $2.8 trillion over the next 10 years. Exactly where the number ends up is going to depend on how much foreign countries open up their markets to our products and how well they treat our farmers.
So you don't know how much revenue you're
but revenue was $80 billion last year. Tariff revenue is not going away. That's what I'm saying.
But we don't know what the tariffs are going to be.
We're negotiating them on a country-by-country basis. We've got a whole bunch of trade deals. We've got a trade deal with the UK that's already. You can see what the trade deal with the UK is now.
Right. So it's a fluctuating number. It's not a constant. But before I let you go, the Senate Finance Chair. I know you were in this meeting at the White House this week.
Sure.
He indicated quadrupling the state and local tax deduction or SALT tax is not something he's interested in doing. They don't have the politics in the Senate like they do in the House that would require it. Right. So is the White House committed to keeping this quadrupling of the SALT tax deduction as it is?
The president has said that he supports changing the law, the state and local tax deduction. And this is a very, it's a horse trading issue with the Senate and the House. And again, the president has listed his priorities on the tax bill. And it's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. You know them all. And the Senate and the House, they know that those priorities for the president are red lines. And then on the other side, they're negotiating what they're going to negotiate because there's a differing level of support in the Senate that there was in the House. And in the end, the one thing we need, the president wants, is a bill that passes and passes on the 4th of July.
So Senator Crapo needs to prepare himself that is staying as the House wrote it.
He's got to work it out with the House.
Okay. Kevin Hassett, thank you for your time this morning.
Guys.
We'll be back in a moment.
All right.
We turn now to the international efforts to alleviate the extraordinary humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And we're joined by the CEO of Save the Children, Yanti Saripto. Welcome back to Face the Nation.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, man, sets for the children, man.
So there are 1 million children in Gaza in desperate need. The UN says the 11-week Israeli blockade has caused the rate of young children suffering from acute malnutrition to triple. What are you able to get in to help?
So since March 2nd, Save the Children has been able to get nothing in whatsoever.
Even though the blockade's over?
Even though the blockade is formally over, we haven't been able to get any of the 50 trucks that we have around Gaza on the border ready to go in. We haven't been able to get anything in.
Why?
So our staff are operating currently still with what we have. We have dwindling stocks, medical supplies, therapeutic malnutrition treatment for children, very young children. We're still working where we can and delivering goods while we can, but these stocks are dwindling fast.
What's the choke point? Why can't your trucks get in?
We haven't gotten any authorization to get them in.
From the Israeli authorities?
Yes.
Is the U.S. government helping at all?
I think there's an effort. I think there's a recognition that the humanitarian situation as it is completely untenable, that we're looking at mass starvation of innocent civilians and above all very young children, as you said. So there's attempts being made. We think that those attempts currently are completely ineffective and inadequate.
The director of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza told CBS this morning that only a few hours remain before the generators in the hospital shut down because they don't have enough fuel to keep them going. What are your medical workers seeing on the ground? What happens if a hospital like that can't function?
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
It just says so how is Israel sending out these text messages and warning the people if they have no electricity to charge their phones?
Completely abhorrent. We're hearing stories from colleagues in Gaza that are talking about children who have to undergo surgery and then they wake up during the surgery because there's not enough anesthetics. So that is what's happening. That is what it looks like.
That is horrific.
It is.
The UN office that oversees these efforts have warned as well that kids are leaving households because their parents are gone.
That's right. There's thousands and thousands of children who've lost one or more parents, lost their immediate family. So yes, we'll have kids, young kids, taking care of their younger siblings, trying to survive.
What does that do to a society?
It's unbelievable what's happening to this generation of 2 million people in Gaza.
Make these people savages.
You know, the trauma is hard to overestimate. We're hearing mothers tell us that now their children are essentially waiting their turn to die.
Damn.
How does your staff continue to function when they're told things like that?
It's horrific, as you can imagine. So we have almost 200 staff there.
But, if you ask the guys who are a little bit too pro-Israel, man, that's just so sad, who are a little too pro-Israel, then they'll say, oh, these are all Hamas. This is all Hamas right here. Which you mean every member here is Hamas and they deserve to be eliminated, right? Right? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I do say you guys sound a little bit too crazy sometimes.
How does your staff continue to function when they're told things like that?
It's horrific, as you can imagine. So we have almost 200 staff there, almost all of them Palestinians. And can you imagine, they still go out every day. They have their own children to take care of. They can't feed their own kids adequately. They still go out every day trying to deliver, give medical assistance to kids and mothers where they can, hand out food whilst we still have it, trying to give people trauma counseling whilst if we can reach them. But it is incredibly difficult. They're just trying to survive, almost, I think, pushing away, thinking about the trauma too much, because otherwise it's very difficult, I think, to get up and go to work.
So your organization does help like this, emergency help like this around the world.
I always do say, what does this have to do with Hamas? And I do get it. Trust me, I get the stance of, oh, well, S.E.T, you got to understand, if Hamas didn't attack Israel, this would have never happened. And, I get that stance. I really do. And there's no justification for October 7th. Trust me, you'll never see me trying to justify that. But is it really an excuse just to eliminate, hundreds of thousands of women and children? Is that really the excuse for going under? And then before you guys say, well, oh, well, that's war. Well, give me a war where we went in with the objective to eliminate an entire group of people. No matter the political party, no matter the people, we have never went into war with the pure idea of extincting what? The Taliban, ISIS, imperialist Japan. I mean, we didn't try to take all of them out like Israel's trying to do, women and children alike. So before people want to talk about, oh, well, that's just war. No. I mean, war hasn't been fought like that since, I mean, the ancient days where they would just eliminate the entire village. The war hasn't been fought like that in like centuries. So let's not bring up the argument of war when we talk about, Gaza and Palestine. So I do want to honestly pinpoint my point on just, I'm not for October 7th, but I can sit there and I'll say October 7th isn't an excuse for what's going on today.
The world. The Trump administration has called on the UN to work with this new organization called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It's got the Israeli government support to deliver aid. We've seen a number of deadly shootings documented in proximity to their posts, a lot of criticism. They told the public yesterday that they'd received threats from Hamas.
Oh yeah, and this is from one of their aid trucks is getting raided because these people been starving for so long, been trying to get support for so long, they damn near start raiding the trucks. They didn't even wait till the mugs land. And here's the thing, you don't see not one standing building in God. Like everything's been blown out. So it is a bit crazy what's going on down there. And we always did say we're all for the elimination of Hamas. Everybody was behind that. But we didn't agree to the elimination of the Palestinian people. I hope you guys know that. If that was brought to us up front, I'm pretty sure everybody in the world would have been like, whoa, let's back it up here, man. Hold on, Hamas isn't all the Palestinian people. But then we have people who have this logic of, oh, well, most of the Palestinians voted for Hamas and votings have consequences. And I'm just like, damn, well, anything to justify the killing of women and children, I guess. But I will say this, and I had this crazy scenario of all right, well, what happened if that happened to America? And I know no country can do it to us. So let's say some aliens came from the sky and they started taking out all the Republicans and conservatives. That's just what they did, right? They just took us out. That was the job, what they were doing. And, the libs would probably just be chilling until, let's say, a Republican walks into a Walmart and the aliens decide to vaporize the entire Walmart. Boom, just to take out a Republican. And then the libs were like, whoa, aliens, I thought you said you weren't going to take out the Republicans. And they were like, well, the Republicans are hiding behind liberals now. Wait, what? What are you saying? I'm like, yeah, well, yeah. If they're going to run beside you guys and try to hide under you guys, we'll just blow up the whole area. And you're going to look at these guys like, whoa, doesn't that mean you're just trying to take out all Americans? Nah. Well, if you want to be real, the majority of Americans voted for conservatives. So really, you're all conservatives, and we're just going to take you all out if you want to be honest. And you'd be sitting there like, emotional damage. I know. Now, my scenario sounds absolutely ridiculous. Well, so does this.
But then they didn't share details of that with CBS when we asked. Do you know what's happening? Because this is a U.S.-backed organization.
It seems so. We have given a lot of input and shared our concerns. We and all the other operational agencies operational in Gaza have shared our concerns. With this new mechanism, we thought the existing mechanism worked just fine. When we had the pause in fighting from January till March, if you recall, we got trucks and trucks of supplies in at scale. We were able to deliver. We treated children with malnutrition. We did vaccinations. We did medical care, etc. The hospitals were operating. There was fuel to operate that generator in Al Shifa Hospital, and that worked. So this current new mechanism doesn't seem to work. The failings seem to play out exactly in the way that we warned against. It is also a militarization of aid. If you put men with guns near to a distribution point and then you ask a desperate, starving population to come and walk for miles to get boxes of food, you're going to create crowd control issues and increased risk of harm.
They just walk for hours and hours to get food. Now they got to wait in a line for more hours and hours. At a certain point, they get restless and they're just like, F it, I'm taking it.
already incredibly desperate population.
And boxes of food are not what you can give to a child who's in the midst of starvation.
Exactly right. It is completely inadequate support as well.
Yanti Saripto from Save the Children.
That's
Thank
true.
you.
Thank you for having me.
We'll be right back.
I do also agree with that, though. Hamas do need an unconditional surrender, but we know what I'm so scared of? Like, I'm so scared of the fact that, what happened if Hamas just came out and just said they laid down their arms and that was that, and Israel just kept bombing them? Like, that would be my worst fear. Just be like, shit, man. Don't some of these guys are just about to prove everybody right. Like, don't let that happen. But I doubt it. It's just that you got to understand where everybody's afraid where they're calling this a genocide is because, remember, the rhetoric was, we're going to go after Hamas. Hamas was only 25,000 people. More than 25,000 people has been unalive. They can't tell us how much citizens have been unalive. Hamas is saying 54,000 citizens, but we're not allowed to believe Hamas numbers, even though they're on the ground there. Israel's only saying I'd be like 25, 30,000 or so. So you kind of see where we're kind of looking at Israel kind of funny, and they're not letting in no international journalists. They just start letting in humanitarian aid. So I always do say this whole situation don't look good on Israel or America. It just got to stop. It got to stop. And here's the thing. We all want to sit here and say that, well, you can't work with Hamas. Well, actually, it's been proven that you can work with Hamas. America, we work with Hamas, get our hostages back. It's just a bit strange that Israel can't. And now we're hearing language that Israel just wants to go in, take all of Gaza, and all Palestinians are the same. There's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian, which rhetoric has been being used since the beginning of the conflict. Now they're just going ahead and showing their real colors about how they truly feel. And now I know you guys are saying, Seth, come on, bro, you're going too far. Israel don't want to eliminate the Palestinians. Well, I would ask you this. Listen to the rhetoric of those who are also pro-Palestinian and hear what they got to say. And understand that if they're also saying that, oh, well, all Palestinians got to go. Oh, these people are not accepted in no country. And I always did say this, and this is going to sound big cut, but how can you guys can say that about the Palestinians and not also bring up the Jews is hilarious to me. So, and this is why I say that. So how many countries have the Palestinians been kicked out of besides their own? Maybe like 3, 4, 5. Okay, cool. Well, if they're an evil people for that, then what does that say about Jewish people who've been kicked out of 109? So, and I don't like to see either people as evil. No, I see them as equal, and they can be equally good and equally bad. So when you guys bring up points like that, it kind of goes against what you guys are saying. Because I'm like, okay, well, if you're harping on them for being kicked out of 5 places, then what do you think about the Jews being kicked out of 109 and the fact that we have to give them their own land? Not them coming in and assimilating with others. We gave them their own land. So then what would that say about them? See, and that's why I leave that argument alone.
Strong men built the West and won the wars and built the building that we're in right now.
But let's get over to this Charlie Kirk debate. I think he's at Oxford. 300 Oxford student. God damn, 300.
Strong men built the West and won the wars and built the building that we're in right now. And without strong men, then you all of a sudden see civilization unfold upon itself, and we're seeing that happen in real time.
Charlie Kirk is the founder and president of Turning Point USA, a prominent conservative youth organization with a presence of over 2,000 high school and college campuses across the United States. He served as the chairman of Students for Trump, which focused on mobilizing young voters during the 2020 presidential election. Kirk is the host of the podcast, The Charlie Kirk Show, and maintains a social media presence following with high levels of engagement across all platforms. So please welcome me introducing Charlie Kirk.
All right, let's hear these arguments.
Welcome.
Thank you. Honored to be here.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to go straight into it. So some of my first questions are regarding immigration. So you've argued the 14th Amendment policy, 14th Amendment has been misapplied to undocumented immigrants. And if so, you oppose birthright citizenship. And if you do oppose birthright citizenship, what alternative system would you propose for determining who's automatically a citizen, and how would you address the risk of creating a legally precarious or stateless class of US-born children?
Okay. It's a good question. And first of all, thank you for having me, and great to be here, everybody. So if you don't I was amazed. I was at the other place yesterday, so we hope that you guys are going to be even better, right? We'll see what happens. I was amazed by how much you guys care about American politics and you know about our system of government. So if you don't know, I'm just going to kind of just give you a quick overview. So we have the 14th Amendment. It was one of the post-Civil War amendments. It's been used to applied for a lot of different things. One of the ways that it's been debated is this idea of birthright citizenship. So birthright citizenship is that currently in America, you could fly from Beijing, China, 9 months pregnant, land in San Francisco, go to the hospital, and your baby is a full U.S. passport holder, full U.S. citizen. No reservations, no asterisk, nothing at all whatsoever. So that is what's called birthright citizenship. Most of the rest of the world doesn't have it. I don't even think you guys have it here in Britain, where you could just come into the country and have a baby and you get a passport and you become a full citizen. So the question is, does the 14th Amendment apply?
Oh yeah, we got about let's see here, 54 of you guys on X watching. Hey guys, make sure you guys follow me on X. Appreciate the support, guys. All right, let's keep it going, because hey, shout out X.
To the children of non-citizens. Well, the Supreme Court ruled in the late 1890s in what's called the Wong case that it does apply to the children of permanent residents. Since 1890, I think it was 1898 or something similar to that, it has not yet been decided or adjudicated whether or not illegal immigrants or non-American, non-permanent resident, non-U.S. passport, non-green card holders and their children can get birthright citizenship. I think that we should join the rest of the world, including your country, and not give just full U.S. citizenship for people that come on birth tourism to the United States.
Thank you. So then what is the alternative system you propose? Because I know the UK has a similar system, but I think Ireland still has kind of like the birthright citizen state and stuff like that. So what would be your alternative?
Well, to the birthright citizenship question, just get rid of it.
Yeah, shut it down.
And replace?
Well, there should be no replacement, meaning that if you want to come to the United States of America, apply like everybody else and get in line, and you don't get to show up pregnant and have a child, and that child becomes a full U.S. citizen.
So in terms of situations where like the parent has been an undocumented immigrant for a couple of years or decades at this point, and they're having children, where does that leave the children? Do we then create like a state of like basically people who don't have kind of like documentation?
Yeah, that's correct. They do not become U.S. citizens. So our belief is that we should deport everyone who is in our country illegally back to their country of origin. Something that finally your Labor Prime Minister is waking up and saying he wants to do. I hope he actually does it. But it's quite a concept that you're not allowed to come into a country unless you're invited.
Well, man, yeah, and hopefully the people don't kick and scream about it like the ones in LA. So trust me. They can have the idea, but you see how executing the idea plays out.
And so we in the United States just won a popular vote election, a popular vote majority and electoral vote majority under the idea that we want mass deportations. So if you are in our country illegally, the United States, it is our plan to return you back to your country of origin as a full family unit.
Okay, thank you. And then talking about kind of the idea of mass deportation and basically Trump winning an election and that, we've seen recently that he's been expediting the refugee applications of white South Africans, claiming they are victims of racial discrimination. Considering what you've just said about kind of mass deportation being the view, what do you think justifies the embrace of white South African immigrants, white South African immigrants and their temporary legal protections that Trump is granting them?
Well, for one, one of the leading political parties in South Africa is saying that we should kill the Boer over and over again in a endorsed chant from the top leaders in a political rally saying that we should go kill the white South African farmer. You can look at videos of crosses that will fill roads for miles of white South African farmers that have been brutally murdered in their home.
Now, to go ahead and speak on this real quick. Now, I've been able to confirm that there's a white genocide going on, but I have been able to confirm that there is, white genocidal language being used. There's genocidal language being used towards whites, but it is hard to confirm that that whites are being, unalived indiscriminately.
Basically because of what is called land reparations at worst. So this is at best, and then there's another word that we could use for it, which we'll see if it actually qualifies for that as time goes on. But yes, I mean, this is a group where a government has decided that we are endorsing the worst and most venomous form of racial hatred against white South African landowners, and they're fleeing appropriate asylum with the United States. Hilariously, it's only been like 25 people that have received this asylum, and the American completely okay with every other type of person on the planet to be granted asylum. Like 15 million people they want to grant asylum. But when 15 white South Africans want to show up to the United States and have asylum because there's actually an endorsed mantra and chant to kill them, all of a sudden there's a major issue. I wonder why.
Thank you. So then, considering that, so if it applies to, for example, Nigerian Christians being killed in Nigeria and other kind of like world atrocities we're seeing across the world where people are in a vulnerable position, you would agree then that they also should have their applications?
It can. Again, it's a case-by-case basis. And if one of the leading political parties in Nigeria, whether it be the Muslim or the Christian faction, was outwardly saying we must kill the Muslims or we must kill the Christians, we're a very generous country. We're willing to look at all the cases associated. I happen to know the South African one better than the Nigerian one. I mean, Nigeria is the most populated country in Africa, so it's not unreasonable that something like this could happen. But the United States of America is a generous country. We've been known when it meets the criteria that we are a place that you can find safe refuge. The problem is our asylum process has become a scam the last 15 years where people from countries just that have high crime rates are able to say that I am fleeing violence to come to the United States of America. Well, guess what? The United States is also very, very violent. You go to Chicago, go to Philadelphia, it's not exactly a good cause or good claim. And that is in a bad way. That is a way where our compassion as Americans.
Yeah, I mean, that is how the asylum system was being abused. It's like, oh, well, my country's violent. Oh, okay, yeah, come on in here. It's like, whoa, yeah, maybe there should be, you know, some type of persecution going on to where he can't escape it. Nah, this your country is violent. Like, you know, maybe you should go back there and I don't know, help out a little bit, become a police officer.
Is being taken advantage of for an ulterior political motive.
Thank you so much.
If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, your portfolio with institutional grade gold and silver. Right now, every qualified investor at noblegoldinvestments.com.
Moving on slightly to a different topic, which is abortion. Currently, there is a woman who's been declared brain dead in Georgia and is being kept on life support because of the state's restrictive abortion laws that ban abortion after cardiac activity is detected, generally at 6 weeks. So I want to basically ask you, your thoughts on that and how you think kind of like the pro-life arguments apply.
I'm having a hard time hearing it. So you said there's a woman in Georgia that's on life support because she was not able to get an abortion?
So she's being kept on life support because she still has this baby in her womb. And
she has a what? I'm sorry.
She still has this baby, but she's like brain dead, completely brain dead.
She still has a baby?
Yes, but she's being kept on life support just because of this baby. And this is just due to the state's restrictive abortion laws that ban abortion after cardiac activity is detected.
So, I'm confused here. So are you arguing that it's wrong that she's being kept alive for the baby's sake? What are you trying to say?
I don't know enough about the case. Why is she on life support? Is it a pregnancy-induced ailment or is it a unrelated?
Separately ill, but the idea is she's completely brain dead. So basically the only thing that's keeping her alive is this machine because of the baby due to restrictive abortion laws.
Yes.
I mean, isn't that like a thank God moment? Well, hold on. We're able to keep this brain dead mother alive while being able to protect the life of this baby because of abortion laws. So abortion laws save babies, pretty much. Okay, I'm cool with that.
I mean, that baby is going to be able to live, praise God. And that mom will now, her parting gift to the world will be another life. I think that's beautiful. Okay. Unless there's an element of the case I'm missing, like she has pregnancy-induced sepsis or there's something related to the case that I'm not aware, because I do believe in the exception for the life of the mother, but that doesn't sound like that's what this case is.
So to be clear, like the mother is dead. And like...
So what? The baby got to go too? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, wait, do we know who the father is? Was there no father in sight? Even then, I still wouldn't say we just end the baby's life. Like, what are you trying to say, sis?
Well, hold on. How is she dead if she can?
She's being kept alive.
Hold on a second. How is she dead if you can gestate a baby?
She's brain dead.
But she's not dead. Hold on a second. She's brain dead. But let's re-examine what being dead means. How can you actually have a baby fully develop within you if you're dead? And that's what's always so interesting. People that are called dead, they could still get pregnant. Women who are dead still menstruate. They still, when they are stabbed, their adrenaline levels go up. And again, this goes back to the fundamental question of what is a human being and when does life begin? And it would be very interesting. Shouldn't the question also be, I don't know what her wishes are. Do we know her wishes or not? Or
Well, the thing is, again, she's brain dead. She can't give us her wishes.
Well, no,
but
I'm
her
saying,
family,
no, but hold on a second.
Her family have made it
she
very
could have
clear.
prior to this of the pregnancy said, "I want to do whatever is possible to save my baby." So that's not a dumb question.
Yes,
okay?
but I'm not saying it's a dumb question.
Okay, so we don't know. So therefore, since we don't know her wishes,
but she did answer it kind of snarky though, and that is the problem with these the liberal college students. They do have a very condescending tone to them.
Should yield on the side of life, and if that baby is able to survive and the mom dies, I mean, that is of course the moral thing to do.
Surely, considering her family is kind of like, please have been to basically save her first, which is obviously not possible anymore. But
Well, I'm sorry. So the family wants to save the mom, but you said she's brain dead, so there's
Yes.
no way to save her.
So my point is
she's
before-
simply just a vessel for a life.
Well, do you think that's okay for women to just be vessels for life?
No, of course not. In this extreme case, though, which is,
yeah, but you guys are, and I mean, it's not okay for you guys just to be a vessel for life. Like, this ain't the Handmaid's Tale or nothing, but I mean, it is needed for you guys to be vessels of lives. Like, what's the problem here?
is a moral question of, if you terminate the mom, the baby dies. If you can keep the mom, quote unquote, alive long enough, another life enters the world. That is a morally great thing for humanity, to be able to say another life comes into the world when someone who is brain dead would otherwise have no contribution to the species.
But what if this continues when we see more restrictive abortion laws in different states?
Well, we're not. This case that you're saying actually proves my point, that she doesn't have agency, she doesn't have consciousness, so we should yield on the side of the protection of the human being in utero.
So here's my point. The reason why we have this case happening in the first place is because of how restrictive the abortion laws. So here's my point.
Abortion should be banned in the United States of America, and we're well on our way to do that.
Well, so
yes, correct, completely, except for the life of the mother.
Okay, so in the exception of the life of the mother, you agree that
Correct.
that should be. But in this case where we basically have these women being vessels as brain dead individuals, and we're continuing to carry these pregnancies to full term, do you think this is like morally okay in terms of, what if the woman says no beforehand, she doesn't want to be carried as a
I guess
vessel?
the question I would pose.
I mean, if she said no beforehand, I mean, let's be real. I would still put the life of the child over the wishes of the mother, to be quite honest with you, especially if there's a father popping up like, yo, I want that baby. And the mother's like said, oh, well, just in case this happens, I want to take me and the baby out. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna listen to the father. I'm not gonna lie to you. Even if there was no father, I'd just sit there and be like, bro, what? You just want to take out your baby along with you, bro? What type of person are you?
To you or anybody else, what is the moral difference between the baby and the womb and her? One is older. Are they not both human beings? I mean, why all of a sudden that we're able to say that she's older and more developed, that you can eliminate the smaller being? Why is that okay? Under what moral standard it is okay to eliminate beings smaller than you, or because that you've been developed more? In fact, we should, as humanity, say, under this very extreme case, and thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'm actually going to talk about it because it might be used as like a way to like put us on defense, but in some ways it shows that we value both human beings, that mom who might not have nothing else to give, again, the last thing that her body can actually do is to have another life, her offspring, enter into the world. And of course I will defend that, because every human life is exceptionally and uniquely made, and we believe in universal human equality, the first of which is life.
Okay, thank you.
And trust me, it's not like I'm just all the way anti-abortion like Charlie Kirk is. I believe in like 4 to 6 weeks, but yeah, in that situation, I'm rock with Charlie on that one. I'm like, yo, no, I don't want the. What are you trying to say? Just because the lady brain dead, the kid got to go too? Is the kid gonna be brain dead too, or something? Like, make it make sense.
So some other abortion-related questions, kind of like touching on what you said. You've kind of talked about, obviously, the safety of the mother being like the only kind of like bar in which you think abortion should.
Correct.
Yeah. So what about abortions in cases of sexual assault or rape?
Yeah. So again, let's just say I have 2 ultrasounds here. One of the ultrasound is a baby that is conceived in rape. The other one is from a loving marriage. Do we know which one is which? So they're both human beings and they both deserve human rights. Someone in this audience was conceived in rape. Do you know who?
Damn. And there is his wild theory, which is hard to really beat, but I consider the wild theory that, yeah, I mean, what do you say? The crime and the crime is separated from the life. So just because the baby was conceived in a crime doesn't mean that the baby should die because it was conceived in a terrible crime. I'm like, huh.
Tell me. Do they look different? Do they get less rights? Are you not able to have free speech rights because you're a rape baby? No, we believe in universal human equality regardless of how horrific or evil the method of conception is. That is what built the West, and I will continue to defend that.
So then what happens in cases when the baby that is a product of rape or sexual assault is mistreated, is abused?
That's a separate issue. There's plenty of babies that are in loving monogamous marriages that are mistreated and abused. Separate. There is no correlation.
Yeah.
There's no moral justification to say that I think.
What aboutism? Well, what about no, because trust me, it's like a kid born in normal conditions could be put in that as well. So unless you got a study saying that, oh, well, rape babies are more likely to go through this, that, and the third, or go through a terrible life, then yeah, maybe we can make that argument. But there's no study that's been on that to confirm that.
Or I even have data that baby will be abused or mistreated. Therefore, murder is okay.
I mean, there is correlation. I think it's very clear when they've been perceived in very, very horrific situations. The mother specifically as well is obviously in terms of.
Hey, shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He said abortion is a nasty procedure. Imagine doing that to a full-grown adult, bro. Mincing an adult is wild. Man.
Mentally, the impact they have on her, that still the mother has to raise that baby all the way till 18 years old.
Still not a justification for murder. And if you think that abortion is just.
Oh, shoot. Hey, Vlad, what's going on with you? And cool too.
It's a medical procedure or cosmetic type intervention, no different than getting plastic surgery. Women have regrets after abortion. They have psychological trauma. Again, the question is, do we defend human life universally as a statement? And if the question is, I'm going to just kind of, well, I can eliminate the smaller life because I have regret of a sexual encounter I had, then I find great question with that. On the rape thing, though, to your point, it is the hardest thing that we have to defend on its surface. Rape is awful and terrible. Rapists should be castrated.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, my real beliefs on it, one, like the 4 to 6 weeks, unless grape, incest, and detriment to the mother's life. Yeah, I'm okay with abortions happening for grape. I'll be quite honest with you guys, but bro, Charlie's stance, I mean, he has a solid defense of it. Just personally, I would be like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't know, bro. I can't rock with you on that one. But I hear your defense. It's a pretty damn good one.
And put in life for jail the rest of their life. The more important fundamental question is, under what moral standard it is okay to do something evil after an evil act?
Crazy. I've actually heard of, what's wild? I remember before this argument, when I was like younger, before this whole abortion argument, I've heard of women having great babies before and everything turning out just fine. Like, man, I'm telling you, like, I've literally heard about this happening before. It's a very rare case. So when you hear about it, you hear that, oh, they have the kid's doing well, they learn to love the kid and all that wild stuff. It's like, well, crazy. But it does kind of show the I guess the unlimited amount of love or compassion a mother has for the child, or I guess used to have.
When a life is eliminated. One of the most powerful things I get to do is go down college campuses, and all the time I meet young kids that were babies, that were scheduled for abortions, that were conceived in rape, and they are full citizens of America that are flourishing and doing amazing things.
True.
And I believe that we should get back to this idea that all human beings are equal regardless of how you entered the world.
Thank you. Then considering obviously.
Yeah, not just when we're talking about Israel and Hamas. Left.
You've talked about how we need more abortion restrictions, but we're also seeing low birth rates in America and also in the West as a whole. How do you think they interact with each other, and do you think they're related?
I'm sorry, just to make sure I'm hearing the question. And it's not your fault. It's the acoustics. You said falling fertility rates and abortion rates.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So we actually already have a window into this. In Texas, we have completely abolished surgical abortion. You could still do an at-home abortion, which is mifepristone, I think is what it's called. And birth rates are up. About 200,000 new babies net over the last 18 months in Texas versus the years prior. And so, yeah, I mean, in the UK and America, we wouldn't need as many third world immigrants if we didn't kill our babies all the time in the womb.
Damn.
Thank you very much. My next question is,
especially, like I said, I always bring this up, especially in the Black community where we abort more than we, produce or give birth to kids. It's kind of crazy, but it is quite the fad. And the reason why I say fad is because, there's people making songs about aborting kids.
Is slightly a larger picture, considering not abortion, but just the treatment of men and women. So what do you think the role of red pill media is in the men's rights movement? And what are the implications you think it has for women?
Okay, so I'm sorry, you said that what is the role of right-wing media in the
Red
men's
pill
rights
media.
movement? Yes.
Red pill
I'm
media.
sorry, I'm not trying to be.
No, don't worry.
I want to make sure I answer the question.
so-
What is the role of right-wing media in the
Red
men's
pill media.
I'm sorry. Okay, red pill media.
Yes.
What
In the men's rights movement.
What is?
Hold on. Now, Charlie Kirk is not a red pill. Just want to let you remember, the man's married, one wife, high school sweetheart, I think. Yeah, he's not red pill. Like red pill would be, I mean, you might want to ask that question to like, I don't know, Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, maybe the two. Those would be probably the two biggest red pillars I know.
Red pill media.
So, I'm trying to think of a more broad definition.
Can you give me a name?
Think like Joe Rogan, your Andrew Tate.
Joe Rogan's awesome.
Yeah, I don't even think Joe Rogan would count as like, I don't know, like dating red pill or just red pill information or in the truth information. Because then, yeah, Joe Rogan would be considered under that. But if we're talking about dating red pill, like men and women dynamics, nah, that's not them.
Right?
What's wrong with Joe Rogan?
I didn't say there's anything wrong.
I know. What's Joe Rogan's role? He helps save civilization. He's a bow hunter. He's fun.
Okay. My more general point is very much content that's being produced right now regarding men, how they act in terms of very toxic masculinity, how they treat women.
Okay.
Something we've seen, at least in the UK, was the show Adolescence came out recently.
Yeah, which was a complete fiction, by the way.
Talking about
What was it based on?
talking about the kind of the way media interacts.
I mean, it's a mythology no different than Lord of the Rings. Like, there's no basis for this.
I mean, there's a slight difference.
Well, you're right. The difference was that the main character was actually an immigrant, not a white person. That's right. That's the one thing they got wrong.
I'm done.
So
damn. Yo, my man going off right now. But yeah, that show Adolescence, that was absolutely wild. It was just like, whoa. Because he watched certain influencers, he's gonna start hurting women. That is wild, guys. But hey, I guess that red pill did shake up the media space for a while here, and it had women on their back feet trying to defend some wild things, and then it also had men on their back feet trying to think of wilder things that how we should deal with women.
Is it a complete fiction or is it?
Yeah, it's a
that they've got
mythology. I mean,
things
if they would
wrong?
have talked about how it was like a third world Arab young kid radicalized by Islam and then decide to go stab somebody, then they would have gotten more correct in that Netflix special. But yes, the point that I think, and by the way, this kind of not you, you've been great, but like that ridiculous, the head of the conservative party being scolded. Have you not watched Adolescence? What are you talking about? As if it's like some sort of like you have not read the catechism of like the core faith. Have you not experienced the full Eucharist? It's just like preposterous. And so, I mean, sorry, you're asking a good faith question. Like, what is the role of right-wing media? Of course, they're toxic masculinity. There's a war on men in the West. We as men are here to be protectors and defenders and providers. We should treat women with total dignity and respect, of which I'm a proponent of men. I know this crazy Christian idea of saving yourself until marriage and not having sex until marriage. I believe
it does seem like toxic masculinity does revolve around just us no longer listening to women and what they tell us to do when dating. Or, giving us the ideas that, don't work while dating. Oh, it did say, it's like, man, so you're really going to ask, if you're a hunter, are you going to ask a deer how to catch a deer?
Nope. Abstinence is not talked about enough. In fact, you want to dignify women, all of a sudden don't have a bunch of hookup sex on Tinder and every app that you can get your hands on and start acting like men. And so insofar that any media is talking about using women as objects or as ways to try and sleep around a lot, I reject that. At the same time, I am a traditionalist where I believe most, not all, but most women of the West deep down desire getting married and having children and having a husband who loves them. We have a lot of sex in this society and we don't have enough love in this society because love comes from connection, it comes from the soul, it comes from something deeper, not just an orgasm.
Next. Even though orgasms are nice, but yeah, love is deeper than orgasms.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your answer.
But before she moves on, I do want to get to this Tommy Lorraine video where she was damn near going off on the generation of Gen Z. And Tommy Lorraine has honestly put herself in the red pill view lens, when it comes to female dating dynamics, because there's this whole thing coming out like, oh, these female conservatives are secretly covert feminists. They preach the same thing the feminists do. Go work hard, not be a family. Don't subjugate yourself to a man, all that wild stuff. And so, and remember, this is the same conservative group that says they're preaching different than what the liberal women are preaching, which in policies they are, but in terms of dating dynamics and how they want women to deal with men, and they do preach the same thing.
Gen Z is getting called out for doom spending habits, like spending thousands of dollars on Taylor Swift concerts or lavish vacations. Okay, well, check this out. 63% of Gen Z folks feel that they are being judged for how they manage their money. Nearly half of them blame schools for not teaching them how to save. Can you believe this? Tommy Laren joining us.
18 to 28 years old. Feel like it's been viewed critically. Damn. So here's the thing. I always did say now, and this is what absolutely kills me about media and about how they low-key dub men. They low-key, when men cry out, and I'm talking about this 18 to 20, they cried out and they said, hey, yo, we feel like we didn't get this, and we're just making our complaints because we're trying to feel heard, and then they get ridiculed. This is what caused the red pill movement. I don't think you guys understand. Like I said, this is what caused it, is the fact that men say something, and this will cause a lot of men just to shut in altogether. Is when we say something, you guys tell us to express ourselves, let us know what the problems that are going on, and then you make fun of us for the problems that we express. And at that point, I'm just going like, what's the point of even asking for our opinion? What's the point of even, bro? It's almost like disingenuous to ask men what's wrong and then make fun of them when they tell you what's wrong. It's like, what was the point of asking?
What happened to common sense? And B, doesn't anybody take responsibility for anything anymore?
Well, because I'm a millennial, I'm going to leave it to Gen Z, of course, to make some excuses.
And I'm a millennial as well. Like, trust me, I'm a millennial as well, but I kind of feel for them. And here's the thing, to sit there and blame Gen Z is kind of like putting honestly, it's like putting a curtain over our own failures, because who raised these guys? Who are their big brothers? Who are their parents? Let's not forget who these people came from, because it came from us. And if they're fucked up, then we failed them. Period, point blank. And as much as I know I like to blame these Gen Zs are crazy, but at the end of the day, they are my little brothers, sisters, little cousins, and all that. And if I feel that way about them, then what does that say about me as somebody that they look up to? I must have failed them in some way, shape, or form then. So I don't like to be too critical of Gen Z, because then it's just like, yo, then we got to turn this back on ourselves. Because like I said, Gen Z just kept it real with us and said, yo, we felt like you guys failed us when it came to education. And we did. Bro, let's cut the bullshit. Like, some of us are older than Gen Z. We understood that, yo, they weren't teaching finance back then. They weren't teaching it. They weren't even teaching us real skills back then. We had to learn real skills once we got out into the real world. And that's a fact. So let's not pretend like Gen Z's not standing on something here. Like, they literally shared something with us and they're about to get ridiculed for it. What was the point? This is why Red Pill exists. For people like these who just shit on men every time they express themselves. But it'll be the same people to say, men, you need to express yourselves. Like, I cannot believe it.
Excuses, but maybe on this point, I will give them a little bit of credit in their assessment. I do think we need to be teaching students about finances, basic understanding of how things work in the world, what an interest rate is, what a down payment is, what a mortgage is. A lot of people graduate high school and even college, and they have no idea because they were never taught. Now, maybe less gender identity, CRT, find out who you are, maybe more finances, math.
Yeah, but do you blame Gen Z or do you blame the teachers who are usually the generation before Gen Z, like the millennials and maybe the Gen X and all that good stuff? So wouldn't that be for us? Wouldn't we have to take that one to the chin?
Math, hard money. I think that would do students well. But on the flip side of this, Stuart, I mean, you look at the money in your bank account, and if the money in your bank account can't afford to go to Taylor Swift or eat out 5 days a week, that is basic common sense. So they can't fully put the blame on the education environment for this one.
Okay, 2 points I'd like to make. Number one, where are the parents? Isn't it the parents' job to explain a few things about money? And B,
because parents, just like I said, weren't taught too well about money themselves unless they took that upon themselves to learn about it. Like I even said during my generation, millennials, like we can't sit there and shit on Gen Z when we got our own problems as well. And so does Gen X. There's Gen Xers who are terrible with money. That's a generation that raised us. So we're not going to sit here and pretend like bad financial, literacy hasn't been kind of passed down through the generations as Americans have persist. I mean, maybe that's why we're at this huge debt crisis. Maybe. It might have something to do with it.
do you really want children to learn about money from the teachers' union? You really want that, Tommy Lahren?
And honestly, that's true. Like I ain't gonna lie. I also do blame the fact that classes don't include finances, and that's on us. Like, think about this, guys. How can we sit there and blame Gen Z? We went through the same thing as these guys, and we didn't be like, you know what, we missed it, so let's make sure these guys get it. We didn't ensure that the next generation was getting a better education, and that's on us. That's on us and everybody before us.
Listen, I'd rather they learn about money, because the thing about math is you can't monkey with it. You can't make it about gender identity. You can't make it about activism. It's just math, and it has to add up or it doesn't. So I think they would be better suited to learn from educators about finances. But I would also say this. These are the same young people who want their student loans to be forgiven. Now, That's a horrible lesson to these young people who already don't know about finances. You're saying you took out a loan and now you don't have to pay it back? Ooh. That's a bad lesson to put in the books there.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Okay, look at this.
Okay, I agree with her on that one. Joe Biden was a lot, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Now, that's a bit disingenuous, because you gotta, and I always like to say, go into the mindset of people before you judge them. Now, these kids are, going through school. Some of them dropped out. Some of them feel like they completely wasted their time because they were pushed to go into the wrong type of degrees, because they don't really push these kids into STEM degrees unless you had an interest in STEM as a kid. So, yeah. Now, I'm not trying to make excuses for these guys, but I would like to point out and just say that some of them kind of got enticed, and then that's their fault for being enticed and being like, well, wait, hold on. I can get all this burden lifted off me that I done placed on myself. Oh, but Joe Biden says he's willing to take it out. It is enticing. And then when you dangle it in front of them, forgive a couple others, and then leave everybody else to dry. Well, how do you think they're gonna feel? If nobody got it, they'd have been okay with it. Could have been like, all right, it was just a pipe dream. But then some people actually got it, and then a lot of people were left dry, they didn't get theirs either. Then how do you think they're gonna feel? They're gonna feel like they didn't maybe missed out on something. They didn't feel like they were unfairly treated. But nobody really addresses that because it's a little too late. Because hey, they've been forgiven. It's already down the drain.
This headline, quote, young people are skeptical of the American dream. Youngsters, I can see that. They are having a hard time in some aspects of the American dream. Buying a home, it's not easy. I think their skepticism is understandable. What say you?
It's definitely understandable. There are a lot of young people out there who really want to stop renting. They want to buy a home. They want to live what most of us consider to be that American dream. But I would also say this, going back to the spending habits. Yes, homes are expensive. Things are expensive right now. There's no disputing that. But how are young people spending their money? Are they spending it recklessly? Are they not able to buy a home because they're buying the Taylor Swift concert tickets, because they're eating out, because they're buying designer items so they can put it on social media? And what if
bit disingenuous, like I said, because remember, Tommy Lahren, the same person I was arguing, and Joe Biden's a comment, oh, these kids, these people, our generation can't even afford houses no more because of the housing prices done doubled. Now you're over here trying to eviscerate Gen Z, pretty much calling them lazy for not being able to afford the housing prices that are doubled. Like, bro, what?
Is their idea of the American dream? Is it being able to have that house and the white picket fence, or is it being a TikTok influencer and making money that way by posting makeup videos?
Regardless of what they want to do. And here's the thing. I really don't care what they want to do. As long as they want to do something with their lives that add value, sure, let them go ahead and do it. Even if they want to be a content creator. I mean, they still got to have a job on the side until said endeavor pops off. So even then, and let's not pretend like we haven't had people in the professional field turn into content creators. So I don't think it's a bash on content creators you want to go for, but I do think you want to address that the fact that prices have doubled in the housing market during the Biden administration, which we're trying to deal with in the Trump administration, but it is what it is right now. So I would kind of leave them alone on that point, because yeah, it is a bit harder to afford the American dream that, well, I'm be real with you, my parents and their parents before them was able to get.
I think that they have maybe a skewed perception of what the American dream has always been, and that's understandable. Things evolve, things change, but I think young people maybe need to come back to reality, especially right now. Look at your spending, look at what you're making, and also when you're going to get a job out there, maybe put less emphasis on the so-called work-life balance, because
Jobs ain't trying to hear that BS. I ain't gonna lie, that is that weak talk. I will give her that one though. Like, of course, focus on your spend. Make sure you're living below your means and all that good stuff. So you can actually build an emergency fund. So all this good stuff, but I don't know. In the beginning, it does seem like she was being a bit ruthless towards Gen Z, and it does. And here's the craziest thing: like when Tomi Lahren speaks, she never kind of goes at Gen Z women, and just be real with them. Like, Gen Z women, y'all fat. Y'all are unhealthy. Y'all overly educated, but you ain't really doing too much. You're not producing enough children to low key help the the population. It's like, and then Gen Z men. I mean, like, bro, what the hell are y'all doing? Like, y'all acting soft. Y'all talking about y'all want work-life balance. Y'all damn near working half-ass in your personal life and work life. It's on both sides. I get it, but let's not sit here and pretend like they ain't learn it from some people here. Like, let's not. And I do like to blame millennials. We got to put that on us a little bit. We can't pretend like the younger generation of the millennials wasn't acting that way. Or like, let's not pretend. I'm talking about I'm part of the youngest members of the generation of the millennials.
Follow-up question on that in terms of Red Pill Media, specifically stuff like Andrew Tate's content, which I think is probably on the edge and kind of the fringe of it. What are your thoughts then in terms of when it kind of pushes the limits?
Yeah, I don't know Andrew. I've never met him. I mean, he has a certain following and he has a certain approach. I've seen some of his content. Some of it I like, some of it I disagree with. I can only speak for what I believe, and I think that's fine. I mean, if there's a video or a statement you want me to respond to, I can do that. But more broadly, I think that the men of the West have been infantilized for too long. We have the lost boys of Peter Pan that are basically watching porn all day long and doing drugs, and they don't have to go on an adventure to mature themselves. They have nothing significant to aim for. And part of that needs to be challenge. Young men need challenge. They need something that elevates them above their primitive state of just indulging the flesh. And that means an entire society that knows that young men need other men to communicate to them in a way that is not that you're the worst, most awful thing ever, because we see the men of the West checking out. And I would love during our Q&A portion, if somebody thinks that's a good thing or a bad thing. And if you think it's a good thing, at least you are morally consistent. If you think that the men of a society checking out is a good thing, well, you are getting your goal, because that is what is happening. We have like this generation that has completely disappeared of young men, particularly in my country, in the middle parts of America. I don't know if the same trends are here in the UK, but I do know that it is intercontinental, this trend. We see it across Europe and across the UK, of this hyperfixation on feminism and female empowerment, while also not acknowledging that strong men built the West and won the wars and built the building that we're in right now. And without strong men, then you all of a sudden see civilization unfold upon itself, and we're seeing that happen in real time.
True. Thank you so much. Going to move on slightly in terms of topic area. What is your stance on Project 2025?
It's going great.
I like it. I mean, when you read it out all the way through, I mean, it's actually a pretty good plan. I like it.
To what extent do you think it's feasible in terms of all the actual clauses within it? And also,
in all fairness, it's a 1,200 page document. I haven't even read it all. But the parts about deconstructing the administrative state, there's an entire chapter of Project 2025 that our former president, who wasn't even president, he was brain dead, and you all know it's true, and the media covered up for it, and they lied about it, and they smeared all of us that acknowledged it and knew it. He did not even know the year he got elected. That is a fact. You can go listen to the Robert Hur tapes, and the leader of the United States of America did not know the year that he got elected. And an aide had to insert, be like, no, sir, you were actually elected in this year, not that year. He didn't know the year that he left office as vice president. He thought that his son died in combat, not of cancer, in an official testimony to the United States government about a criminal investigation. So we had an administrative state running our government. So about Project 2025, Joe Biden and the Democrats and some very weak Republicans told us the border is a problem that cannot be solved. You just have to get used to the fact that 2.5 million people come into your country every single year. There's nothing you can do. In Project 2025 and other documents, there's like, no, we can operationalize the border. We're going to do remain in Mexico, all these other details. So in April, 60,000 people last year came across the southern border illegally. 60,000. Last April, this one, 6. President Donald Trump did not need Congress. He didn't need a new act of legislation. Turns out we just needed a new president who knew what to do and actually cared about sovereignty. So I think the project's going great. I don't know all the details, but I'm thrilled that America has its mojo back.
Thank you very much. My next question is something you said regarding Obama. You described him as a failed cultural revolution agent.
What did I say? A failed what?
Failed cultural revolution agent.
Oh, that's right. That's correct.
Yeah. Can you please clarify what you mean by the statement and your position on basically DEI more broadly?
What was the DEI part?
So can you clarify, A, what you meant by that statement about Obama, and then your position on DEI more broadly?
Oh, okay, got it. So I'll do the second one second. Okay, so yeah, Obama's revolution, partly in his book Dreams from My Father, which I encourage you to read, was that he thought that he would bring forth a great awakening and a reconfiguration of America. And he thought that Hillary Clinton was like an automatic to become president. They thought they were going to stack the Supreme Court with 3 new Supreme Court justices. And his revolution never actually hit its final mark. Instead, President Donald Trump won in 2016. We got 3 Supreme Court justices. We were displaced from power from 4 years. And now President Trump is back on top and almost
pretty much President Trump did everything that Obama was planning on accident.
Every one of the core things that Obama ran on or defended have fallen out of popularity with the American people. And so you can like Obama. I actually think there's plenty of things you can like about him. He's very talented. He's very charismatic. He's very good on his feet. He respected the White House. He respected the Oval Office. There's plenty of stuff. Like, I'm not like an automatic hate Obama guy, but you must just be factual. Like, his vision, what he wanted to do for America, has failed. It's failed in the popular vote majority. It's failed in our public opinion polls. Young people, which used to be Obama's greatest constituency, college campuses were all on fire for Obama. Well, young people actually moved the most towards Donald Trump this last election, and President Donald Trump won the youth vote in Michigan and several other battleground states. As far as DEI, my stance on it, I'm very much against it, and they say it stands for diversity, equity, inclusion, but it really stands for didn't earn it.
Damn, standing on it.
Can you elaborate more why you think it didn't earn it?
Yeah, I mean, so again, so DEI is a very innocuous term that can be applied in many ways. So affirmative action is an extension of DEI, and they're kind of like cousins to each other. So there's 4 elements to this. There's critical race theory, which is the legal, it's kind of like the philosophical theory. We could talk about it if you like. There's affirmative action, which is most definitely in practice, if you will. And then there's disparate impact theory, which has been the predominant legal theory in the United States to justify the U.S. Civil Rights Act. And it's kind of, it's downstream tributary effects. And then there is diversity, equity, inclusion, which I think the best example of DEI can be how it's kind of taken over the corporate workforce. There's 2 ways I could look into it. Number 1, DEI demands that you must hire these new ridiculous diversity departments for no reason whatsoever that weigh down costs, that are basically speech police internally of our major companies, that make it a less desirable place to work, and honestly less productive and less likely for us to be able to compete against the Chinese communists. So I could talk and I can give you examples on that if you'd like. The other part of this, though,
I mean, yeah, when they're a little bit too gender inclusive, you can walk past somebody and say, "Hey, bro," and then you're getting called into the HR office like, "Yeah, you said hey, bro, to somebody today." He's like, "Yeah, I did." Yeah, that was actually a woman, and he's trans, and well, she's transgender, and you misgendered somebody. So, sir, I'm sorry, but you're fired. I know, right? Crazy.
Is that you could insert? I don't know how much deep you want me to go into this, but fundamentally, DEI is about race quotas in America. I don't know if it adheres in the UK. And so when you have a quota and you want to reach that quota, you will then have to relax the standards of excellence. When you build a big organization, you say, this is what we stand for. Harvard, for example, used to stand for truth, Veritas. Every organization must have a telos, so must have something you aim at. And if you aim at anything other than excellence or meritocracy as a company, then you will compromise those things. If all of a sudden you want to be equitable, well, maybe that company will not be that good anymore. And we see the slippage of our excellence here in the West, where if we get away from excellence and meritocratic type undergirding philosophy and towards other type substructures, I think it's a remarkably dangerous proposition.
Thank you very much. Again, moving slightly, you spoke briefly about President Trump and kind of the success he's having in the US right now. So what are your thoughts on basically the tariffs issue we've basically been seeing with the US?
I'm supportive. Look, when
you mean the ones you guys capitulated on?
We're talking about this, I'm sure, in the Q&A. Always look at the end result with Trump, because the process can sometimes drive people mad and a little crazy, and the up and down. But like in the first term, everyone was very critical of his Middle East policy. And then we got the Abraham Accords, which was an incredible accomplishment of peace between Israel and the Emiratis and the Saudis. And so there's a process that you have to allow unfold here. As far as the tariffs brought a lot of countries to the table. You guys got actually a pretty good deal out of this. President Trump was generous enough to actually exempt Rolls-Royce and some of your major manufacturing in the latest bilateral trade deal with the United States. And I want to see our two countries grow closer together. And I think the president has the same wish. But as all the tariffs are eventually pointing at what we should, and this is the question for Europe, and this is the question for the United Kingdom. Will Europe and the United Kingdom decide to embrace the West, or will it look very, very far to the East? The rising power struggle in front of us is all the things we've talked about, but it really is the Chinese Communist Party versus Western values. The Chinese Communist Party is antithetical to even those of you that are liberal in this audience right now, is antithetical to what you believe and how you believe it. The CCP is the greatest threat to so many of these different things on the planet. And as it is this rising power, we have to reckon with this question. Are we okay as America? I don't know if that's the case here in the UK. Are we okay with not making any of our own vitamin C, none of our own antibiotics, none of our own critical pharmaceuticals? We do not make our own drone materials. In fact, we are supposed to make 4 submarines a year. We only make 2 submarines a year because we have to get the parts from China. And so I think there's a vassal state problem that is presenting itself in the West, where we have grown addicted to cheap products. And the Chinese, they do manufacturing very well. And you are underestimating the Chinese if you think it's just that it's cheap labor. They're very organized. They're very industrious. They take manufacturing seriously. Being the head of a manufacturing plant in China is like being a mayor of a small town. You have power, you have prestige, you have honor. You can call the local governor at any time. They prioritized it, and they knew that this was a way that they could enter into.
Not all of them, Charlie. Only the ones that are good with the government or that are owned by members of the CCP gets that type of privilege. So no, not every factory in China is getting to hook up like that. And not every factory in China is ultra clean. That's what I'm saying. It's that perception that they feed you about China that's a complete lie.
To the global market. So tariffs are in some ways a very, let's say, provocative way to bring us to a conclusion that no Western leader other than President Trump has had the moral courage to actually bring out into the open, which is like, hey guys, this century will be defined as to who actually stands up against China. And it's better that we do it in 2025 other than 2045, because we might not have the chips to bargain against them.
Thank you. On that, I think China's response to that has been very much, lax in terms of they don't care and kind of like retaliating with their own tariffs. Do you actually think they can get to a position where Trump and China can kind of like have a...
All right, now let's get to the debate here, because instead of him having, having his go at it. All right, let's get to it.
If your answer is no, MPs advocate for a value-neutral free speech policy. So regardless of who is in power in this country, you guys can challenge and you guys can speak openly. That is the bedrock of a liberal democracy.
I mean, shoot. Also, I remember somebody said this on, I think it was CNN. Somebody says, then he said to Anderson Cooper, he said, democracy does not exist without journalism. And I was like, damn, he kind of got a point.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to shoot to Q&A. So
would you like me? The show trial will begin.
Yes.
I think one of the best ways to bolster an argument, to construct an argument, is to foresee potential counter arguments and to address them. And because you've been doing this for quite some time and you're well versed in what you believe, in your ideologies and your beliefs, if you were in my position, what would you ask yourself that would be most effective in challenging those core tenets?
Thank you for that question. I didn't expect that. So respectful and like thoughtful. I don't know if you're a left liberal or not. I don't know, but because it's implied in your question that you are. Is that correct or not? Because you said, what would you believe as your core tenets? I don't know. But anyway, do you want to remark?
I take it as a compliment.
Okay,
No.
great. Okay, that's fine. Always come into every conversation believing that you might be wrong and that you might learn something. And you guys go here to a ridiculously old institution that has some of the greatest thinkers that I admire, Tolkien, Lewis, I mean, the list goes on.
Ooh, excuse me.
And I don't know the core canon of what you are studying, but I can definitely tell you in America, there is a de-emphasis of the thinkers and of the writers that were once, let's just say, embedded within the core curriculum of a place like this. And I would encourage all of you that are intellectually honest, that are on the left, that are liberals, to know what conservatives believe better than conservatives. Read our literature. Read C.S. Lewis' Mere Christianity. Go read Edmund Burke. Go read Russell Kirk, of which I share a name, no relation. Go read Milton Friedman. Understand it. Spend time with it. Treat it with respect. Don't just do it as a passerby, because the very few, and there's a couple, right-wing students in this room, they've done that to all the left-wing ideas. No, it's fine. I'm calling them out. Because they've done that with the left-wing ideas. They've had to. You cannot proceed in many universities without having to reckon and reconcile with that. So I mean,
yeah, you do got to know the history of, I guess, the adversary. And yeah, if you're going to go against the libs, you might want to study the libs' history and where they get their arguments from, where they start having these arguments, when they start pushing them into the Supreme Court, all that good stuff. Because you want to know what the foundation of their argument is. And sometimes these people don't even know the foundation of the argument.
Here's your question.
Thank you. I just want to quickly follow on from that. I did my undergrad in the US, and so
what school?
Michigan State.
Oh, go Spartans! Yeah.
Go Green, go White. So I've here and there I've been labelled leftist, rightist. So I've heard it all.
I hate labels, honestly. It's ridiculous. So you seem very sweet. So yeah.
Thank you. And I wanted to know if you believe that I know your views on college education, specifically in the US, and that you believe that it does not deliver what it should. Do you think that, whether right or wrong, that because you don't have that degree, your influence within society might be restricted compared to, for example, Jordan Peterson?
Yes. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
keep going.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. This is a barrier that I have to overcome. I did not go to university or college. I just went straight into doing stuff. And a criticism I get is, well, you didn't go to college, therefore you're not capable of dialoguing. That is inherently an argument from an authority. But yes, that is a good argument.
I don't like that argument either, but and here's the thing, I'm actually a college graduate. So that's the thing. It's like I can agree. Also, I can agree to the fact that he kind of don't need to do all that to, do what he's doing now. Like, acting like my man's out here doing surgeries or something, or out here doing creating contraptions or whatever without no college background. No, the man's just sitting here speaking on his beliefs and doing the research into it and the research into politics and all that good stuff. And if he came from a pretty good high school background and came from a good private school, let's be real, that's kind of all he needs to run off with. He'll be just fine.
If you want to be taken seriously, because it's of course a barrier, because it actually only motivates me more to learn more and to dive deeper and to become better understanding of these ideas. But yes, there is at least in the States, of which you studied your undergrad, there is an emphasis on the credential. However, that also plays into my core argument as the indictment of the current state of the academy. If it is a credential, then it's a very expensive, time-intensive credential just to be able to have people take you more seriously. And that is kind of like the downfall of what do you do instead of like, where did you go? And I don't like that.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about something you've probably never talked about.
Never?
Abortion.
Oh, yeah. Now, if you make an argument I've never heard, I will give you great credit.
I wanted to basically try to determine whether you, as you, I believe, believe that abortion in case of rape should be illegal because of the right to life being absolute, or with that the right to life is supposed to be weighted against autonomy and freedom, but just the burden of carrying a child of a rapist is simply insufficient to justify abortion. And if I may, I would use a thought experiment for that.
Is it the violinist?
A modified version of it.
Yeah, see, I've heard it all, man. So you got it. It's Oxford. You got to go deeper, man. I'm going to be honest. Like, I got hundreds of hours on this topic. Give me something I haven't heard.
It is deeper. So the question is whether you would, if anyone doesn't know the argument, I'm going to just spell it out in the modified version. So the Society of Music Lovers has determined that your wife is the only person that can save the life of a famous violinist. They have kidnapped her and their circulatory systems are currently attached. She can detach from the violinist. It will be safe for her, but it will lead to the violinist's death. The question is, would you be willing to force her to stay attached to the violinist for 9 months? And then the next question is, would your answer change if it was 10, 11, 12 months, her whole life? If perhaps she was supposed to be bedridden for the whole time to increase, for the sake of, well, seeing what happens if the burden significantly increases.
Well, the second part of the question is irrelevant because it's only for 9 months to keep it applicable to the topic at hand, correct? Otherwise, it's a completely irrelevant moral question. Secondly, just to be clear, you're not kidnapped when you get pregnant. So I don't quite understand the analogy, right? Number three, yes, I mean, if in this, I always found this analogy outrageous. If you're asking me or my wife would answer, if I have to suffer for 9 months so that another being will assuredly get life, I will do that. That's how she would answer.
May I follow up? Yeah, so the question is whether the right of life is absolute.
It is.
Or whether some level of inconvenience can be taken into account, or rather burden can be taken into account and weighed against it. In this case, I'm asking, what if it was, for example, for her whole life? Because, well, it's
not irrelevant. I haven't thought deeply about it. I honestly.
Yeah, because first you changed it from, oh, well, she's just attached to this guy for 9 months. And if she can be released from him sooner, then the guy will die. Well, he already told you. You said, well, I'll be okay with my wife sticking to that man for 9 months until they're in the clear. But now you want to switch up the argument like, well, if there was no guarantee that she was moving at all, then would you? Come on now, man, because you're supposed to try to relate it to, a woman being pregnant. And you can't do that if you're talking about, oh, well, if she was there for life, then what? No, that doesn't work. Stick to the 9 months.
But it's not relevant because pregnancy is at a 9-month window. So it's not relevant to my abortion view.
Well, the burden is also different of being attached to.
And that is why I never do it. That's why I never do it, Jet, is because it's just like, and even when people try to, oh, what was your education? What's this, that, and the third? I'm just like, bro, it doesn't even matter. And then I always hit them with the smart ass reply, like, you first. And usually when I hit them with that, they usually hush up.
A violinist, the burden is completely different to carrying a rapist, a child of a rapist. So
nothing really talk
I do acknowledge that the burdens are different. Well, the question is whether there is a burden that could be weighed against the right to life. And if in this case, you just believe that
the only burden would be life of the mother.
So you would force your wife.
Okay.
You would be willing.
Hold on a second. No, I would be willing to do whatever is necessary to not have a human being eliminated. And I guess, is it a human being in the womb? Yes or no?
Yes.
Well, why don't you get the human being rights?
Well, that's what I'm trying to just.
No, ask the question. Why does that human not get rights and you do?
Well, my question.
No, answer the question. Why do you get rights? And
it's so funny though. It's like bro got up here thinking that he was gonna ask all the questions, and he forgot how a debate works. It's like, you're gonna get asked questions too.
The baby doesn't.
I'm not saying it doesn't.
Yeah, your right to life, eliminate it. That's the first and most fundamental right of the West. Why don't you get that right to the baby?
Well, I'm not saying no.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm asking whether you would force your wife.
Well, hold on a second. Very fundamentally, do you believe that every human being has a right to life, regardless how small you are or what level of development that you are on?
I do believe that every person does have a right to life. Yes.
You do not believe that?
I do.
Okay, then we agree. Abortion should be eliminated, not allowed.
And you would force your mother, you force your wife to stay with a violinist.
Again, you are gruesomely describing a universal truth that we will protect life no matter how small or level of development in the environment or
You're telling me my wife had to be attached to a violinist for 9 months so the violinist could live? Yeah, I would go ahead and just let by. Like, all right, babe, you gotta go ahead and suck it up. It's only 9 months. I know it's a while, but I mean, what? You want to live with this man's death on your conscience?
Or the degree of dependency. And again, I will throw it back to you because it's very easy to use this analogy to make it seem like I'm unreasonable. But you're actually the unreasonable one here, saying that I will eliminate the human being just because, for what reason? There is no excuse for murder, period. We believe that in the West, correct? Now, you want to make the self-defense argument, we can go back there. I've heard every argument. I've heard that the baby's a parasite. I've heard the baby's an invader. I've heard the baby that is, currently taking the nutrients. None of them are morally applicable to the actual circumstance of gestation, period. Every human being has a right to life. You can check your notes again if you'd like, but every human being has a right to life. Yes or no? It's what built the West.
Well, it's what I'm asking. It's the only thing I wanted to ask.
Got it. You got your answer. No, I understand. What you are doing is a rhetorical trap. I've answered it completely, which is this. I stand for
that's all they kind of have is these logic traps for these abortions, and it always falls on its face. It really does.
The abolition of abortion in all circumstances against life of the mother, because life matters. Every human being, I believe, is made in the image of the divine, is sacred, is unique. And if we get away from this principle as we have, we not only have moral degradation, we not only have the collapsing society around us, but it's bad for that being itself. That being itself is unique. That being has rights. And who are we to say just because?
It's crazy. It's like the only time you can really defend abortion is when you're willing to dehumanize or, be condescending. And really, that's really what it is. Either you got to be condescending or dehumanizing. And that's really the only way to defend abortion. Like, that's all I've really seen anybody defend abortion on is dehumanizing, the human fetus.
Because we're older that we get to murder it. Thank you.
I likewise have an abortion-related question. So the Constitution refers to citizens and persons, but it does not explicitly define when life begins. In your view, who should define this question when we have a near split of liberals and conservatives in our country? Specifically, Alabama and Delaware have defined the start of life differently. Alabama treats the question as life beginning at conception. Since you can't kill a person, you're not permitted to get an abortion. Whereas Delaware defines the start of life at the time when the fetus is viable outside of the mother. Therefore, Delaware permits abortion
when the kid is viable outside of the mother. That is ridiculous logic. I like the at conception because that is the process of life. So think about it like this. It's like when the kid is born, when the kid is at conception, first day popped into the egg, successful landing. I know, shout out to the sperm that had a successful landing. So shout out to you, man. And so due to the successful landing of the sperm, that is conception, and a life is being born or being created right there and then. Not 6 months later, not 3 months later, and not even a month later. It is right there and then.
Up until viability at about 24 to 26 weeks. Since it's not in the Constitution, who should make a countrywide decision when liberals and conservatives have answered this question differently?
It's a good question. Right now, the answer, the Supreme Court has said, the localist jurisdiction possible. And then we'll work our way up from there. We aim to abolish abortion the same way we aim to abolish slavery in the 1860s.
Meaning
and they are moral equivalents. In fact, one is arguably worse.
So the states should decide.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, right now, the local jurisdiction. You can get down to the county level. We have county hospitals that have issues on this. We have jurisdiction. So the most local, the better. That will de-radicalize the position and give us space to make the moral argument, which I continue to be on a quest to do so.
And you would therefore respect Delaware's position on this matter?
Well, yes, the states have sovereignty to do that for the time being. But of course, we are going to push for a national vote when we win the people's minds. We are my position on abortion is unpopular in my country.
Hell yeah.
I don't want to scare you guys too much.
Hell yeah, you damn right it is unpopular, bro. Especially when you said, well, you should be able to have a kid even if it's a great baby. I'm like, bruh. Charlie, I thought, because most conservatives is okay with abortion on the grounds of, incest, grape, and detriment to the mother's life. This man, Charlie, said, I don't know, guys, about the grape one. I'm like, bro, I don't explain yourself. And then he explains himself. He damn near scratching your head like, oh, shit, that's actually a pretty damn good argument.
I am in the vast minority of my own political party on this issue, proudly, because I'm morally correct. I'm on the right side of history. When all the chips are down and when all the biology is settled, it will be very simple and very clear that we have made every excuse in the book to try to eliminate life smaller than us for simply inconveniences. So yes, right now we respect Delaware, we respect Michigan, respect all of that, but we have all intents to march every way through the institutions, from the cultural places of power and eventually political, to abolish abortion in America.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like I said, really the only way to defend abortion is just to start being condescending, or honestly to start being emotional, saying that, oh, well, you don't care about women's health and these women's suffering. I'm like, whoa, chill out there. And then the third way is, well, dehumanizing the human fetus. That also works for them as well. Well, by saying it's a parasite or a clump of cells.
Hey, Charlie. So I wanted to return to a comment you made earlier about the generation of lost boys. You likened them to the Peter Pan movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So when we're talking about red pill media as being a large influence, and I wanted to define that. It's a reference to the Matrix, in which a lot of these media heads talk about unplugging yourself, and it's about waking up to.
Hold on. This man's at a professional debate, and this man dressed like, well, I mean, he's dressed like me right now.
Realization that there is an active attack on masculinity, that men's rights need to be, that men are being oppressed in a way, and that men's rights need to be advocated for. And many people have attributed the red pill media to rise in this almost generation of lost boys. I kind of wanted to get your opinion on kind of do you see this generation of lost boys as a failure of
I don't think the lost boys is because of the red pill generation. I think the red pill generation highlighted the fact that there is the generation of lost boys. I think there was a highlight of them. The red pill didn't create, it just highlighted. The red pill, honestly, didn't create anything. It just highlighted and put a magnifying glass on certain things that we were ignoring.
Masculinity, or are there potential other factors, economic, social factors, such as, the death of the American dream, increasing costs of living in America, increased cost of education? Are there any other reasons as to why this generation of lost boys might exist, or do you basically attribute it to
I acknowledge all of that, of course. I mean, one of them, it's a very good faith question, and thank you. In America, we made a stupid decision in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s to shut down our factories in the middle part of the country and basically disenfranchise and deindustrialize tens of millions of working class men and tell them to go move to the cities and learn to code. I said this in the previous Q&A, but I can again, which is that a family used to be able to be supported on a single income of 35 weeks of labor a year. Now it takes upwards of 60 weeks of labor a year. However, given all the economic and social and all those factors, the largest of all of them is the cultural and the educational that has infantilized men and hyper-feminized them in the messaging, in the outreach, and in the treatment. And so I can give you specific examples.
In what way has the education system infantilized men?
I mean, every possible way, from the hypermedication of young men, in the core curriculum in America, we learn about.
Because it does seem like they want the young men to act like the young women. It does seem like, oh, well, these young women can stand still. And since the young men can, and boys are always going to be born with more energy. I mean, shoot, if you're ever taking care of young boys compared to taking care of young girls, you kind of notice that, the girls actually sit down. There's less bumping around and random things breaking. I'm sorry, I'm kind of reminiscing of taking care of, some young boys I used to take care of back in the day. Then, when I compared it to taking care of my goddaughter, I was like, you know what? It's a whole lot more peaceful with the goddaughter around. But the boys, bruh. But yeah, that's the whole point there, though. The whole point is guys always did have more energy, and they kind of just drug them out to kind of make them sit still like the girls. And this is one of the reasons why girls always did so well in the school system, is because it's kind of tilted towards them, towards the sitting down, paying attention, and do as I say. And guys, well, we're over here breaking crayons and playing around in our desks.
Toxic masculinity from ages 8 in public schools in California and in New York. We never talk about toxic femininity. Do you agree that there's toxic femininity as well?
I mean, I think it's an unfair double standard.
Why? How can femininity not be toxic if masculinity can?
I'm not saying they can't be.
Do we teach kids about toxic femininity in our schools? No, tell me yes or no.
I mean, I think that they come from two very different places. I think toxic masculinity comes from a level of misogyny, where I think toxic femininity often comes from a reaction to a misogynistic system.
Wow. Basically, it's saying that, well, you know, we blame the men for being toxic, and then we blame the women, and then why the women are toxic, well, we blame men as well. It's pretty much what bro just said. I'm weak. The fact that he said that is like, so wait, you're telling me toxic femininity comes from men's toxic masculinity, and men's toxic masculinity just comes from, well, men being toxic, right? Like, well, I would say toxic femininity, well, I say it kind of comes from this whole leverage ordeal, or the fact that they just want a whole lot of attention. But toxic femininity, women using their feminine traits to what? I don't know, get over on men, seduce men. I mean, honestly, toxic femininity has been used for, well, spying and all that good stuff. I mean, that's how we get all these good old James O'Keefe, exposés where the women pull up there, use some of that toxic femininity to get what they want out of you. Now, hey, if you fall for the toxic femininity, that's on you. But it is a thing, and it doesn't have anything to do with male. It just has something to do with female interest. Honestly, toxic femininity is probably derived from, well, what women actually want to, well, resource, or I guess get out of men,
which fundamentally oppresses and systematically oppresses women. And I'm not saying that toxic femininity is a good thing, but I'm saying it's a much more understood and valid reaction to a system of oppression versus toxic masculinity, which oppresses.
Well, I would say this. I mean, if we oppress women, there would be no toxic femininity. That's the problem. I mean, that's the thing. So you can't even really blame it on the oppression of women, because if women didn't have rights, then what toxic femininity would we be talking about? So since women have rights, and thank God they do, you can't sit there and blame toxic femininity on male oppression. When, trust me, if it was about male oppression, then this wouldn't even be a problem.
Okay. So even if I grant you that, are they teaching toxic? Is that term ever been used in a school that you know of?
What term?
Toxic femininity?
No, it's not.
Oh, that's weird. So only one sex gets criticized and called toxic. Maybe that creates a backlash.
Well, because one is creating a system of oppression.
No, that's your interpretation. No, you can make every excuse under the book that you'd like, but only one chromosome set gets criticized, called that they're terrible and awful, and that women basically need to be like go into the corporate world with no reservation. And young men see this pattern in the West and in our country from the authors, from the curriculum, from the music, from the movies. And we see, and of course, again, in the educational system proper, we have seen the infantilization of the young male. And so again, we know the data, you did agree to it, that young men are checking out completely, but we're actually living under a hyper-feminist West that is toxic. What does that mean? Speech police, feelings first, emotion over reason, community over individualism. We're seeing this. And by the way, is it working? Is the West stronger as it's become more feminine in the last 30 years? No. In fact, our morale is weaker. We're more suicidal. Our fertility rates are down. We have lost the balance. We've lost the yin and the yang between the male and the female. We lost what worked, and we have hyper-platformed. Your own prime minister, Boris Johnson, when he was talking at a summit, said we need to actually make things more feminine. Huh? Could you imagine if he said we need to make things more masculine? How does that sound to a dock worker in Brighton or someone in Essex? We need to make things more feminine? No. Instead, we need to restore the balance.
Like, we need more softies. We need more softies in the UK, pretty much. We need guys to be more feminine. It's like that man pretty much say, man, look, bro, if the guys ain't painting their nails by next year, we have failed. Like, what?
That God created man and women, and right now they're, and by the way, you want an example? Adolescence. How does that movie Adolescence not broadly generalize a theme that, first of all, doesn't exist, secondly, is like a slow motion, like humiliation ritual for the young boys of Britain? Could you imagine if there was a similar movie criticizing young women that are like how they are the ones that are driving men away, about how
Yeah, can you imagine a movie about an OnlyFans girls who sits there and destroy multiple men's lives and their relationship with their women in their lives and their wives, and to kill and make them get separated from their family through the porn addiction that they built through consuming her content? Could you imagine such a movie? Hey, might be an award winner, huh?
catty they are, about how they don't want to be. No, it's fine. I'll just complete the point. I could give you data point after data point, and I would ask you the question, has the West...
Oh, and she rides off into the sunset as a multimillionaire. Oh, that's the end of the stories too. And after she destroys thousands of men's lives, and this is a movie pitch, okay, guys? Remember, OnlyFans girl destroyed men's lives. She runs off into the sunset as a millionaire. End of story. There you go. I mean, can you imagine we made a movie like that? And then saying that, yep, this is what all women want to do. And this OnlyFans girl has such a following that she's inspiring all women, even young women. She got women who's saying 15 talking about they want to be OnlyFans girl. Can you imagine us making a movie about that and how freaking accurate it would be? Like, let's be honest here.
Grown stronger, the more effeminate has become.
Okay. You've said a lot.
Yes, that's how a Q&A works. You ask the question and I answer. So I am the speaker. You know that's how it works.
Okay, so on your point about adolescence, I don't think adolescence is a generalization. We are not saying that every young boy in the UK is like this. We're not saying every young boy goes through this process. It's an example of what can happen when people fall into this kind of media. I think it's like, it's more of a...
Yeah, you can't make stuff like that. You'd have to bring out examples of like multiple young men that's been radicalized to do bad things to women. You'd have to bring out examples. And since you can't bring out examples, you created a fictional series on it.
Story or warning to what can happen to people that fall into these bubbles, who don't find the help that they necessarily need, that can turn violent. And like, this is a perfect example of toxic masculinity, in which the boy feels like he's not affirmed in his masculinity and takes that out on women. Like that, we've also then seen like within men, like the largest contributor to like men's deaths right now is male suicide. Like, but I would argue that is not a factor of feminization, but instead a factor of masculinity. The idea that men can't be in touch with their feelings. You talked about a feeling first approach being effeminate. So men are simply not allowed to engage with their feelings at all. Like men not allowed to talk about their feelings. These are large contributors to a massive problem within men's spaces that lead to what is the highest contributor to men's death, suicide. And I think this idea that, men simply go back to work and if they're economically assured, then suddenly everything is fine. And, men's mental health was never an issue before like the 90s or whatever it was when we used to start affirming men's mental health, I think is an unfair, it's an unfair point to make. And I think it doesn't speak to a lot of issues that a lot of young men face. And I think it's a dishonest way to go about talking about this conversation.
Okay, so which part would you like me to respond to?
Let's go to the point about male suicide and masculinity not being allowed to affirm.
So to your
emotions.
point, if it was true that men have always been miserable, why have the suicide rates gone up?
Well, because we've started recording suicides better. It's not to say that suicides didn't occur on this level. It's just we simply have better ways of recording.
That's rubbish, and body bags are data that transcends any sort of manipulation. A self-inflicted gun wound or being hung, it was not like a mass reporting issue 60 years ago in this country or in the West. It is a material fact because we know it's happening in the Anglosphere. It's happening in Australia, it's happening in America, it's happening all across Europe, that suicide rates of men are going up. Depression is going up.
Yes.
They are correlated together. It's not a reporting issue. There's something undergirding it. And in fact, just one other thing, your own prime minister endorsed adolescence. He sent out a tweet saying, I was shocked to the core when I watched this film and everyone should watch it. So that is an endorsement from the top leader, other than, the king of this country, of endorse. I don't even know, may the king endorse that.
I mean, an endorsement is not a generalization.
Well, hold on. No. He said, I'm troubled to the core of what this could become. And you have to, again, that is one example of thousands that I could give, one that is the most applicable to here to this country. And I guess I would just ask this question in closing. Do you think men would be happier if they are married and providing for a family?
I don't think marriage or the institution of marriage is the only way a man can be happy.
That's not what I said. I said generally happier. Do you think men will be generally happier if they're married, providing, and have children?
I don't think that's a necessary factor to contribute to men's happiness.
Then what is your solution to bring about male happiness in the West? Mine is men get married, have children, and provide. What is yours?
I mean, that's a pretty good one. I ain't gonna lie. That does make most men happy.
That's a big question.
I know, because it's hard to come up with a better answer than, yeah, get married, have kids, and be able to provide a good lifestyle for those kids, yourself, and your wife. I mean, damn, bro, I don't know if I could think of anything better than that.
I think an affirmation of their emotions, their emotional states.
We've tried that.
I think an openness to allowing men to express themselves in whichever way they want, even if that is in a more effeminate way or a Western, typically effeminate way. I don't think.
I'm sorry, but he gave the gayest answer. I just got to be real. He gave the gayest answer.
Gay!
Like, you couldn't have gave a more feminine answer.
I think it's about ostracization. I don't think it's about promoting one simple institution of living and disregarding all of those else. Men are free to live single, men are free to be in gay relationships. I don't think that the institution of marriage privileges one to a life of happiness over any other way of living.
So of course you have the agency to do that. With all due respect, have you been to London the last 10 years? Men can do whatever they want.
I live in London.
Are they happier? Men can dress how they want. Men can act how they want and go to any club. Has it worked?
Yeah, but also we've had austerity. There are other factors outside of simply just.
You see what you're doing, respectfully. You're scrambling for an excuse to get away from the truth that's right in front of you. I mean, maybe men should get married and have children.
Okay, but I think
because it's worked for 2,000 years.
I just think it's a very dishonest way to go about this argument that there's only one issue.
Interesting. Can I challenge you on that though? Why is it that the men of much poor?
I mean, yeah, if we get the men to better themselves, I don't know, get more skills, be able to earn more, I don't know, have more high-paying jobs for these males. I mean, that could lead to some good outcomes. I mean, they go out there, find a wife, have some kids, and get a happy lifestyle. Well, with a submissive wife and a wife that doesn't drive them crazy, we would, hope they wouldn't screw themselves like that, right? Right.
Poor African and Asian countries don't have suicide issues, yet they have no money.
No, for real, he did.
How do we know that?
Oh, we know, again, by empirical third-party reported data from the UN, from the US State Department, there is not a suicide crisis in sub-Saharan Africa. There's not a suicide crisis in Southeast Asia with young men. Nope. So explain to me that phenomenon. They're materially wealthy, they're not materially wealthy, and yet they're harming themselves. So why would you then say it's austerity?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Okay, you're looking for another explanation for male unhappiness.
Yes.
I'm pointing to you to a part of the world that
honestly, just about a man finding something to be loyal to. That is really what it's about. And men find it real easy to be loyal to, well, I mean, their craft, their business, job, of course, their families, like wife, kids. They find it real easy to be loyal to those things. And if you give a man those things to be loyal to, like I said, he'll live for it and die for it any day of the week.
Actually does value marriage and does have children, but they have no money.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, how could you say it is a material problem why the men of London, who can dress how they want, go to whatever bar they want, are not happy?
Because it's more than one reason. Like, there are multiple factors. It's not just like, it's not even just economic. There's economic, there's social, there's like religious pressures. There's so many, like, you cannot boil down a societal issue to like one.
Well, and I acknowledge
issue.
that, right? I even at the beginning, remember, I'm saying the biggest, the one that has an exponent on it, is that we have.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. Sure makes me happy, along with spiritual reform. I mean, yeah, facts. Facts. I mean, no, let's be real. It is always that is, hey, you have a good job, you like your job, you have your nice little thing on the side, or your wife or girlfriend, and you're able to provide. It just don't get no better than that. That's all I gotta say. Like, and it shoot, even if you bust your ass and all that good stuff, as long as you can do that, I mean, you still find the happiness and pride in it. And a lot of men can't do that. So yeah, that will cause a problem. Now, in America, we can blame it on a lot of things here, but I would like to blame it on the fact that we've kind of let these corporations take advantage of the market while not giving anything to the market, like, jobs.
We have a biological urge that God gave.
But they'll make work camps over there in other countries. Apple.
Us when he designed us, which is to be fruitful and multiply, for men to provide for the family. And when we suppress that and we say that you can go live whatever lifestyle you would like, as already happens in the West, we have Exhibit A, we have a serious suicide, mental health, anxiety, depression issues. So I would just ask you to think over the next couple of days, months, or years, why is it that men in countries that barely have toilets and do not have 2 pounds to rub together, but they do have kids and they do have a wife, are much happier than someone with a big flat in downtown London? Something to think about.
I mean, I think happiness is a difficult idea to conflate in that sense. I mean,
No,
there are other
suicide.
duties.
They're less likely to kill themselves. Forget all these happiness indexes. If you kill yourself, you're not happy, right? So these poor countries do not have male suicide problems. Why?
I do not know.
Think about it. Thank you very much.
You've spoken a little bit about your belief in the sanctity of life and the inviolable dignity of the human person. I take it that you accept evolution.
It depends what you mean by that.
Do you think we've evolved from primates?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I do believe in the biblical account of creation. I also acknowledge that there is an abundance of scientific...
I mean, man, these days, I'm not sure if it was the primates or the aliens that mess with the primates or just, I mean, genetic miracles. Who knows? Or mutations.
Research that shows adaptation. Species change is heavily inferred in the data. I don't know enough about it, but I believe the scriptures to be true. And you can be a theist and also believe in God-ushered evolution.
Yeah, I completely
And
agree.
so, of which I allow people much smarter than me to make determinations on that. It's completely irrelevant to my core theology, though.
Okay. Are you happy for me to proceed with the question, though, on that basis?
Sorry,
So
yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah.
No, that's fine. So you're kind of vaguely, not vaguely, but you seem generally happy with the idea that maybe evolution is true. I hope that that's the case. I mean,
Well, I actually, I don't believe that. I think that
Okay.
I'm not saying you said happy to that evolution is true.
We're not necessarily happy, but
Well, that was the word you
surely-
used, though, right?
Okay, fine. Willing to accept that based on the evidence, evolution is a fact.
No, I'm not saying
You
it's a
don't-
fact.
fine.
I'm actually, again, I say I'm open to have my mind moved
Mhm.
and I look at the data, but I believe, given the abundance of equal data that atheists must reckon with,
Mhm.
that there is a fine-tuning problem to our existence that I believe warrants that there is a God, intelligent life came from a God, and I believe the scriptures to be true. That in the creation account, there is an allowance to say that God created the heavens and the earth and allowed us to either evolve through species.
Mhm.
I happen to believe, through a faith claim, that human beings are designed.
Mm.
What that means is designed over a long period of time or designed immediately. That's for people smarter than me to determine.
Fine. I suppose what I'm getting at is if you believe in the sanctity of life and that
Because I think one of the mysteries of evolution is like, yeah, how do we make such an extraordinary jump from, our primate brethren to what we are today? Like what we are today, honestly, should have took way longer than where we're at. Like where we're at, I mean, the way we've evolved as humans, it was a bit too fast, and there is no evolution can explain it. That's why there's things called the missing link and all that good stuff, because we can't really explain the jump from here to where we are today. It just don't make sense. And then it kind of seems like a walk back from certain evolutionary traits that we had, like, big muscle mass and more, I guess, ape-like features. And now kind of look at it, kind of like we sacrificed that for the big brain or the ability to, I guess, group up and get things done. Who knows? Who knows?
there is something fundamentally different between the life of, say, for instance, a human being and the life of an animal. Does that not make that claim slightly arbitrary? What is personhood based in, if not?
Oh, yeah. So
do you see what I'm getting at?
Sort of. The scriptures say, though, that God created humans, male and female distinct. They're the only ones in Genesis 1:26, 1:27 to made in the image of God.
Right,
and
exactly.
so he called animals good, but they are not image bearers.
Okay,
But that word create
Mhm.
is barah in Hebrew, and it's not clear whether or not that is created in an instant over a long period of time. And we as believers, I find no contradiction into saying that God could have created an instant.
That's what I said too. They're pretty much saying that 6 million years wasn't long enough to have the features that we have today. It doesn't make sense. It's like, and then think about it, we went from fur to no fur, and you would think we would, I don't know, probably keep it, but like I said, our evolution is a bit wonky, especially when I go off the idea that we came from the apes.
Of which I would be pleased, I'll ask God when I get to heaven how this all unfolded, or was it a process of adaptation and species change? Very smart Christians are on both sides of this issue, and so there's what we call in Christianity closed-hand theological issues and open-hand theological issues. Closed-hand issues would be like the resurrection of Christ, the Trinity, and then there's open-handed, which would be like eschatology or the Eucharist or the creation account. This one allows, given the verbiage, it could be either way.
Fine. I think just, I don't want to take up too much time then, but just kind of on that, you were talking a little bit about Christian values, and I'm intrigued by that. I get the sense that you're very much motivated by your faith. To what extent do you think Donald Trump embodies gospel values?
Yeah, so...
I'm done. Here we go.
He reminds me very much of Samson in the Bible. Both had... You can laugh. How many of you guys actually know about Samson? Great hair.
Great hair.
He was a man willing to fight for a cause greater than he, despite some of his own moral troublings and moral missteps. All throughout the Bible, from King David to others, there are plenty of Abraham. Moses murdered somebody.
I mean, yeah, God has used some, not saints. Like, yeah, he hasn't used the man don't use saints. I'll tell you that. It's like he makes an example out of using the worst of the worst, or some are not the worst of the worst, or somehow, those who used to live duplicitous lives, and he kind of finds a way of turning them around and making their existence one that helps out all of humanity, or that's a story that all of humanity can learn from. So yeah, he does have a point there. It's like the man has a way of utilizing, some very unsavory people from back in the day, or at least their past was. Let's go back on that point because it was a good one.
You can laugh. How many of you guys actually know about Samson? Great hair.
Oh yeah, and the relation to Trump as well. Yeah, Trump has you want to talk about his adultery life, probably like 5 times the man's been cheated on, and I do believe somebody tried to blackmail Trump on him cheating on his wife, and I guess the man didn't give a damn, because what happened? He still divorced her. They still got divorced. So let's not pretend like this man Donald, you don't get divorced 5 times, and what you think he was doing? Being a saint the entire time? Let's be real. So yeah, I do hear what he's saying. He's like, despite his past, despite that he doesn't come from the most moral background, he's still coming through for America. He still loves America, and that's all it's about.
He was a man willing to fight for a cause greater than he, despite some of his own moral troublings and moral missteps. All throughout the Bible, from King David to others, there are plenty of Abraham. Moses murdered somebody. How many people know that? Moses murdered somebody. How dare you? You could say a lot. Donald Trump has never murdered anybody. But Moses is like the most revered man in Judaism. He was a murderer.
Donald Trump definitely did commit some adultery.
In Egypt. He took someone aside and just slammed him in the head and actually had to flee all the way to Midian because of it. We're all flawed. We all have original sin. How do I reconcile what he's doing with gospel values?
Well, for instance, the gospel values to me would be, humility, compassion, forgiveness. Does he live according to...
Yeah, but you got to read. It's funny. The one thing that people miss out the Bible is the duality of life. Like, yes, it's like their life can be in the gray sometimes. It's just not all about the good in the Bible. The Bible teaches you about the duality of life and how the evil can turn good and how the good can turn evil. How good, if people start off with good, causes, or do evil things for those good causes, and then people started out on evil causes end up doing good things. Like, that's really what the Bible tells you. It's like it's the duality of life and the lessons that you can learn from it. And a lot of people don't understand that.
To those values, do you think?
I'm not even a Christian.
Actually, at times, I will say, he's far more magnanimous than people will give him credit. None of us are able to fill all those values. I will say some values that I think he does fulfill. He is a truth teller. And the gospel says very clearly that telling of the truth is one of the most fundamental things, the spoken word. So I'm not going to spend time here defining every moral decision that Donald Trump has made or not made. I am equally a sinner as Donald Trump. We all are. We all fall short of the glory of God. But I will say that his willingness to rise to the occasion of something greater than he, to endure being shot and almost shot again and almost 700 years in federal prison, is one of the most courageous actions I've ever seen from a public elected official in the history of the West.
Do you think Jesus would have voted for Trump?
Do I think Jesus? Well, first of all, Jesus intentionally didn't vote and did not care about the Roman guard. You remember he said, pay unto Caesar what is Caesar, render unto God's what is God. Do I think Jesus would love some of the stuff that Trump is doing?
It's a silly question, but I'm just,
No, fine. It's like, what did Jesus teach us? Jesus says, don't touch children. Okay, so he would love the fact that Donald Trump repealed Roe versus Wade. He would love the fact that child sex trafficking is being focused on in this current government. Jesus Christ said a lot of things such as, sin no more, and things such as love your neighbor are things that we should embody in every single one of our public policy decisions. So Jesus is divine, and he would not fill out a ballot.
Okay. All right, thank you for answering my questions.
I want to take it back on South Africa. You did talk about South Africa, and obviously the Expropriation Act of 2024 is kind of a really big issue. I think to start off from the outset, I should mention that I also don't agree about the more terrible slogans, cue the boards. Obviously, I think is terrible. But I think it's key to have context where the Expropriation Act is coming from. And I think drilling down a little bit, I want to pick your thoughts based on the fact that white South Africans only account for about 10% of the population, and they own about 72% of private land in South Africa.
Okay.
And I think it's always really good also to pretty much.
Here's the thing. I don't really get them like pointing out the wealth disparity here because, I mean, no matter how wealthy they are, you don't just go attacking them or you don't just go vilifying them. I mean, here's the thing. If you're going to defend that, then trust me, you'd have been down with what the Nazis was doing then. You'd have been real down with that.
Go back a little bit from the historic background behind it. I think it goes back to about 1913, the Native Acts land, which severely, disproportionately discriminate against Black South Africans from owning land in South Africa. And that's what's caused much of the disparity we see.
Well, I hear them, but then there's a law now in South Africa that if you want to do business there, a South African got to sit on your board and own 30%. So I don't know what you're really trying to point at, my guy, because we can point out more racist laws that benefit Black people going on in South Africa. Here's the problem with South Africa. It got way too much crime going on. So we're not going to say that all the crime happens to white people because that would be false. Due to the fact that there's majority Black people there, yeah, all the crime due to numbers is going to happen to majority Black people. But what they're also leaving out here is that, yeah, one, there is genocidal language used towards the white people. Now, are they being targeted? Yeah, they are. But is it in numbers of, is it genocidal numbers? Well, unless that 10% go to 7%, I don't know.
Economically. So I wanted to find out from you, what are your thoughts? And obviously, Trump administration has really been big on what's going on in South Africa at the minute and the act itself that they enacted. So do you think it's a moral obligation that obviously you're talking about that the land that was expropriated back in the days historically, and that was a colonial endeavor altogether, does that land need to be returned to Black South Africans?
No, but they already...
Bro, I'm hearing your point, but you're pretty much trying to make a position on the fact that they want to take land without compensation. And the fact that the president has said it, that they got political parties in there that say it out loud, that they want to take land, confiscate it without compensation. So if you're trying to have an argument for, well, don't you think that they should be able to get their land back? I mean, shit. I mean, they probably should have stood on that since day one. But to sit there and say, now that we got to execute these people is a bit wild. And to have, a whole crowd full of people pretty much chanting to kill white people. Yeah, it's hard to prove that there's a genocide going on in South Africa, but there's definitely proof that there's genocidal language being used. So who's to know what will come out next at this point?
So I know dangerously little about this. And so, again, what I said on stage is what I know, so I'm going to have to understand. I'm an American. I'm just trying to educate myself on UK politics, and so you will probably know more about this than I will. But is it not true, and then you can correct me, in the last 20 years, they've tried some form of reparations with Black South Africans?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that correct? Maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, there's been, but it's not worked. So the BBE,
that's right.
for
So time out. So wait. So taking stuff from one group and giving it to Blacks doesn't work?
Well, it does work, but I'll give you context
Wow.
as well.
You just said it doesn't work.
Hey, yo. I mean, bro, if you tried that in America, let's say reparations, right? How are you going to take reparations from white people who are going to sit there and be like, yo, one, my ancestors didn't even do slavery. Two, I'm not giving you my money. Three, I'm not going to let you take my land. And that's literally what some people were asking for. I remember it was Islam saying that, oh, well, you can just give us a good amount of land in Texas, Alabama, give us a whole lot of farmland. I'm just like, well, as long as people don't own that farmland, sure. But if you're talking about we need to confiscate farmland for black people, yeah, kind of crossing lines. And this is a constitutional republic, so we can't impede on people's individual rights. So that doesn't work here in America. I don't know what they're doing in England. Maybe that might work. I don't know what they're doing in South Africa. They probably don't got a constitutional republic, because or else this would be seen as illegal, and that president wouldn't be able to even have that type of rhetoric to confiscate land without compensation.
Well, I'll give you context. Yourself, so educate me. I don't know enough, but you just contradicted yourself. You went from it doesn't work to it does work, so please.
I'll give you context as well. So what they did is they did have a program called the Black Empowerment Economic Program. And pretty much what they did is for every corporation, they would have to incorporate black people within it. But that's not worked really well. And what we've seen over time is that a lot of black people that have been part of those organizations have only been a minority. So pretty much, as you mentioned, you talked about DEI. So it's just pretty much checking a box, right? You have a black person within the senior management group, but it's only probably 2 people and the like, and that's pretty much it. But the majority of black South Africans that do not own any land, because obviously the historic context that I gave, cannot pretty much be able to earn a good living, because, I mean, with land also comes economic opportunity, and that's been the biggest disparity in South Africa.
And excuse my ignorance on this. From what I understand, though, is that the land owned by black South Africans is actually not as productive as those owned by the Boers. Is that correct?
Well, at the minute, 72% of private land, agricultural land, is owned by white South Africa.
No, I
so
understand
only
that,
a minority.
Fair enough, but the 28%, when compared to Boer-run farms, are actually not as productive, because running a farm in South Africa is very difficult.
Yes.
Am I correct by saying that?
Well, context again.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm clear that actually running a farm for over 100 years is actually...
Dang, bro. Can we just make a racist point for just 1 second and say, you know what? White people might just be better at farming, guys. I don't know. Can we just make that little racist point? White people, you might got us on farming. Okay. Until I start seeing a whole bunch of black farmers pull. We do got black farmers here in America, but I mean, probably the highest producing farmers we got are the white ones. But then that's also because, well, in America, farmers are majority white as well. But you don't see us crying about it. So come on, guys.
Really
doesn't mean we need to take their land and confiscate it and kill their family, guys. Let's chill out. At my South African brethren.
100%.
Yeah, so we agree on
yes,
it.
we agree on that.
So thank you, because I don't know enough about this, but I do think that that's important to note, that even the black South Africans that own land, it actually is not as fruitful or has the same yields as those that have been doing it for over 100 years, in a time when there's actually food instability in the region and in South Africa.
But obviously, what I'll say is, I mean, over time, if, say, you did have an act that expropriates land from black South Africans, you need to build capacity over time. And I think the government is doing that for the minority of black people that own agricultural farmland in South Africa, and they've been doing that. But also, we can't deny the fact that if you control supply chains for over a century, right, then it means that you pretty much control the economy, right? So how best do you think? Obviously, the land was taken from black people, and South Africans, white South Africa has been pretty much, improving the economic outcomes over time. What do you think is the best way to break even in that sense?
Fair question.
And I just want to make one point.
So you're okay with the South Africans being able to take their land? Now, off the terms of breaking even, huh? Well, okay.
To you, if obviously you look at key philosophers as well, like Robert Nozick, for instance, he talks about equality in terms of acquisition, as well as the process through which you acquire that land, and obviously correcting the injustice that comes out of it. So what would be your thoughts on that?
I'm not familiar with the philosopher you mentioned. Who was the name again?
Robert Nozick.
Okay.
He's a very prominent philosopher.
I'll look into it. Sure. Thank you for that. I don't know enough about South Africa to suggest anything. Here's what I could tell you, that race-based politics is really bad. I know this because I'm living it in my country. And I think that South Africa should get away from race obsession and should get towards something that is rooted in merit and empowerment. South Africa is what, 75% black? Is that correct? 80%? Maybe
yeah,
more?
That's right.
Right. And so explain to me, like post-apartheid, outside of the land ownership, maybe there's a business element. Why is it that once apartheid was removed, why black South Africans were not able to see their material economic net worth go up in the last 20 or 30 years? What do you think there's any, and maybe I don't know enough, are there any cultural inhibitions of a defeatist attitude that has basically, let's say, infected the minds of poor South Africans last 20 years that feel as if they can't accumulate wealth? Do you think that plays a factor?
Yeah, I think what's really infected Black South Africans is pretty much going back to what we're talking about. Obviously, from the colonial background that I just gave you, and we see a lot of like neo-colonialism, you control the supply chains, and you own 72% of agricultural farmland. How do you expect the minority, the majority Black people to improve their lives and their outcomes when you pretty much control everything?
Enough. And so this is a sloppy but best example I can give. Is that fair? I'll do it. So just grant me some mercy here. What percentage of American land is owned by Asians?
Not sure.
Yeah, less than 3%. They are the richest racial group in America. So maybe land ownership isn't the only thing that matters to get.
I mean, damn.
Well, I do recognize.
I mean, that is actually a good point, though. He's like, you're complaining about land, but there's other things that these South Africans can be making money on, and you're just harping on land alone. I mean, is there not any other opportunities out there in South Africa besides farming? And if all you guys got is farming, then maybe you guys might want to start adding some economies and start doing some trade deal with countries so you can actually start building up your economy instead of blaming it on white people. Like, you ever thought about that? Like, I don't know, because it's so easy to blame on white people instead of just, developing your country. It's so easy. I know it's such an easy way out instead of just admitting the fact that, there's other things you guys could be capitalizing off of. Like, shoot, the Black people could have became the technocrats. You could let the white people have farming. Y'all could have been the tech guys. Y'all could have been the oil guys. Y'all could have been the gold guys. Like, there's a lot of things y'all could have done besides just get mad at white people for owning farmland.
A lot of companies now.
Hold on a second. Forget the supply chain. Forget the land. Land is basically all owned by white people in America. Okay. Yet Asians, Indians are by far the richest group. So why is it that this particular group that happens to own the land and the supply chains, and we've admitted it's very hard to run this land, very hard to run this idea of farming in South Africa, it feels to me, I could be wrong, that it's a group of resentment-driven politics towards a group of people that own land instead of opportunity and empowerment-based politics, talking to the Black majority about how they could build a better life for themselves instead of taking away other people's stuff.
Well, maybe the question could be as well, why do you think white South Africans that pretty much acquired that land through unjust means are so apprehensive and they don't really want to break even or probably give up much of the land that was stolen?
Hold on, that's a mindset issue. There's plenty in America that gets labeled as quote unquote stolen. Plenty.
Yeah.
However, it doesn't necessarily always hold back every ethnic group that is in the country, that is even in the minority of the country. And so I guess the question is, it's a mindset. I don't know South African law enough. I don't know if it's a free market based. I really don't. I'm not just playing cute. But as a general operating principle, it's very bad to build a political movement around taking other people's stuff because you're obsessed with what you don't have instead of the mental energy to create what you want and what you think you deserve. We've seen this with a lot of groups to America. And America is a very interesting petri dish because we have a lot of people that come to our country with nothing. We have Cubans, we have Venezuelans, we have Colombians, we have Persians. And a rule is the group that complains the least and focuses all of their combined cultural energy on creation does really well over multiple years. That might not be possible in South Africa. There might be like no process to create wealth, but I would just venture a guess that market principles transcend borders. So my postulation, and I'm glad you admitted it, don't say kill the Boers, bad, we should say that. It has created real deaths and real harm. If I was in charge, which of course I'm not, I would spend all my time not saying kill the Boer. I would say, my people, get your act together. Let's work harder. Let's prove the Boer wrong. Let's start a business. Let's build families. One is driven in resentment and greed and envy and confiscation.
Yep.
And one is rooted in creation and entrepreneurship and optimism. I'd like to see the latter.
Well, it's very interesting you call it confiscation.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, I see some of the arguments in the chat, and this is a little bit different from the whole Israel-Hamas thing, because if Israel and the Palestinians were just living in Palestine and it wasn't called Israel and it was just the Jews and the Palestinians living in there and they had this discrepancy of land ownership, then yeah, you can relate it. But no, this is one coming over there and occupying the other. So if the white people came over there and occupied, South Africa, like they own their government and everything, own their electricity and everything. Like, and let's be real, if that was the case, if you could want to relate this to Israel and Hamas, then I mean, the black people wouldn't be able to do this because they'd just be so much more powerful, and of course more military advanced. So let's make sure we don't mix things up here. Even though you do kind of have a point, though. I'm not gonna lie.
What about if we call it probably reclaiming the land that was stolen back in the days? Yeah, but here's the thing as well.
Okay, but can I interject? Please, okay.
Maybe as well, kind of understanding the value of land, right? Much of what happens with land is obviously, and I think a very prominent economist talks about this, a guy called Hernando de Soto in his book, The Mystery of Capital.
I know Hernando.
Yeah, he talks about it really. When it comes to land, the value of land is that obviously you can borrow against it. And we've seen for much of agriculture, commercial land, which is very expensive, really.
Legit.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? So if you own land pretty much everywhere, you can extract a lot of value out of it.
So can I interject really quick? Let's try another moral principle. Is it ever right to punish?
I'm confused with the opinion of the chat. Are you guys like, hold on, are we okay with this? Are we okay with the land being taken? Like, what is this? Like, what? Are we having black people going like, yeah, the South Africans got the right idea? Yeah, guys, maybe let's not get any funny ideas, okay? I mean, yeah, let's not get any funny ideas.
Punish a grandchild for their grandfather's sins.
Not necessarily, but
hold on. Your
context. Well, context is very important.
They did not steal the land. Someone related to them stole the land. So why punish them? They look like them. They talk like them. They were related to them. But you are talking about actively punishing a human being that did not do the atrocity.
I'm not saying we should actively punish them, right?
Okay, but you're saying. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You went back to these three principles: making wrong the justice, redistributing.
Yes. So correcting the injustice, I think.
So with correcting the justice, let's say theoretically it would be that we want some of this land to go back to black South Africans. That's confiscation, right? No, you no longer own it. This group's going to own it. Therefore, you are punishing a grandkid for the sin of a grandfather. How is that morally defensible?
Bruh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. And this is where I kind of do agree with Jidu, because when he can defend Israel, like when he can defend, like, these people like this, but he can't defend the Palestinians with the same vigor, it's like, well, can we say the same thing for the Palestinians? Like, why are they paying for the sins of their grandfather? Like, can we say the same thing for them? So, but and like I said, I agree, and I agree on all stances. I agree that we should be able to say it for the South Africans. We should be able to say it for the Palestinians. Like, we should be able to say it for other groups as well. But like, let's be consistent, though.
I think it gets back to the same thing. And how is it more defensible if, say, the land that you own at the moment was stolen land, and it has over time created a massive disparity economically for much of the majority of black people out there. So they could make the same argument as well.
Fair enough. And we would say, but the code that we believe in the West, and South Africa can choose, that inheritance, something that you did not work for, and all of a sudden that you have, and that you are then nurturing, we're not going to take that away from you if you did not do anything individually wrong, because this is the difference. We believe in individual-based, not collectivist group-based politics. So they're saying this group took this from this group, therefore this group must get something else. We're asking, did that individual do anything wrong? That individual is a different person than the grandfather. So what is the solution? The solution is for black South Africans to understand the injustice, and I'll grant you all that I know nothing about the 1913. I should learn about it, and thank you for bringing that to my attention, right? But I do know that there was a lot of immoral behavior to the let's say not the acceptance, but the gaining of the land, right?
That's right.
I acknowledge that. Fine. The question is then what to do. And a general rule that has worked in America, and I'll kind of repeat my point, is the group, whomever it is, if they have a mentality and a mantra that is about creation and not about resentment, will succeed. This is actually really bad for even the people. Even if they got all the land back, let me tell you, it would not necessarily be a good thing. Number one, we've already shown that they can't necessarily manage it. It's very hard. The Boers have developed a method of farming in the last 100 years.
How do you justify that?
Well, because I just told you, and you agreed with me. I asked a question, which I think I knew, and you affirmed it. The black South African farmers are not nearly as productive as the equivalent Boer farmers. They're not. The same land, same fertile soil, the farms equivalent are not as necessarily productive. But again, just as a general...
I can't give Charlie that. I would have to actually see that for myself. Like, all right, what's the quality of land that the white farmers get compared to the quality of land that the black farmers get? And trust me, this is not me trying to make it a race thing. This is just me trying to make it as fair as possible without just like, all righty. But I would actually have to see, the location of the black farms and make sure are they mixed in with the location of the white farms. Is one side seem to be more, prosperous or have more fruitful than the other side. Like, I would have to line those up to really see before I just make that assumption that, oh, well, they just produce better. It's like, for all you know, they could be on more fertile land. Who knows? There might be something going on there. But chanting to kill these people is just not a good thing, guys. I know we can all agree on that. And we can also probably see there might be some unfairness going on. But we can all agree that genocidal language shouldn't be used regardless. But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and head out on this one, man. We've been going for almost 5 hours. So, man, shout out to you guys. Appreciate the support, man. And all right, I'm going to head out on this one, guys. Make sure you double tap that screen and like the video. And make sure to subscribe to the channel. We do this every night, guys. Appreciate the support. This is Set, and you guys have a good morning. Peace. Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is Set, and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.